Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Hello and welcome everyone who joins us already now for the Weissenhaus Grand Slam tournament. They are going to be full of excitement continuing, probably also some drama ahead of us, but it's going to be a great show, I believe, because we are reaching now to the second day of the semifinals. And to discover all the excitement, I'm having next to me Peter Leko, great, fantastic chess player, chess legend. I would ask you, Peter, yesterday there was a full drama for Magnus. He lost. Your student beat him in a very convincing way. What do you think? Is he going to be able to bounce back today?
Yeah, hello, Judith. Welcome, everyone. Super interesting day. I'm just loving the fact to see Magnus also a little bit nervous, because he's definitely under pressure after yesterday. However, we know Magnus. We have seen him in situations like this. Actually, last year when he lost the very first game against Alireza, he was in the same situation like today against Vincent. So clearly we are kind of expecting him to bounce back. At the same time, I encourage Vincent that yes, forget about the draw will not happen. Maybe it's easier to win the game than to draw the game because Magnus will go at maximum force. So I'm expecting a very, very big fight.
Well, we are going to see a lot of actions over there, and let's see what happens. And our who gives all the insights and the details and ideas what the computer is also saying is Nicholas Huschenberg. Thank you very much, and we are looking forward to your comments. What do you think and what do you expect from Sindarov?
Yesterday the game between Caruana and Sindarov ended in a draw. But I think it was a very well played game by Sindarov, who even had a chance towards the end to go for a winning advantage. He missed that because he rushed a little bit. He was, I guess, satisfied with a draw, which is a decent result, of course, with the black pieces. And to me, that was the most impressive game he has played so far in this tournament. So it seems he's getting better and better today with the white pieces. It will definitely be a huge fight, and who knows, maybe we will even get 2 upsets here in the semifinals, Judith.
Oh, what a thing we can see today. So the big match is between the old-timers and the young rising stars, right? Because in both semifinal matches, this is what we have. So let's see who is going to be taking over in the matches, but let's see the brackets and how the situation is right now. So we see Vincent won yesterday in a very convincing game against Magnus. Magnus was very angry after the game at himself, I believe. Of course, because he's in a must-win situation. And on the other branch, we see Caruana and Sindarov, where it was a huge clash. And I've heard saying Fabiano after the game that he did not feel comfortable. It was not something that he was happy with. And actually, there was a moment where Sindarov probably could even win the game and collect the full point. Of course, Sindarov is one of the players who is basically the biggest surprise of the event, I believe, we can say so. So what do you take of today's second game? And maybe you already, Peter, can give us some idea, the psychology of it, of both matches?
Well, first of all, I believe that we're going to have a marathon day today. I'm expecting at least 2 tie breaks. I wouldn't be surprised if we would have 3 playoffs today. And one of them will even go to the Blitz section. That's my prediction. I don't like to predict anything, but this one I'm happy to predict. I think it's going to be a fantastic day. A lot of fight. We know and we have seen Sindarov in the rapid portion and in time scrambles being super convincing, very dangerous. Fabiano Caruana now with the black pieces, he should first of all make sure that he's safe. He settles into the game. And also we have other matchups like Gukesh against Nakamura and Abdusattorov against Firouzja. We will be spoiled with action today.
Okay, so let's see the prizes and the format on the next slide. Exactly what is the prize pool? I'm always wondering, wow, $660,000 prize found for the 10 players. We see already we are in the semifinal. So we see that the players for the first prize is $200,000. But we see now that what is the time control in the preliminaries, it was 10 minutes and 10 seconds. We have exactly the same on the playoffs, which might happen today. But the classical portion, the game 2 of the semifinals, running with 90 minutes and 30 seconds per move, which we see it seems to be quite a lot of time, 90 minutes. But eventually, in the 3rd hour, 4th hour of today's game, we'll see that it's not so much because the players are running down in time most of the cases, and it becomes an issue anyway. So the time element of the game, no matter what is your starting time, 10 minutes or 90 minutes, at the end it's going to be a nerve-wracking time travel, right?
That's for sure, and let's also not forget that the players have to start to think from move 1. Yeah, and then the 90 minutes just fly away. Yeah, we have seen the players spending 30, 40 minutes for the first 3-4 moves, and often very justified. Yeah, and that once you get the better position, it's so much easier to speed up than you already know the strategies.
Well, I think this is something that the players do not have enough experience in freestyle chess, because yesterday we had a guest, Fedoseev, and he also said it, even though he played more than 1,000 freestyle chess games in his life, he did very few. Actually, it was the first time he played here a classical time control, and I think it makes it very different, the game itself. Even classical chess is a lot different. But here, it's a huge difference because really you have very little time before the game to get familiar with the position, with the ideas, just to realize which piece is where. It is extremely difficult to figure out. So I think it's 100% that all players are just simply more happy to have more time, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And also there is the big difference, the big contrast between the 2 time controls, that in the rapid segment with 10 minutes, you have to be ready to give up the control right from the beginning because you are unable to control and you feel like, yes, I lose the control, but my opponent will also not be able to maintain. In the classical portion, however, if one of the sides loses the control, the other one gets the grip of the position and he might not let it go till the very end.
So let's see, we are going to have a picture from the lottery, what we have before every single game. There is a lottery going on. There is a very beautiful equipment built specifically to have 960 balls on it, like a lottery and different games. And then when all the balls will go down into that glass box, then someone will be picking up which will be the number, which position will be played today. What do you think, Peter? We've seen 12 different kind of positions already that everybody played. This is going to be number 13. First of all, it's interesting who will it be the lucky number today. But we've seen, and Magnus said it yesterday, that how difficult his position, starting position is. It was definitely the most difficult out of the all previous ones. What do you think? Should we be able to see the heart rate of the players? So at this point, because it's very stressful, what kind of position they will end up today?
The 360 was very special. Let's take a look what's at store now.
Let's see the exact number. Is there any number that they played already in the tournament? It's 799, as I got the information.
Wow, nice number.
We did not have this number in the previous rounds either. And so there is going to be an unexpected setup for the players.
Wow, yeah, I'm looking from the distance. If I see it correctly, a queen on b1, it was one of the things that Fedoseev highlighted, that the queen on g1, queen on b1 often feels uncomfortable. The bishops were in the corner on h1 and g1, eyeing towards the long diagonal. There was a rook on a8, queen b8, king c8 setup. It looks quite scary, and there we have it.
So this is the position of day 2 of the semifinals. The players, Magnus Carlsen will be playing with the white pieces in a must-win situation. What do we think? Is Magnus happy about it? Because yesterday he was very disappointed. Already after move 2, he was sharing with everybody. He wanted to make it clear in the confessional booth. You know, guys, I'm very unfortunate to get this position because it is so difficult that I'm even going to be incredibly happy if I practically survive the next 5 moves.
Yeah, but even there, yeah, it was real sportsmanship from Magnus, and he was not blaming the starting position. He was blaming his first move, that he was unhappy with his knight g6 move, and because of this, he's unhappy. Yeah, and I felt that this is also very nice that you don't blame the position. You take responsibility for your first move, that it might have been an inaccuracy.
Yes, but it is very interesting. Of course, Magnus is the biggest initiator of this format and of this whole Grand Slam, which we are witnessing here in Weissenhaus, the first leg of the Grand Prix. And it is a big challenge for the world number 1, right? To end up yesterday, really, that he's unhappy with his first move already. I mean, that's kind of bizarre to me.
Yes, but just coming back to your little mistake there with Wellness House, I understand your point, because it really feels like a wellness oasis. Yeah, we are really very happy, luxurious surroundings. It's beautiful here in Weissenhaus, and the players are taken care of. They can focus on chess. They can show their absolute best, and we also have the chance to look at the players. I don't know if we can hear them, but it's already fascinating seeing a white pawn on f5 right from the... We've never seen such an advance so early.
Yeah, this is always a question to me, and the debate, I think, between the players also. Like, depending where the knight is, usually when the knight is standing in the corner, then somehow it is very inviting to go knight g3 or knight b3 in the first or the second move. Though now we have knights on f1 and d1, which is quite okay. So the players are looking pawn moves in the first several moves. I see that Magnus is not... I know, but Magnus is playing with white color.
This is the black team. Yeah, this is now players with the black pieces. Vincent clearly very interested to hear Fabiano's insights. We all know that Fabi is the big expert. Everybody has tremendous respect for his experience and knowledge.
And of course, we see 4 players and not only 2 who is playing, because playing in the semifinals, only Vincent is playing from this bunch of people, and Sindarov is also playing with the white pieces, while this was
Fabiano is black.
Yeah, so this was the black.
Yeah. Yes, this is the black team.
Yeah. Sorry about that, the confusion. And we see now Magnus ready for a bounce back. He says, I'm going to win, no matter what, no matter how much time it will take. I'm going to be grinding this game against Vincent. How happy Magnus was after his second game when he won against Nodirbek, the Uzbek Olympic champion, right? He was so happy. He said, I'm ready to sit here. I was happy to sit there for the longest time, but I wanted to win. He wanted to win for 2-0 that match. But now he has to be very happy if it's going to be 1-1, and he's going to be ready to play the playoff. Of course, that would be a dream scenario from this moment.
I even feel like maybe actually it was a little bit unfortunate or unlucky for Magnus that he won so smoothly against Abdusattorov. Yeah, that the first game with white went like a dream. The second game he never encountered any problems. And then suddenly in the very first game against Vincent yesterday, he got under pressure right from the beginning, and he hasn't really been under pressure yet in the tournament.
Well, he had difficulties on day one
yes.
in the qualification portion of the event, but of course he could not imagine that he's not going to be in the top 8, right? Though after the first day, there was a little chance that if he's continuing that way to play on day 2, he might even not qualify. But of course he's very experienced, he's a great player, he knows that, okay, one day can go wrong for me, but come on.
Yeah, but this is exactly the point. Yeah, he had a very bad first day. Yeah, he losing 3 games. Then it felt like, okay, it was the warm-up. Yeah, I was a little bit shaky, but then he scored 3.5 out of 4 in the second day. Then he won 2-0. Yeah, so basically he scored 5.5 out of 6. And of course, you are carrying all these positive emotions. Freestyle is lovely, it's beautiful. And then he played the first move, knight g6, and he was already very unhappy getting under pressure.
And we should not forget that he was the winner of last year's Weissenhaus tournament. And so he has all the self-confidence that he is definitely the person running for the first place. While in the first 2 days that was not the case, but that was not the aim. The most important was for him, of course, to get in and stay in the top 8. The only difference is actually there was something at stake, because he would have been able to choose the opponent if he would be higher position. He became only number 4. At the same time, of course, somehow destiny turned out to give something different to him, because Sindarov, who was number 2, he chose to play Nakamura, which was a very dangerous, unexpected choice. At the same time, somehow everything turned out the way that Sindarov went on to be in the semifinal, because winning against Nakamura was a miracle. Looking at the games, yes. Right? Because in every single game, Nakamura had a better or a winning position. And now, look at that. And it's interesting, you see, Fabiano is always on the other side than he's playing. He's playing with the black pieces in the next game, and he's looking at it from the white side. He just wants to get the feeling, what is it to play it with the other side? Later on, I figure out from my side, on the other side. This is something very interesting. I always come back to this point, because I think it's a very interesting psychological element, and also that he wants to understand it from the other side. Like when I was analyzing some opening preparation in classical game, it was part of my preparation that you analyze it with the color you want to play it, but then you switch to try to get a grip, to try to feel the position, the ideas. How does it look like from this side? And then many times you discover that actually it doesn't look good from this side either. So it's not so bad from the other side. Maybe this is what Fabi is looking for.
Also, I think the players who are analyzing with Fabiano, they are actually in a very nice situation, because they get the ultimate test. Yeah, they are testing themselves with the black pieces against Fabiano, who is putting maximum pressure. We do see that the players tend to move the f-pawn forward. Yeah, the move that appears all the time is f2 to f4. Move that we have already seen many times. It makes perfect sense, opening up the g1 bishop, controlling the center already. Then white will also play the move g3, opening up the h1 bishop. The 2 bishops from h1 and g1 don't really have to move. They are already perfectly placed. I believe that Magnus should be quite happy, because there is clear essence to the position, and I feel like it is very tough for black to neutralize white's pressure here.
I have the feeling, I don't know if it's right, but I have the feeling that somehow in freestyle chess, the players are looking more not the central pawns to start the game with, but more with the F and C pawn. It's much more often. The A and B pawn starts very rarely.
Yeah, sometimes the G pawn moves. Yeah, like
now
G4.
and also now with having your bishop on H1, you can go with G4 or something. Well, G4 is somehow close to my heart, but okay, G3 is the more solid move. But somehow E4 and D4 does not come to their mind too much. Actually, why not D4 here?
Yeah, but D4, then you don't open the bishops. Suddenly your king is a bit exposed. Black might be able to play G6, hitting that pawn immediately, and then you have to defend it.
So actually, what we can point out from what you're saying, that in normal regular chess, we play E4 or D4 to open up the diagonal for the bishop,
yes,
right?
exactly.
So this is the reason why in freestyle we can say that E4 and D4 in this position, for example, is absolutely not logical, because more, for example, in this position, to have the G2 and the F2 pawn to move it first, it makes much more sense.
Yes, absolutely. I'm opening the bishops. And the reason why I think F4 and C4 are so tempting is that if you open up the bishop and you are also controlling the center already, it makes perfect sense. We are about to see the first move, and I believe Magnus has played the first move. And he gets up. He lets Vincent think about the consequences. Yeah, it's super tough. I believe it's a very big challenge. Nicholas had been already analyzing the position with the computer just to get a touch. What are the main ideas here? I feel like if you haven't consulted computer, you have to think at least 10 minutes at your own, at the board against White's first move to really understand and look at the focus in which Vincent is reacting to Magnus's first move, which we unfortunately unable to see yet.
It's F4, both on Carlsen versus Keymer. We'll get the boards updated soon. And Sindarov against Caruana, also F4. So both semifinals begin with F4. Firouzja opted for E4. So there you go, Julia.
Oh,
wow.
In the center,
Okay.
also a very reasonable move. And Gukesh is still thinking. He has not decided on his first move yet.
well, it's very interesting actually to see Vincent sitting there. Of course, he's already thinking about his first move, how to react against Magnus, and he knows it, how important it can be, the first move, right? Yesterday it was very clear that already move one can be incredibly decisive. So maybe I would ask you, Nicholas, because I saw that you were analyzing while we were talking with Peter, that what kind of alternatives there could be with White and the reaction for Black. What is the starting position? How dangerous it could be by evaluation of the computer?
Yeah, while the players were analyzing, I tried to follow along, also played a few moves myself, and we can go into some details. It's quite an interesting position because you have some problems to solve, especially with the knights on F1, on D1, which often fight for the same squares, or they might be in the way of the bishops or the queen. So the knights are really the problem pieces here in this current position. And if we can switch it to my board, I can also show some moves and some analysis that I was looking at. Yes, thank you very much. And Carlsen and Sindarov both played F4, and I think this is maybe the most critical move, but we're also going to take a look at E4. So F4 opens up the bishop on G1, is fighting for the center, and I think the most logical move, and that's also the move that the players looked at in their analysis, is to go F5. And now there's a bit of a critical question whether to open up this bishop now or to play a C3, to open up the queen first. And I think it is more precise to play C3 than going G3, because also the players actually discussed this after G3, G6. If now C3, Black would be in time to go D5, protect. This pawn is protected by the bishop and stopping White from breaking in the center. This is often a very key question in freestyle chess in the opening. And then black would be ready to strike himself. And if you get a position like this, which is completely closed, then this extra tempo that white has doesn't really amount to so much. So this would not be very dangerous for black. And this is why actually the players here looked at e4, but it turns out that e4 in this pawn break would not be so dangerous. Black could go d5, gain a tempo against the bishop, and once the bishop drops back, black could even consider d4, highlighting that the knights are poorly placed on f1 and d1, and black would be, I think, okay. There are also other moves than d4. Maybe you could also go c5. d4 would also give away some squares, but it is quite interesting.
Wait a second, Nicholas.
Yes.
You mentioned c5. Bishop takes c5. Computer is just giving a pawn like this?
Yeah.
Wow.
We should talk about this for sure, yes. c5, I was just mentioning. But Peter, yes, you are, of course, very perceptive. Yeah, the computer suggests to give a pawn and to play for quick development here with knight c6 and then castle. But of course, that would be not an easy decision to be made. So this is one possible direction where the play could head to. So d4, c5, maybe c6. Maybe c6 a more logical move here, knight d7. But it seems to me that it's smarter to, in this position after the first move, which I would expect to happen. Maybe it happened already. Let's see.
f4, f5 on the Vincent board. Yeah.
For Carlsen to play c3 first, because now he's gaining a tempo against the pawn on f5, so black cannot continue to mirror. You have to protect this pawn. So you have to go g6. And now, before you go g3 and black goes d5, now to strike with e4, playing in the center, breaking in the center, and being able to activate the queen right away. Queen takes e4. And if you now are able to play d4 as well, you get a good grip on the center and you should be a bit better. So probably black should try something like this. And maybe here it's quite important that white gains a tempo playing queen a4, hitting the rook on e8, which is undefended. So black is not in time to play e5, maybe has to play another move, let's say c6. And now white could play g3. Yeah, you cannot play d4 now because the pawn is undefended. So g3, and this seems to be a bit better. All right, this was a lot of analysis, but I'm sure this is also something that both players are considering right now. And I think c3, I think here the second move is quite critical, Judith, to play c3 instead of g3.
It is very critical, but I see on your screen that after f4, f5, both players are 100% accuracy level so far, which in this game, we know that it's not necessarily the case. Though we see the players playing quite a lot of high percentage of accuracy. Like yesterday, I think, versus Fabiano Sindarov had 99.7 after move 15 or something. That was kind of insane.
Absolutely. I also feel that it's very nice to, by the way, f4, f5 is on the board on 3 positions, 3 boards. I would like to highlight that the way how Nicholas breaks down and shows us all these very fantastic insights with the computer gives me the feeling that how good it is that the players don't have access even for 5 seconds to computer, because then you are in the dark. How do you understand this, that now c0, g3, you have to really work and you don't get any help? This is what really makes it a fantastic challenge.
Well, this is absolutely amazing that, again, we are seeing more and more rounds where almost everybody is having the first move the same. Somehow they get to the same conclusion. Though I want to spend just a little time in a bird's eye view to talk about Firouzja Abdusattorov game. They are not in the semifinal, but amazing players, but it's a very funny opening. Suddenly, these people want to play pawn moves. No piece move yet, but later, for sure, the h1 bishop will be getting out, though the e4 pawn is kind of in the way. What are your just first impressions?
The first impression with e4, e5, c3 was that it's some kind of a Ponziani. Yeah, it's very funny, of course. White king being on c1, the rook on e1. I also noticed that Alireza is the player who always goes his way. Yeah, he doesn't like to just follow the others, and he's working at the board alone before the game. Yeah, I do believe that also all the players now with the white Gukesh revealed here in the studio with us that he actually prefers to think for himself and have his own ideas, not to be influenced by other players. And he feels that it's pity that often the same starting positions appear. So he took his time, finally also decided that yes, f4 is the way to go. But the real challenge is now after f4, f5, how do you understand that you really g3, c3, the two moves which look so natural, but how do you decide on them?
I think it's very interesting, really, that we have on 3 boards exactly the same position. And as the players have plenty of time in the beginning, they know the importance of move 2 already. Actually, we see a move with Gukesh playing c3. But what do you think, just for our understanding, let's go to the Firouzja Abdusattorov game, because on the other games there's still thinking. So after that, we can compare the differences.
What was the second move actually? Was it c3, c6, g3? Or... And also very interesting that I got access to the move order and it was e4, c6. And it was e4, c6. And then
starting with the Caro-Kann.
Yes. Then white says, no, thank you. g3, I'm going to make sure that you are not going to play d5. Of course, probably black was not intending it at all.
But it's a very logical continuation to stop black playing
of
d5.
Course, and opening up the bishop. So now white is probably threatening to go f4, occupying more space. So black opted for e5, avoiding any kind of f4 ideas. And white played the move c3, opening up the queen position. The bishop is opened up. And it's going to be a long maneuvering game. That's my feeling. In order to get more direct knowledge of the position, I think it's always a wise idea. By the way, the knight has already moved to e3. Knight d to e6. And white played the move knight f1 to e2. So there is an asymmetry now. I believe it's the right moment to ask Nicholas about the finesses of this position.
Yeah, I think this is quite a complex position. Actually, this was also one direction I analyzed in when the players were looking at the position from the start. And I think it makes a lot of sense because by putting your pawns on g3 and c3, what you really do is restrict these knights completely, because no matter where those knights go, they will always be restricted from e6, g6 or c6, because all of these squares are simply controlled by the white pawns, and also makes sense because you're opening up the bishop and the queen. And I think this was what Firouzja was reasoning when he went for e4 and g3 and c3. It makes a lot of sense. You're also preparing these breaks. At the same time, it's really difficult to implement these breaks because black obviously also has good control over them. Now goes knight e6 to control the square on d4 with the knight. And we see knight fe3, quite interesting that the players actually put a different knight on e3. Firouzja the f1 knight, Abdusattorov the d8 knight. And now it is black to move. The computer is quite liking the white position already. I'm still trying to make sense of it. Especially, what do you do with this knight on d1, which currently does not have a single square available? And it seems that an idea that the computer quite likes is to push the pawns forward on the queen side. Here, b4, a4, and maybe that also gives you the option to put a knight on b2, I don't know, on c4, d3, and get this knight into the game. But it's definitely quite an unusual position.
Definitely go that way. And also to activate my knight, visualize it on c4. Later on, just isn't there a square on d6 that it's quite weak? And
that the bishop from h8 needs to be opened up, and by I don't know if you want to go knight d8 to e6. I definitely gonna go knight f to e3, and I will find the way how I will prove to you that this is to my benefit. And the reasoning behind what Nicholas highlighted, this b4, a4, just like in the Italian opening, and then potentially landing a knight on c4, then white gets suddenly perfect harmony, knight on e3, knight on c4.
We have b4 on the board at the same time, while you were also emphasizing how great this b4, a4, knight c4. I was thinking that after d6, you know what Abdusattorov has in mind, I think? He wants to go knight d7. He goes f6. He goes bishop f7. And by the time you're so happy on having your pawn and knight, I just go king g8 and castle short.
Yes.
Or king side.
Probably this is what he has to do. Yeah, it will be kind of lovely to change the course of the game like this, but basically with b4, knight b2, a4, knight c4, white is also not breaking any bridges because the bishop from h1 and the knight on e3 beautifully controls the d5 square. So one of the problems with the knight on c4 would be black would be able to kick it away with d6, d5, but this doesn't seem to be possible.
At the same time, Nicholas can share with us that my great idea, what I was so proud of, to have this knight d7, bishop f7, castle, maybe it's not exactly that something black would have in time because of this beautiful bishop on h8. Let me be ironic about it a little.
You want to show some checkmating ideas?
No, I think Nicholas can show us why my plan could fail.
Yes, so I was looking at it as so often a computer just destroys the plans that we make. And yes, of course, it would be great if black could achieve that, but I was just making the moves that you were suggesting, and the problem is indeed this pawn on d6. White can go knight c4, as Peter highlighted. d5 is not possible. The bishop is also king c7, then moves the knight out of the way, and this knight is in trouble. And if you move it back, then actually black has the same kind of idea. I was going to say, giving a check on d3, this would be good, but even better would be to apparently go knight b6 straight on c4 and then use some tactics along this on this diagonal. In either case, this is something that Nodirbek has to be really aware of, this idea of knight c4, and Alireza playing fast and playing well so far, quite impressive and a good start. He definitely has the best position of all the four games running so far right now.
So what people say, E4 best by test? Yes. Yes.
Also freestyle chess.
You know, I have a very crazy idea, but I want to ask you guys. What do you think if the players could choose that, let's say, I want to exchange my bishop h1 with the g8. Who would be happy for that?
Black. Immediately, I would be very
Because
happy.
you're closer to a castling, right?
No, not only this. I'm closer to d6, d5 break. Yeah, so then I might even play queen c7 long castle. Yeah, immediately, or queenside castle, and then try to push d6, d5. I feel like the white squares and also the bishop from g1 with this pawn on f2 and knight on e3 construction is still far away from getting into the game.
So it means that you think that the h1 bishop is more useful in this position than the g8, but I can play f6 and my g8 bishop will be powerful also.
But the knight on e6 somehow hinders the
but you never
power.
like this knight on e6 and d3.
Only if
You're
it's good. Yes, exactly. That's why I said don't put the knight on e6. Play g6 first and then wait for the opponent, because also one of the problems after f6, then the bishop on h8 is shut down.
So don't develop. So let's put it that way. Don't develop, play pawn moves, and play your piece play according to what your opponent is doing.
Yes, well, probably it means that I should be commentating and not playing freestyle chess, right? Because if I'm sitting there at the board, I will be complaining. Wait a second, if I do this, it comes at the cost of this, and maybe I will lose on time already on move one before making up my mind.
But I think it's also for a classical player, and if you're a strong player, it's very hard for yourself to say, no, I make pawn moves first, I keep waiting, even in move 5, where my pieces will be the best located later on. But I think we've seen this position quite a bit. Let's go back to the bird's eye view and see what in the other 3 games was happening, because the first pair of moves were the same on the other 3 boards. And let's see how the players were thinking. We have similarity between Gukesh against Nakamura and Sindarov Caruana there. right? It goes exactly the same, only that Gukesh is still waiting. And what is his next move going to be? Is it going to be the same as Sindarov's? Or we have also another kind of game. So the difference is that Magnus considered that I don't want to see Keymer playing e5, coming out with that bishop. So he's playing the way that he wants to restrict the bishop on a8. What do you think if we go there?
Yes, we should, because it's very interesting. It was also something that Nicholas highlighted from the beginning, that there is this option. However, in this situation, Black will also have the chance of going d7, d5, playing a symmetrical structure, very much resembling a Stonewall, a Stonewall Dutch. And we know that Magnus actually has tremendous amount of experience. He had won some fascinating games there. Nicholas correctly, I think, highlighted that actually once the position is blocked, the initiative that you get with the extra tempo might vanish. So it's more about Magnus probably wants to play a long strategical game and try to hope that in long run he will be outsmarting Vincent.
So let's pull up the game Carlsen versus Keymer. Let's dive into this incredible match between Magnus Carlsen and the rising German star Vincent Keymer. He is making the news here because he won yesterday in the first game. And now Magnus Carlsen has to win this game no matter what. And I believe that with this structure, Magnus thinks that, okay, it's going to be a long game, but one way or another, I'm going to win. What do you think, Peter? I know I'm not asking the right person from the perspective that your heartbeat is like very fast because Vincent is your student, but d4, f4 pawns are controlling the center, does not allow Black to play e5. Is Black going to go d5 or is he ready to go d6 and e5?
Well, it's a big question, and I think it's also a psychological game that knowing that Vincent actually needs a draw, it would be quite tempting to just be happy that, all right, okay, I'm going to keep the symmetry d5, it's a block position. Yes, I know that Magnus is brilliant in maneuvering, but I'm also not a newcomer. I'm also a good strategist, I will be able to handle it. But he's taking his time, and I think this is absolutely correct. It's one of the things that we talked about also, that he has to rely on his feelings. He should be looking at the position, not thinking about the result. And but you just want to block White's idea. Maybe otherwise White will play.
Because he knows it that from move one already, it is so essential to try to put every pawn and piece strategy on the board, but also just to visualize it where you want to see your pieces. For example, the white knights, one of them can go knight f2, knight d3, knight e5. If Black goes weakens and goes d5, or you're going to be playing with the other knight, knight d2, knight f3, or you improve both of your knights before you jump into e5. Is it going to be an option to go g4 at some point to somehow distract the f5 pawn from the center? What the g1 bishop will be doing? Is it going to bring bishop f2, bishop h4 when the queen is going to be moving, right? So maybe it's the right moment to ask Nicholas about it. What exactly actually this position? Because he's the person to tell us all about it.
Yeah, let's have a look. It's definitely quite a committal choice to go d4 in this moment because, as Peter highlighted, Vincent can go d5 and go for a very close position, which is resembling a stone wall, and there will be a lot of maneuvering because there will not be any pawn breaks, at least not in the center for now. Or also what I was looking at is a very direct approach is to go c5. and open up the queen, hitting the pawn on f4 and hitting the pawn on d4. And this could become potentially quite sharp. So I am a bit surprised by Carlsen's choice, also maybe a bit fast. He has spent some time, obviously, but he had to really evaluate the consequences, and particularly when it felt like there were other good moves available. We looked at g3 and we also looked at e4, which is still my favorite, but nobody played it of all the players. They either went g3 here or they went d4. So let's take a look here. d4, c5. You need to do something about this pawn, because I don't think you want this. You don't want your pawn structure to look like this, where you have an isolated pawn here, double pawns here. Computer still says this around equal, but I think this is not what you want. So I would guess you go g3, protecting a pawn. Now black takes on d4, and notice now the kings are both open on the c file, which allow for some potential tactics. Black goes knight c6, immediately getting this pawn on d4. Already it's a question how white will respond. Are you just going to push it forward? Are you going to go queen d3, or maybe sacrifice the pawn? This is the question. So let me show, for example, if you go queen d3, then queen d6 would hit this pawn once again. Also prepare now queenside castle, and I think you already have some issues with this pawn, because e3 is really not a move you want to make. It would lock in your bishop completely. And if you go...
Niklas, just one thing I would like to add. Yeah, with queen d3, queen d6.
Yes.
You highlighted beautifully that the move long castle or queenside castle is coming. However, the queenside castle means that the king stays on c8 and on c1. I just wanted to highlight this, that actually just the rook from a8 jumps to d8 and the king will still have to move to b8. This maybe humanly is something that scares you while the c file is open for so long.
Yeah, it doesn't really achieve that much in a moment. You're absolutely right. Just as an option to keep in mind, right now definitely has more priority to go after this pawn on d4, which apparently white should sacrifice now, going knight c3. So this is far from clear. And also if white goes d5 here, then there's knight b4, and again you're going after this pawn because this bishop is also attacking it.
On the board, c5, played by Vincent.
c5 on the board, and I think this is a huge move, honestly. It could really lead to a sharp game, and it's definitely posing some very immediate problems to Magnus, because here after knight b4, now you're not really able to protect this pawn. For example, if you go knight fe3, I mean, already here you're just going to stop. You see this check, you have to go king d2, and this can't be right. And here black can now take the pawn on d5 because you have some tactics. Knight takes, and if the bishop takes, then there's queen a5 check. The computer says after queen c1, white has some compensation, but it just feels like this is definitely going in the wrong direction for white. So let's head all the way back to the current position. We went just quite deep into the variations, but here already Carlsen has to make a choice whether to go g3 or d takes c5. But honestly, I wouldn't be happy with either of them, Julian, and he might be kicking himself already that he went for d4.
Well, but wait a second, let me just interfere here because I'm extremely nervous. I was the one who went to Vincent at breakfast telling him that listen to yourself, don't go for the solid strategical ways, because then Magnus, he likes to build up the pressure. So if c5 works to perfection, I can take credit for this decision. If it goes badly, Vincent can blame it on me, that Peter, otherwise without your advice I would have played d5 and probably I would have drawn the game automatically. I just wanted to highlight because this is such a psychological moment.
And we have the full audience of tens or hundreds of thousands of people that you take the blame if something goes wrong, right?
I have to.
Well, while Niklas was showing and all the different kind of ideas, I was wondering how great it would be to go into the head of the players and understand what is the process that they are thinking. But due to the great organization here, they have a confessional booth. So the players, when they want to give a treat to us, they go in and share their views. So let's listen to Magnus now, what he has to say to us.
I think maybe my first f4 was a little bit superficial. I was thinking mainly of other responses, honestly, like lines like c6, g3, stuck in the center there, and he black. So I felt forced to go for a more static setup. Again, I think now we will have the classic double stonewall structure, most likely. Because I assume he's going to play d5 on one of the next couple of moves. After that, I think I will try to go like knight d2, queen c2, try and play c4 quickly.
He's played the stonewall, that's why he was probably encouraged to, and also beating Alireza, knocking him out, then winning a game against Magnus yesterday. Certainly Vincent's self-confidence is growing and growing.
And we cannot, he was never worse. He had the upper hand in the game. And then by pressing, even when he had less time than Magnus, somehow he was able to win. And actually that was not the only game which was in this style. Also against Alireza in game 2, he had a very bad, actually he didn't have a good position. He was pressed there. And he was able to play with very calm way and said, okay, now I have a difficult position, I'm hanging on, and then actually he created a winning position. But seeing Magnus thinking so deeply, this is also very interesting for me, that c5 is something Magnus was not taking in account because of the tournament situation, that he's in a must-win situation, while Vincent, for him, it's enough to make a draw. And what do you think? I mean, sometimes I feel that when the same generation players are playing, they know, okay, you expect me to do this, yeah, I have experience, okay, I go d5 and so on. But somehow when there is a clash of generations, Vincent says, okay, you know what, you're expecting me to play d5, but I have a great move c5, why shouldn't I be playing it? Let's make a move.
Yes, c5 is almost like a move when you're in a must-win situation, you go c5. Yes, so it has a shock effect. And we do see that Magnus did not expect he has to now deal with the consequences, and I would not be ruling out the move d takes c5 exactly for this reason, because it's a psychological situation. But yeah, d takes c5, queen takes f4, good luck figuring it out, this crazy madness, where does it lead, because it's a razor sharp and extremely complex structure that you basically cannot evaluate unless you really dig deep into it.
Yeah, actually, I would be very curious what Magnus' first thought was when he saw c5. Because, of course, after c5, things are getting very... Because white is making e3 or brings the bishop to e3, black goes back to c7, and then black's center can be incredibly powerful. Even now, if you don't play, you don't push e3, then I don't have to move with my queen. I can go knight c6 to start with. And then the question is that, okay, b4 or something, but let's not forget, when Magnus played f4, it's dead.
Exactly.
It's not the case now. I mean, look, b4, the plan for white, I believe, b4, a4, b4, the plan for white, I believe, b4, a4, we are back to this plan. White has to be careful with that bishop on the diagonal.
Absolutely, yeah. This is completely crazy. On the other hand, as Niklas already highlighted, that it is not so easy to keep the symmetry now, because after c5 goes d5, and actually then you are also stepping into knight b4, but also this idea of queen d6 is there. So the reason why Magnus finally opted for g3, I wanted to highlight that basically based on all this, I would not rule out that Magnus maybe takes on c5, but he finally decides to just stick to his plan.
I think it would have been too dangerous. He didn't want to go immediately to such a sharp direction if he's not sure that it favors him.
Yes.
Because it was not obvious that it favors white to exchange the c pawn for the f pawn. And also the way he was thinking, that he was expecting d5, I think mentally he's very much on the road that he wants to have a long game. And little by little, massage, somehow eventually the experience win over the enthusiasm and being very young.
And also I think, yeah, there's also much more to Magnus' style. Direct confrontation suddenly is the best thing that can happen.
Did you have in a must-win situation, in a knockout?
Yes, certainly, but I think not really in the classical portion, but in the rapid.
Mm-hmm.
And because in the rapid, I remember that this kind of thought process that you think like you have to do something and you have to do it fast immediately actually hindered me from playing a good game. And then suddenly you are out, and then you think about it that, wait a second, why did I rush? What was the point? I should have been much more calm. Put my opponent under pressure. Every single move is difficult. Yeah, when you are suddenly in a situation that your opponent is a must-win situation, you are very happy when he confronts you immediately. Thank you very much. Yeah, then you can also rely on your preparation and so on. But in a slowly build up when the clock is ticking down and you are behind on the clock and you feel like, yeah, he's coming after you slowly, step by step, that's what you have to use. I remember I was commentating the Magnus Tour during the pandemic, and also there the first couple of times, whoever got white in the Armageddon game, they just threw away the game in 1 minute. It was over. White lost. Yeah. Always white was rushing, targeting the opponent, and the superstars, the super players were actually losing without a fight with the white pieces.
You know, I had a very funny must-win situation in the World Cup in Hanti-Mansiska. I was playing against Gelfand. And probably our audience also know who Gelfand is. He played the World Championship match with Anand at one time, and he's a Sicilian expert. But he was playing already e5 kind of moves also, unfortunately, because it destroyed my party. And so I was playing. I lost the first game badly with the black pieces. And then next day, I'm playing with the white pieces. And I say, come on, against Boris, if he wants to make a draw, how the hell I'm going to be create anything, right? So I looked at his games, and I thought, okay, he wants to play, and then I said, okay, I play 2 bishop c4, e4, e5, bishop c4. And then I looked how he's reacting. I wanted just to make something out of the blue that he's against his preparation. He's preparing 3 hours before, so he can throw it to the garbage. And I was looking how he's reacting, and the only thing he was doing, he wants to go knight f6, c6, d5, bishop d6, and it's so stable that you cannot crack, you know, like you want to move a hill, you cannot. I played against d5, and then I started to play f4, g4. Double or nothing, right, when you have to. So I played such an entertaining game. I was entertaining myself for sure. And then I said, oh, you see, I can still play chess, the old Judith, when I was sacrificing everything. And that was the moment after that game, I decided to make my selection the book of my games. So that was a very special game for me. But let's see how Magnus, I think he doesn't have the desire to make a brilliancy game. He just wants to win, go on the playoff, and win and be in the final. Will he be able to go on that route? Bishop d4, exchanging this wonderful bishop on h8.
Yeah, it's a very interesting new dynamic to the position. Yeah, if the
great nerves.
Yeah, if the darks where bishops are traded, then like we kind of started debating, yeah, that whom does it favor? On the other hand, what happened? We did speak about this, that Magnus with f4, d4 wanted to make sure that black is unable to break with e5. What happens if now I'm not taking on d4, but I'm breaking with e5 and then hope to rely on some very quick knight c6 quick development? Somehow it looks very tempting.
Absolutely, but it also shows how resilient and how flexible the player should be, right? Magnus came here today, I want to play a long game, and somehow I win. So I blocked the bishop on h8 by playing f4 and d4. Then there was this surprising c5, which definitely came as a surprise. Then he switched his strategy. You know what? Okay, then I exchange your bishop and I will win in that way, because let's face it, this is what Magnus has in his mind, that he will win this game, obviously, right? Still has to make it quite a good move. But I think Nicholas is the person for us to discover a little bit and show us what actually going on after c takes d4. cd or bishop d4 was the best, and what actually the standing is.
Yeah, let's dive into it. And bishop takes d4. I was actually wondering about this move because it makes a lot of sense, since in the lines that we saw, if you take with the pawn and black goes knight c6, probably you would need to go e3 here, when this bishop is just very sad on g1, doesn't have any perspective, and it's just feels really, really bad. And this is probably what Carlsen saw, what he did not like, understandably. So he takes with the bishop, but as Peter pointed out, now White doesn't have this strong center control anymore. And yes, if black now took on d4 and this bad bishop was exchanged against a good black bishop, then white would be very happy and just better. But definitely Vincent needs to play e5 in this moment, and I think he will. And then after f takes e5, oh, it has been played already, yes? Yes, it has been played already. Yeah, no doubt about it. Vincent finds the best move. And now after f takes e5, he actually is in no rush to recapture the pawn on e5. He can go knight c6, he can go queen c7, he can go castle, and then take back at some convenient moment. And he should not be in any trouble here, and maybe already be a tiny bit better. Definitely we can say so far the opening has worked out well for Vincent, Judith.
Well, this is, again, for me, a very interesting moment, because this is how it goes, chess goes. And sometimes when amateur players, they don't realize how much the players has to calculate in many of the cases, but also how many decisions we have to make in each single move, strategical decisions and concrete decisions, right? So, for example, here, it also depends on your mood and your form, whether when you have some different options to choose from, bishop d4, c takes d4, okay, it looks a little passive, but what about e5? I can keep my activity, right? Okay, but the match situation is that I need a draw. I don't want to sharpen things out, right? So there is always a debate in your head that how to choose, what to choose, apart from the fact that you want to choose the best move. And e5, I'm really impressed by Vincent that he's making all these very active moves, and he's not going into just a passive position and says, okay, show me how you can break my position.
Yeah, actually, I think here also we should be mentioning a little bit this aspect that sometimes people who are not familiar what top-level chess is, they are surprised that we say that chess is a real sport. Yeah, and I want to touch this topic because it's not about moving the pieces why chess is sport. That is nothing. Yeah, this is just reflex movement. But the players basically are investing, they are sacrificing their whole life in order to master this game to perfection. And during all these trainings and everything, you are so close that your body reacts to every single move, your nerve system reacts to every single decision. Yeah, that's why the players are burning incredible amount of energy with every single move that they are calculating, because you know that one inaccuracy can actually have a devastating effect in this game. So tremendous pressure on the players. All these decisions that Vincent goes for c5, someone who is unexperienced, for him c5 is just a move. We know that this is a life-changing kind of decision, yeah? That the game takes a completely different character. And that's why the players are also saying that I'm completely exhausted after a game, because you give your absolute maximum, you give your life basically to the game. So all this discussion that chess might be a sport or not, believe me, who is a top professional and spends and invests all his life to chess to master this game, he gives everything that he has to every single game.
And she.
And she, of course, yeah, but that's automatically, okay, we all play chess, yeah, we are the same persons.
Exactly. And the situation is that if Vincent is not going to be losing this game, it means that probably without exaggeration, we can say that it's the best tournament sportive achievement, even if he's not winning the final, but just getting into the final, beating Alireza and winning against Magnus, that would be an incredible achievement, sporting achievement for him. He plays very calmly, I see. He's not nervous. He takes his chances, and he has the knowledge. He's taking his time. He's not rushing with bishop e5. And even though he is playing bishop e5. Yeah.
Yes, he picks up, okay, it's also kind of logical because it looks like a very natural move. Why not? Yeah, one would argue that knight c6 was a move that as a commentator we can knight c6, and then later we collect on e5. When you play the game and you see absolutely no reason why I shouldn't be taking back the pawn, then it's also logical to try to keep things more simple. Also signaling that, okay, now please decide what do you do with the bishop on d4. If white trades on e5, then black activates the queen immediately. I think also one of the key moments here will be that who will be able to castle first, because getting that rook from a1 to d1 would be very beneficial. The same applies for black. I think Magnus in long terms, and the reason why he was opting for this, that he thinks that wait a second, if I can trade my e2 pawn against black's f5 pawn, then I might have the more healthier pawn structure with black having an isolated pawn on d7. So this, I feel like in long terms could be on Magnus's mind. However, his knights are passive. The knights are not heading immediately to lovely squares outposts on the d file, so it's very difficult to prove this long-term advantage.
Well, in this position, I believe that bishop takes e5 is out of the question. That is not something white would even consider, because it would bring out the queen from b8 to the center. So what are the alternatives for white? I would think queen d3 is the most obvious move to bring out the queen. First of all, to activate the queen, and also after that, being ready to move the knight from d1, and as you said, to castle finally, to activate the rook also from a1. So how can white get a better position? What kind of scenarios can go on? Basically, right now there is an isolated pawn on d7, right? Wherever it's going to be moving, d6, d5, it stays isolated pawn because there is no pawn next to it. So this can be a positional idea, and I think we have a confessional booth. Was it, and what did he has to say and share with us?
Yeah, this starting position was again kind of interesting and weird. Both sides had the bishops very nice, so basically it was very natural to go g6, f5, and f4, g3 first few moves. But there are kind of huge problems with castling, because we have those two knights on f8 and d8, which don't really harmonize well. If you develop the knight from d8 to c6, then your queen from b8 is kind of cut out from the game, so that's not really an option. Also, we don't really get to play c5, because there's the bishop on g1. So again, there was no easy way to find harmony for all the pieces here. In general, I'm quite happy with the way my opening worked. It's the h1a8 diagonal plus the square on d5, but for now I think that's gonna be kind of fine. It will be very important to find a good square for the queen and to find good squares for the knights, because for now his knights have a quite clear route via e3 to d5, so that's something I will need to take care of. But in general, I think my position should be quite fine, and from the start I was more worried about the position than I am now.
Great. This confessional booth comment was just a few seconds ago, and very interesting that in the starting position he was worried what to do with the king, right? And but kind of he's happy with his position for the moment.
Yeah, it's understandable, because he also said that while the pawn was on c7, the idea of putting the knight on c6 was an absolute no-go, because then black's queen would be boxed eternally on b8. He made sure to open up. Now we also understand even more the idea behind going c7, c5, why it was attractive to Vincent, changing the dynamic. He also highlighted that, yes, he knows that in that as in with able to activate his knights. I think that's one of the key moments, yeah, that activating the knights. For example, let's just imagine black gets time to go knight c6, and eventually this knight from f8 ends up on f6. That would be fantastic, yeah, covering the d5 and e4 squares. Magnus will clearly never give time for black to do that. I do agree with you, Judith, that white has to move the queen. I don't know if queen d3 or queen c2, what humanly queen d3 is clearly the most natural move, but probably it's the right moment to ask Nicholas to understand that what are the subtle finesses here in this position.
And we see that Magnus is about to make a move, so I'm quite curious what he will pick, because it is not obvious. You have various choices here. Let's maybe remain with Magnus for the moment so we can see which move he picks. And it is the question whether you move your bishop back, and he has moved the queen out. Well, Peter, you just called it, as so often, queen to d3.
No, this was computer was saying queen c2, and I thought, no way. What are the ideas behind queen c2 that makes it more attractive than queen d3?
Well, I just want to keep the isolated pawn, and I want to capture it with the d4 on d4, right?
Yes, that makes a lot of sense. Move now giving black a little bit of an advantage. And as so often in freestyle chess, the maybe most human logical move is not the best. So queen d3 should be answered by a knight move. Finally, the knights should be coming out, and knight c6 makes a lot of sense to develop the knight and also hit the bishop on d4. And I don't want to move your bishop back, maybe bishop g1, I'm thinking. And there's always this idea with f4, which speaks to the point that you made. White would like to trade this pawn against this pawn so he gets rid of his weakness. But what if black trades this pair of pawns first? Now you're just going to be stuck with this weakness. Plus, maybe long-term also a factor, black has the potential to create a passed pawn on that side of the board. So f4 seems to be a nice resource here for black as well. I mean, he could also keep developing. He could go queen d6. And there seem to be different ways for black to continue here. Knight c6 is, I think, a very logical move. Develop the knight, put pressure on the bishop. And I'll be curious what Carlsen has in mind against this move. What do you guys think?
Well, for me, it's very interesting that already we are in move 7, right? So by now, the players probably got familiar with the position enough that they can make an evaluation to start with. Because to make an evaluation in a starting position in freestyle, it's like completely chaos. You know that more or less nobody can be winning, kind of. Of course, after 3 moves, it can be the case. But now, of course, still the players have a feeling that I would think that Magnus is not very happy about this position, no matter how he thinks the evaluation, if he's worse or slightly better. I mean, it's definitely what he's looking at right now in this tournament situation, is what kind of winning chances I can have, how much problems I can pose to Vincent to make different decisions, asking questions continuously. While Vincent thinks, okay, my pieces are quite reasonable. I solved my problem of my bishop on h8, which bothered me. My queen on b8 is just about to come out, which was very clear when he talked about it, that it was a problem for him. Where is it going to be able to go? And also the d8 knight is kind of ready to jump out to c6. So he will kind of feel okay. And I wouldn't think that that Vincent would think that he's better already. I wouldn't think so. But I would think that he thinks that, well, it's about roughly equal. Do you think he thinks he's better?
No, I don't think he also just revealed his thoughts, like he thinks that his position is fine. Yeah, I think with black, this is all what you can hope for. Also that it's a position that you can actually quite easily understand what you are about to make. Yeah, the move knight c6 is very thematic. I believe that he's just double checking. He's probably trying to figure out actually how is Magnus reacting to a move like knight c6. And I would like maybe to go back and ask Nicholas that could you maybe reveal that now that we already talked about queen d3, that why was the computer actually maybe preferring this move queen c2? What made it so special? Because I'm not getting it.
Yeah, it's a good question. Let's go back one move. So here I was looking at different moves. I was looking at moving the bishop back to f2 or g1. Maybe moving the bishop back all the way to g1 made a lot of sense. So if that f4 is played, you at least the h2 pawn is protected and you could potentially take on f4. But even here, it seems the computer would prefer to go knight f2, which is another advantage of putting a bishop on g1 rather than on f2. So let's just have a look here. Knight f2 takes on g3. And I guess you don't want to take this pawn because now black gives up this important dark squared bishop, and white will have some compensation. So,
well, Nicholas, I can guarantee you that I would never ever even consider the move f4. So if you go
Really?
bishop g1, let me just play knight c6. Okay,
Yes.
or queen c7, getting
knight c6,
getting my
queen
pieces into
c2.
the game.
I could imagine that maybe in some lines, when you want to play castle, it's important that you have your queen on c2 so that you're able to go b3. Maybe this could be one point, but honestly, it is really difficult to understand the nuances. And if we go back and look at your move, queen c2 right away, let's say knight c6 is played. What is the difference here? Bishop drops back to f2, and now with f4, yeah, for some reason the queen is a bit better placed on c2.
Because also you step out of some knight e5s. Yeah, after g, bishop f4, the knight comes maybe to e5 with a tempo.
Yes.
But it's very difficult to understand this in a game, I think.
Very sophisticated, very
Yes,
very
because it means that you're absolutely looking only.
Yeah, because I block your bishop on h1. Thank you very much. Yeah, knight c6, and let's take a look. Yeah, how Magnus will react to it, because it's not obvious. Yeah, what should be his move?
Because the bishop on e5 stands amazing.
Yes.
I think if white goes back with the bishop, black goes queen c7, he's ready to go castle, even d5, d4 sometimes.
Yes.
I mean, I see much more opportunities with black. And I wouldn't be surprised at all if Magnus would think, it would be so nice to be on the other side.
Exactly. This is how I feel, that basically if it would not be Magnus playing from the white side, I believe we would be already criticizing some of the choices, that why did he play like this? Because it's not obvious what are the benefits, what is he about to achieve. But I believe also that when you are in a must-win situation, you are nervous. Yeah, and this is exactly the reason why we talked about this with Vincent, that try to play the position, not the result. Try to put pressure on Magnus as well, because actually Vincent has nothing to lose, right? He had this sensational, fantastical win against Magnus, beating Magnus by outplaying him. He got a lot of confidence. Vincent is very important. Yeah, we all know how this works at chess. Psychology is very important, and push it. You have to push it. You cannot give a little bit of freedom to Magnus, because if he gets his comfort zone, then it will be super tough to hold the game.
Well, what Vincent was pointing out, that maybe one day something what bothers him a little bit or engages his thoughts, is that one of the knight can show up after knight e3 on d5.
Yes.
And probably this is the main question from human perspective that we can think of, that can white go knight e3 and after that go knight d5, or playing bishop d5, exchanging the pair of bishop and have a great outpost with the knight on d5. That is something would have a great look from white's perspective.
Yes, but at the moment I'm not that worried of this knight e3, knight d5, because black seems to be ready for it. White is also not yet castled. However, I perfectly understand that playing the move knight d3 makes sense. Probably it's the most logical move. Yeah, you have to develop the piece. You don't want to move the bishop one more time, right? Just to highlight one human perspective, for example, bishop g1, if we just play a move like knight e6, I don't know if it's a good move or a bad move, but if white then plays knight d3, then black might hit the queen with knight c5. Computer does not appreciate it at all, but humanly speaking, these kind of things are definitely bothering you over the board.
Okay, I think we've spent quite a lot of time on this game. We see that Magnus is struggling for the moment to create great opportunities for him to win and equalize the match. Let's go to the bird's eye view and look what's going on the other boards, because there are a lot of interesting things happening over there also. Let's see what Sindarov is up to versus Caruana. That game yesterday, it was a draw in their mini match. So today, in this game, if any of the player wins, they go and they take their seat in the final. If it's a draw, there is going to be show goes on, entertainment goes on, and nerves are going to escalate the highest as it can be. But for now, let's go for that position. What do you think? And discover what is actually going on, because it is very different from Magnus.
Before we go into it, I just want to highlight.
We have incredible, interesting battles going on in all the 4 boards. I believe we can say that without exaggeration. At the same time, right now, we see Sindarov playing with white, the rising star. He is playing with the white pieces against the very experienced and great fan of freestyle chess, Fabiano Caruana, who showed a very convincing victory getting into the semifinal, winning against Gukesh. It was a great match for him. He was very convincing, winning 2-0. But yesterday, he had already difficulties playing with the white pieces, and he was even on the edge of losing. But let's see now, we see an open file on the E and F file. There was an exchange of pawns. So it is kind of interesting what's going on. And I think we are also going to have someone helping us out to get to understand this. We had a very special guest yesterday, Vladimir Fedoseyev, and we are so fortunate to have him back, one of the biggest experts of freestyle. So we would like to welcome you here in the studio, and very happy that you can help us to understand this position.
Good afternoon, Nicholas, Peter and Judith, and I'm glad that for the second consecutive day we are
but in the games. But what were your considerations here? We saw 3 of the players choosing F4, we saw Alireza choosing E4. What is your take on this starting position?
Okay, this starting position is a kind of double knights position, when both knights can potentially go to the same square. So it makes the opening tricky. So one of the topics here is how to deal with those knights. Yeah, and F4 seems logical because in some cases, if black is not responding with F5, we can try to get our pawn to F5 and to top on squares like F4, D4, all potential squares where knight should go for, and like I would suggest on E4 maybe to check possibilities of playing moves like C5 here, something like this.
Sicilian, great opening.
Yeah, just to fight for those squares, and then we can play like G6.
Close Sicilian,
and get some kind of common Sicilian setup. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so
E4 I don't like so much. So okay, after F4, what happened in those games?
Yes, so all of those games developed in a similar manner in the first few moves. And now there was an interesting moment where 2 of the games continued with G3, Carlsen chose D4, but there was also the move E4, which none of the players chose.
Played, yeah, but I think,
it makes sense, yeah, because I mean, I guess the reason why they didn't play like this was something like D5 here.
Queen E2 and maybe E5, something like this. I think
yeah, this is probably what they're afraid of, but it seems
also
can win
like
the tempo
C6.
here with Queen A4.
And after C6, what is going on?
And then G3, and apparently this is a bit better for white. But
according to the engine evaluation.
Yes.
I would like to add that actually Magnus did mention during his confessional wood that while visiting the confessional wood that he was considering first E4 move, and then he realized that after Fe Queen E4 maybe black plays C6, and it was Vincent's convincing victory against Alireza when Alireza opted for quick E4 and he had the rook on E4, and then Vincent played with C6 and won a wonderful game that psychologically he wanted to steer the game into different directions.
Yeah, and here after D4 like bishop D5, what we play, Queen E3, knight F6.
And we are winning already with black, yeah?
I do believe. Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Yeah, so you
maybe
have
white
to-
can sacrifice like
Well,
knight
yeah,
d2,
life
but
is not
it's-
so easy. Knight d2, trying to push c4 if
Yeah,
queen
but
f4.
I'm capturing on the 4 with knight, and then
I
g2
play
is
c4.
hanging as well. c4, bishop g2.
Bishop g2.
Yeah.
Don't fight Vladimir. He's so happy. And see, it warms my heart that we were right.
No, it's just direct sacrifice. Queen c2, yeah.
Yeah, and I guess this is exactly what Magnus saw. C6 is a very annoying move because you cannot go G3 because of bishop D5, and this D5 is of course also in the air, E5 is also in the air, and then to evaluate what the computer is pointing out that after bishop D5 you can sacrifice with Queen C2. This to evaluate is of course very difficult to realize. Now Queen takes F4, Knight DE3, and white is getting compensation for the pawn.
Yeah, but I don't trust this kind of chess command giants. So, yeah. I trust Magnus in this case. Yeah.
All right,
much more.
So let's turn the computer off again and see what happened in this game.
So they played G3 here and G4. Yeah? G3, E5.
E5 immediately, yes. F takes E5, bishop takes, and E4. Immediately, also the computer was not a big fan of the immediate E4. I think you want to see D4 and Queen D3 here first. But all right, E4, bishop back. And now I think here the two games went in a different direction. I think Gukesh, I'm not sure what Gukesh played, maybe Queen C2. And Sindarov played bishop E3. Takes on E4, bishop takes, the knight is developed, and bishop back to G2. This is the current position. Symmetrical pawn structure. What do you make of this? Who is better? Is anybody better? What is your feeling?
Okay, I actually don't know. I need some time to evaluate it. Yesterday I prepared for our conversation by looking for chess.com analysis, but today I don't know. And
well, we want to hear your thoughts anyway.
And to me, depending on how black will develop in the next couple of moves, so far as I can observe, there is some problems with development for black and also maybe for white. But with white, it seems like easier to develop their pieces like knight f2, queen c2, maybe then d4, knight d2, I don't know. Castle long.
Vladimir, one question. Isn't this the rookie one Berlin?
Yeah, in Fischer random.
Yes. But with this catch that black's queen on b8 is the problem. Yeah, if the black queen would be somewhere else out on the open, then black would have zero problems.
Yes, but maybe they are having zero problems here as well. Like if they're playing something active, I don't know.
Well, actually, he played.
They will play like c6, knight e6, queen c7 or something like this.
Or go after the dark square bishop, no? Knight f5, bishop takes a7, is that a trick? That is maybe a trick, no? The rook on e8.
But it was threat.
Yes,
I played it
exactly.
a couple of times.
Yes,
and then
yes.
Maxim Vashyalagraf became a big fan.
Yeah, he won some very nice endgames, yes.
Yeah. But I think it's one of my strange invention, in
Before we dive into all the details, I want to share that Fabiano, in the very beginning, he went into the confessional booth. So maybe it's nice to understand what he had general ideas about the position before, in the very beginning.
I saw a funny trick. I just wanted to mention it because takes e8, there's queen g2, and black wins a piece, one of the bishop or knight, which is a very funny trick, and I don't see any way white can get enough compensation there. So it looks like black is just winning in that position. Of course, white doesn't have to go for it. So, I don't know, maybe I'm missing something, but it looks... Maybe I'll go for the g6 move order. I'm not sure, actually, because maybe c6 move order is also good. It's a kind of complicated starting position again. Maybe a bit dangerous for black, but it shouldn't be bad if we're playing it accurately.
I had the feeling that Fabiano is insecure today. Like, okay, G6, C6, I don't know.
Well,
Didn't
he
you
did
feel?
mention some incredible trick that they were discussing with Abdusattorov. I'm trying to reconstruct in my mind. I think it went like G3, G6, F4, F5, E4, Fe4, Bishop E4,
E5, D4, yeah.
and then some D and
Takes Bishop B7,
Bishop
Queen B7,
B7,
Rook
Queen
E8,
B7, and
Queen
then
G2.
no, I think it was with Fe, Bishop E5, D4, Bishop G7 or something, and then
Yes.
Bishop takes B7 and then some
instead of
Queen
D4?
G2.
Yeah, Queen
Yes.
G2 in the end. And
Yeah,
black is
Fe,
almost
Bishop
winning,
E5,
yeah.
D4, Bishop G7, Bishop B7.
Yes, and Queen B7, Rook A8, Queen G2 is, and black is almost winning, yeah.
Yes, suddenly now the bishop on G7 protects the knight on F8.
Well, it seems like a little cooperation needed over there to get this position, this fancy line to show, but
But is our evaluation is alright, like knight D3, Queen G1, C3?
Well,
What is going
Fabi
on?
himself said that he doesn't know, and
I
he
don't
will
know,
be
actually.
thinking, but it was one of the lines that they kind of
Queen
discussed.
F2, Queen E4, for example. I'm really scared black is
Yeah, very dangerous.
in a big danger here. Rook B8 is
Big tempo, yes.
yeah, so knight D2, Queen E1, and white is forced to exchange queens, and black is doing amazing. Yeah.
And then it's
Queen
fine,
E4, Rook E4.
just highlight.
So yeah, Rook B8, such a trick. So maybe Queen E4 is a mistake, but in
Okay,
this
we
case,
don't have to
yeah,
go into
too much time.
details.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was just
I have-
important to
Peter,
mention.
I found
to
Peter,
mention.
I found the way for white. Queen D3.
Oh, okay.
Queen A1, King
We will
C2, Queen A1,
continue
Queen
after the
A6.
show,
Yeah,
During
yeah,
dinner,
okay.
yeah, we were discussing.
No, Queen. Now it's check. Yeah, finally. So he can improve a lot.
Actually, if he can trade the knight for the dark square bishop, that would be a fantastic change for black. Yeah? And then long terms, he can even play for an advantage.
Well,
Yeah.
you cannot stop it after knight
Yes.
f5 because the bishop is still pinned.
Yes, so white is playing knight E4, I believe.
All right, I have to take this one. Take
No,
it to
I
knight.
think knight, yeah. And on Queen C7, knight C4.
Bishop on B.
Oh, wow. Vladimir showing all the tactics here. It takes split seconds. This is amazing.
Yeah, but can we maybe sacrifice the double exchange and then get the bishop to D3? Unfortunately, you have Queen A4. Yeah, you are coming out.
Or even Queen D1 is okay.
Yes, but otherwise, I would
think
ask for compensation. Two bishops.
Castle.
Oh no! Don't play spoilers. No, please. Yeah. of course.
Even with bishop on D3, I
yes.
can cast along,
Yes.
Yes.
according to the rules.
Exactly, you can.
Because my king, but
It's
Yes.
not crossing.
it's not crossing anything.
it's
So
not
it's just rook jumping over the king.
Exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, this is important.
I say, like a player, before you calculate this line and you come to conclusion, go to the arbiter, double check it. Wait a second, I'm calculating a line after 5 moves. It's vital that I will be able to cast. Please confirm, right? Just to be sure.
So there is some tactical tricks for white, and instead of Queen C7, actually it's fair to mention knight C4 is almost threatened.
For sure, yes. Knight
Yeah.
c4. is a
Black
strong
need to
threat.
prepare response to knight C4.
And d5 is
D5
probably
is
too
a
risky.
question.
Yeah,
Yeah, bishop H3 check is that what scares me.
King D8.
Yeah, you can play without
And some
castle.
balancing act. Yeah?
It's
Just-
not my
you-
king.
No, you don't need those castles sometimes in the
Exactly,
future
with the
ending.
dark square bishop, now
Yes.
E6 square is taken
Your position
care of.
is amazing itself, so
Yes.
if you manage to develop like B6, Queen D6, King C7, why you need this castle?
Yeah.
What is
You
wrong
don't
with
need
bishop
it.
e6?
No, nothing.
You-
Then B5, Queen A6 check. A very nasty one.
B5, my God, you really
Queen A6
show
check.
this that it's not my game. I can make
Exactly.
weaknesses endlessly.
If you already party, then let's party, no?
Yes,
It's,
yes.
Of course, yeah.
No, knight C5 is possible. I'm just showing Queen A4 as an idea.
Of course,
because
yes.
we can like start knight C5 and play Queen
Yes,
A4. So I do believe knight D5 is to be calculated if you're playing
Knight
bishop
have Queen
A6.
D6.
So for this game, and especially to compare it to our classical version of chess.
All right, so knight f5 is on the board. Of course, very logical. To allow, I'm assuming.
No,
so.
no, he need to capture on F3. And
Okay.
let's guess what he prepared here as a move. Maybe something like rook e7,
Rook e7.
queen d3, d5.
I don't know, you are so tricky and dangerous that I want to think about the move before I'm suggesting anything,
Yeah.
before some thunder hits me. Yeah, it's...
But I want to see this move d5 one more time.
yeah, it's
because
a
if
very
it works,
natural
it would
move.
be nice.
Exactly.
So we saw check.
And king d8, we think
King
is the
d8
best.
we have to look at
Yeah,
now,
we
yes?
have to look at king.
Yeah, it's
King d8, and now this knight has to move somewhere.
yeah c5 I believe.
C5?
b6 is
B6,
also
yeah, let's kick this knight.
yeah logical. And here is white up to a choice. What about knight a6, queen a4?
Probably you have to...
Maybe I have to play actively, like knight d3 is
It's too
looks
passive.
like too passive to me. Yeah.
Yes.
But despite it, maybe you are more or less forced to play bishop e6 at some point, so it might be an option as well. By the way, but white is able to castle short already.
Yeah, let's
Do
not
we
forget
remember it,
about
yeah.
this.
Oh yeah.
These castles, it can bring a completely new dynamic to the
For
position.
sure.
Yes.
Absolutely.
This castling thing in this freestyle, it's like for me, when you think already you start to understand the position, what's going on, then just as a wake-up call, somebody castles to the
To
other
the
side.
different side,
What?
yes. Yeah.
And then a completely different position it becomes, right?
Yeah, I agree completely. Yesterday we discussed this, like castling concept in freestyle chess. Sometimes if you are able to trick your opponents with castling to a different side they imagine, it can just provide you with the victory in the game. Actually, after b6 I have queen a4 directly, so I do believe b6 is not a move. Queen a4 directly is okay.
Well, you mean now in this variation of
Yes.
the knight c5? Yeah, I just
B6.
put knight c5 on the board because I figured this is also very interesting. Now
No,
you
but
see-
what to play now? Knight e3, what he's up to do? I don't know.
But guys, let me try to bring all of us back to earth. The move knight f5 had been played and white already reacted with long castles.
Oh.
So we have to continue. Yeah, we cannot just be on a different planet forever. And by the way, maybe we have also looked at this game for quite a lot to get the bird's eye view and
Well,
have
maybe
the
just
chance.
check with the computer
okay.
for a moment.
Yeah,
to
let's
see
check
if
after
we're-
knight f5 if we was alright that
Yes.
knight f4 is kind of tempting option. But okay, castling
Castling is
better,
best. Knight f5 apparently was a mistake. Queen c7
but not
should
a
have
big
been
one,
played.
like it's playable option
Yes,
knight
yes,
f5.
yes.
He could play knight c4 as well with the same idea.
Who would
knight
have not played
e4.
knight f5? It was
And
the
now
most
knight
logical.
e6 should have been the return to stop bishop f4. Knight takes e3, knight takes e3. Now it already gets a bit dicey.
He is playing king c7 like an only move here. So you did is alright, but yeah, you need to find a
Not
way
like
to
this,
use.
yeah?
King c7, come on, I mean, it's all against all intuitive feelings of a good chess player, isn't it? King C7,
is
like
insane.
blocking that queen, which we were cursing so much, and it wants to come out, and then you play King C7, blocking it again.
And look at these pieces. This is what I always tell you, yeah, that we love pieces, but computer always takes the rooks or the queen. It's
No,
strange.
I'm not sure, Peter. This is a weak engine, so maybe you're completely right. It's just super playable, and maybe like in practical game, black can be a favorite.
In my heart is for black. Maybe the computer is for white, but yeah, it's just a mess.
Yeah, it just it.
So some tactical variations were avoided.
We play
Anything, yes?
D4 now.
Yes.
And
Six, right?
Just
Yes.
ignoring
But
all of these
what about
ideas.
knight e6, for example?
96.
Would be the natural move.
d4, d5, yes. This is a
D5?
natural
Yes.
type of game he can play. But now e5 square is a long-term issue, so white can try to
Actually,
get control of
could
it.
we get access to the video of the playing for just to see how Fabi is behaving at the board, how nervous he is? Because I think with the analysis it would be very nice to get a face impression of the players.
Well, maybe we can try to get the players'
Yes.
feed.
There it is. And what Vladimir was talking about, yeah, that how important is the time advantage. And I believe that if Fabina has to again think about how do I solve the problems, then he will start to get nervous, because this 30 minutes, 25, 30 minutes, I think is the time when you feel like, okay, if I can speed up, things are under control. But if you have to solve problems, then you are ticking down with your clock under 15 minutes, and the problems are eternal, kind of, they are coming back. Then how do you handle this situation?
I had the feeling already at the very beginning with Fabiano, what I said when he was in the confessional booth, that he's nervous today. And this is what I'm feeling the whole game with his time management. It's very much, I think that's what it shows. He's almost half an hour, actually more than half an hour behind. And I don't think he feels comfortable.
Yeah. Peter mentioned before, if he manages to play like knight e6, d5, queen d6 castle long, and despite giving this e5 square, rest of the game, playing
Yeah, but
maybe the time for him to try it. Like, he need to try to get some time back.
Yeah, he's about to make a move. It looks like Fabi is about to make
But
a
isn't
move.
it possible after knight e6, d4, d5, queen a4 kind of unpleasantness,
bothering.
and knight d5?
And also
I'm agreeing, yeah.
targeting the a7 pawn that you won't be able to castle long so easily.
And also after queen a4, c4
Queen
might show up.
c7 had been played. Okay, so
best
and queen a4 blitzed out.
Wow.
Sindarov is putting the pressure on the clock.
This d5 is possible because you can trade.
Isn't it a
No,
very
it's
strong
not
move, queen
possible.
a4?
It looks
Very
Very
unpleasant move.
well,
It
basically,
feels like
it's a double prophylactical move, right? So queen a4, just it's not only whether it's how great move it is, but to play it instantly when you have an extra 35 minutes advantage, it's a killer.
Yeah, look at this. Sindarov's heart rate 124. He's very excited. He feels that there is something going on. I don't want to let my opponent stabilize his position because he has the pair of bishops. Then everything will be fine. And the pressure on. Queen a4, very unpleasant. Fabi has to burn more time. Not easy. Not
And
easy
all
at
these ideas are still in the position of knight f5
Yes.
and knight
knight
d5.
d5. It's
still there.
Such a big tactical potential for white in this position. So I believe Sindarov is doing really well. But also, I think, as Peter mentioned, his heart rate is 122. I think it's one of the lowest I saw from him at the tournament. And we can come up to the discussion who had the lowest heart rate during the tournament among
I
the
think
players.
Gukesh was having fantastic. Yeah, some 68, completely chilling.
And who had the highest? For
It
example?
was Sindarov 170 against Hikaru at the end of the playoff.
Yeah.
When he just knocked out Hikaru.
So Sindarov is playing with huge emotional activity inside. Yeah, we can
Yes.
say like this. Yeah, and others are. If I'm all right, it's considered to be like unhealthy.
Or even arguing, you know.
But to reach 170, you would need to do really intense exercise.
But what to Abdusattorov with this 45 heart rate mentioned at some point? What was this?
Really?
We did
He
not-
had 45 at some point. Like he
that
was
is-
on
that is very
71,
low.
then it all jumps down to 45.
No, this is what
I was
wanna see.
amazed once I saw it. Yeah.
Well, or it was a bug with the technology.
Yeah,
with
that
the-
seems very
You know, about half an hour ago, when there was a poll and about 2,700 people were voting, they were voting on Fabi winning the game 56%, Sindarov 28%, and having majors for Fabi.
suggest a move, maybe?
We are trying to talk about it because we don't see a move.
I have a desperate idea here with black to play b5.
Yeah.
And queen a6, queen b7. Then I will try to castle long, if you let me. But I'm not sure if there is any tactical shot from white on b5. White prepared in response to b5. I'm curious. Maybe queen a3 is a move. Yeah.
Or first queen a6 and then queen a3.
With idea knight e4. Or queen, yeah.
Queen
Because
a6.
somehow the d6 square can
Yes.
be vulnerable.
No, this looks very shaky.
Yeah.
Knight
Knight e4.
Oof, yeah.
No.
It doesn't look good.
No, we cannot afford
So
this.
b5 is not a great, but b5, queen a6, king. Hard concept to play.
But move. It has.
If this
No,
is
but
the
it's-
best, I
it's-
would be very worried.
Yeah,
Fabi is
I'm
worried
really
as well.
worried for Fabi in this case. If
Yes.
he needs to find something like this, it's probably too much. But yeah, here if he plays like knight e6, queen b6, bishop f8, he is doing amazing.
Yes.
Yeah. So maybe b5, queen a6, king d8 is a concept he can look for.
Is there
Well,
anything else?
I think there are quite limited the possibilities for Fabi.
And I think we have a move. No, not yet. I
Not
heard
yet.
something.
Yeah,
But-
Fabi is already down to 25 minutes,
40
just showing
minutes.
that he knows that he needs to speed up, but he can't find the move.
And he also knows it that it's quite critical at the moment, because if he goes on the wrong path, it can cost him the game.
And the tournament, yeah, then he's knocked out. Yeah, there is no way back if he loses this game.
No, technically he will play a match for the third place anyways, so he is not like completely knocked out. But
Of
of
course,
course,
yes.
at this point of the tournament, he is dreaming about winning it.
Yes.
Yeah.
The
So-
whole competition.
96 is d4.
I mean, I think before the start of the match of yesterday, the Magnus and Fabi visualized already the final playing. I mean, if
Yeah.
they win, they play against each other.
Yes, but at this moment of time,
Now they're busy with other things.
yes,
Now they are busy.
at this moment of time, they are really busy to fight for their tournament life. In my
Yes.
opinion. Let's have a look for Magnus game.
Yeah,
This is
let's have
exciting
the
game.
bird's
I will
eye view
just-
also.
I will just turn the computer on. for a
Nicholas,
second.
you see, we want to.
And I is findable for sure.
Oops,
yeah.
not g4.
So
not
okay,
g4.
let's
go
have a
back.
look back. B5, queen f3. What is?
We are with Fabi that we completely understand and feel his pain right now. But let's go and see what's going on in the other match of the semifinals between Magnus and Vincent, because I'm pretty sure there are a lot of exciting action happening there as well. Vincent. The young generation is very.
Just gone on for Vincent.
Probably hit the right spot. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see how.
Probably hit the right spot. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see how it continued. Knight f2, keeping the tension, not taking on f4. Queen c7. Now he took.
Wow.
Knight e6, an intermediate move. Look at that, exploiting that the bishop is unprotected
Yeah.
on c5.
On structure as well, and yeah, I think black is doing great here.
So what should be up next? Castling? Should black
Something
castle
like
here?
bishop e6 comes to mind, like natural moves.
That also
Bishop
looks
c
good.
even bishop c4 is an idea in there,
Bishop
with some
c4.
potential knight e2 threats.
You're looking for tactics already again.
All the time. Yeah.
All the time.
Yeah, once I feel.
Yeah, my first thoughts were like, okay, going d5 and long castle and then just play very healthy was my first impression, but I was not really going into details.
Yeah, but then he probably may use something like e3, and you will need
Yes,
to
I have
prepare
to
your
go to
response.
h5 with
Yeah,
the knight, yes.
it doesn't feel so
Yes,
good.
it doesn't feel so good, yeah.
But bishop c4 looks like a very powerful attack immediately, threatening knight e2
Yeah, so
and bishop f4 and stuff.
White is unable to cast along because we can strike on e2 immediately. So it's just showing how rich black position is at the moment.
And how dangerous the position is for Magnus right
But
now.
wait a second, King B1, you are not yet castled. Knight is going
but
to
I can
D5.
play bishop e2 instead.
Yes.
With the tempo, instead of knight e2. So
Well, even there you can go rook
I have a
d2.
couple of options how I will use
Rook
my
D2, I'm
tactical.
ignoring, and
So like bishop f1 is not this danger. Yeah.
well, against Magnus, I don't want to give him strategically good position.
Yeah, I'm agree with this. Yeah, like
Yes.
bishop e2, rook d2.
Then knight
You need to
G4.
calculate this to preciseness.
Yes.
If it's working, but it's also might be a trap.
Might be a trap for Magnus.
Yes, to change the shift of the game.
Yes. I'm for long castle. I want to castle, just play normal chess. Also, we know the harmony.
Or bishop
Anticipated.
c3 is possible.
But also queen b6 exists. Yeah,
Queen
because
b6 is
double
an
attack.
amazing
Wow.
idea.
High five.
Wow, amazing,
Okay, queen
amazing
b6,
spot
yes.
by you. That
Yes.
This,
This is all over.
Lost the pawn plus this
so
pawn is weak.
if you play like long castle, like you suggest, he is not able to play castle long. Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a very scary situation for White. Yeah.
What do you do with this pawn? So with
Vincent
know.
went knight a5, a very concrete approach. The evil bar in front of me agrees with the move. Yeah, so that's kind of good news for Vincent fans. And Magnus, well, if we just judge what computer evaluation, I don't see the computer lines, but evaluation, then it looks very scary. Knight is heading to c4.
He played f4, now he's playing knight f5, knight a5.
Also, this knight e6 intermezzo was amazing.
Yeah, that
winning
was
tempo.
beautiful. I wonder if Magnus blundered. He shouldn't blunder that. Yeah.
He could have missed it from distance. Yeah.
Yeah, I think he probably.
And probably he
missed it
didn't
from
have anything
distance.
else
And
to
also,
avoid.
he couldn't expect Vincent to play move like a f4 all the time. Like
Yes.
the strategy Vincent applying in the match against Magnus maybe is really smart. Like he's using exactly the moves which is not comfortable for Magnus. I have such feelings now, so it continues for the second consecutive day. So.
Is kind of destroyed a little bit. He's not so
look
happy
at his.
about his actual position, that he's continuously posing some problem.
He thinks like, okay, why can't I just stabilize the position?
Yes.
Give me a little bit of freedom, and then I will start to show my incredible skills. But yeah, Vincent.
Give me
doesn't-
two moves. Why
Exactly.
didn't you castle? Spend your time stabilize your position, Vincent. And instead he goes knight a5, being aggressive. I mean, would you play differently, anything different if Vincent would have a must-win situation? Would he play differently?
maybe not.
Not. Maybe
Yeah.
he would not even make those choices that he made now. Yeah, because this is the point. When you are also leading, then you have actually a free game. Yeah, because even if you lose, it's only playoff. Yeah, so playing on the nerves of your opponent, creating complications, putting him under pressure, never let him feel comfortable. Of course, it's much easier said than done, but also the opening somehow helped him. Yeah, that Magnus allowed this d4 c5 unbalance, and ever since Vincent is going after him.
But also maybe psychologically there is less pressure, for example, for a weaker player against Magnus, because in a classical game, when you go into the opening, you know that maybe Magnus has some incredible analysis there.
And
so
also
on.
knowledge, experience in every
Exactly.
type of position.
In free
Big amount of time to prepare for this game, so they probably looked through the openings, analyzed some games they played, so they are having some experience, and sometimes they can have a better knowledge of some kind of position setups. Like, for example, he played some game and analyzing position 338, and he received it on the tournament. Then he knows what to do, and this might be the case already for players here in Weissenhaus. So it's just I'm not sure how we can actually completely ignore such kind of advantage. I think it might be advantage for freestyle as well.
Well, I think many of us think that Magnus has the biggest number of hours of analysis on Freestyle because he's a big fan and he's one of the creator of this series, right? So probably he feels comfortable, he likes it, he analyzing. But still what we have seen in his games and in his score, his play, it doesn't reflect that he would have such a big advantage compared to the other players.
Yes, because in freestyle chess you need a lot of time to play each position. And it's almost 1,000 positions, how you can remember all of them, how you can be prepared for all kind of types of situations that can that you might face on the tournament, yeah.
And I think also that in openings, for example, it can be a very big problem for weaker players that maybe they know exactly what is the best move in classical chess, also the first 12 moves, but after that they don't have the understanding you need in the game, right? In that position, strategically, positionally, planning, and so on. And here, maybe some of the players know the first move and some strategy, but basically after 2 moves, they can be lost in their strategy and they have to adjust themselves completely.
To the new reality again and again. Yeah. That's what I felt actually during my freestyle experience here, that even if you're like having some kind of remembrance of the certain ideas and positions, it's still not valuable after a couple of months. And it's a completely new game and completely new world to discover.
It can shift very easily from one ideas and structures to another.
Yes,
right?
and sometimes you can think about positions that you are doing really well, and then suddenly he plays some unexpected moves, and you start to think if he outplays me, and so on. Yeah, so it's less controlled game than classical chess. Yeah.
Okay, we have some moves. Last move, knight d2 was played, right?
And then knight d5, played by Vincent. Yeah.
Party of knights.
D5. We did not see that one coming, but the idea is obvious to head to e3. Vladimir, what is your take? You look a bit confused.
I believe Black had multiple options to play, and knight d5 looks a little bit too ambitious for me. I don't know how it looks for Peter, for example. But he's probably about to capture this pawn on h2. What is the idea behind?
Well, I believe that he's trying to provoke e2, e4, which would damage White's pawn structure. I mean that the bishop on h1 would be blocked. This is what Vincent wants to
achieve. Yeah.
But maybe he
maybe
can
on knight b6 he can
But after
go.
e4 he can take on h2.
Ah, so you mean that no, I don't believe. Then you just castle, you get too much activity. I don't want to take this pawn.
No, but knight d5 feels counterintuitive.
Knight g4, and it's played. Knight g4 on the board.
Knight was well placed on the 4, in my opinion. So move like knight d5 wouldn't cross my mind.
Also covers the power of the bishop on g8.
Yeah, it looks a bit awkward. So knight g4 is played, protecting this square, protecting the pawn. I mean, black could still take it, but that's not really what you want. Giving up the strong bishop, and now
bishop f4 will be played.
Bishop f4.
Yes, but is bishop d5, knight f6 a possibility, or it's anyway very good because we have rook e5?
It's probably rook e5. Yeah.
Yes,
and then we are threatening knight c4.
Yeah.
So white is almost forced to play like b3, I don't know, something.
Well, if knight f6 does not win material, then it's horrible for white. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Rook e5 maybe moves like e3 is. Yeah, e3 is useful or not? Rook e5, e3.
So basically, after knight g4, bishop f4, something like long castle or some, it's much more natural.
Like I'm desperately trying to muddy waters here after e3.
Yes. No, we go long castle after bishop f4.
Yeah, but then on knight c4, any response?
Knight c4.
Yes, that's what I want to play. I think Vincent is preparing bishop f4, knight c4. I now guessed his idea with knight d5. It's super concrete.
But I'm not like.
But after bishop f4, you just go out king b1. Sorry, castle knight c4. I'm sorry.
Castle
it's there already. Yes.
Yeah, I think bishop d5 is first. Bishop d5, knight f6 is first here.
Wow.
And rook e5, e3. I think this is the only way to try for white. Otherwise, it's not. The game might not continue for long. Yeah, rook f5, e3, and the point behind bishop e3, knight d5, bishop d2, queen d2, and diamond type. So after rook f5, e3, you will need to react. And here I struggle to find any other moves except rook f5.
Yeah, I was looking at knight c4, but it's
then you can take on d5.
Take on d5.
I take on d5.
Yes,
yeah.
d5,
and then bishop takes d2,
And
Queen takes
d2,
d2.
yeah.
Yes.
and then in the end, sorry,
Yeah, knight d2, knight c7.
7, and black's just down a piece. Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So bishop d5, knight f6, rook f5, e3. How we assess the position with black? What do we play?
So that pawn is bishop takes e3, there's knight takes d5.
Yes, bishop d2, queen d2, and white is a piece up again. So, and on rook f3 I play rook f3, bishop f3, knight e5.
But after e3, you can move the bishop.
But then I play knight d e4, and I'm threatening some bishop d6, knight d6 stuff.
Yeah, this e3 was a game changer somehow.
It feels like.
So what is the suggestion, bishop g5? Or
But then I can exchange play lone castle. I'm completely back to the game.
Yeah, you are
and I can
completely
play for d6 square weakness.
Yes.
So I'm improved a lot. I'm happy with my position now, suddenly.
So how's it going? It was if bishop f4.
Yes, if bishop f4. Yeah, let's go back after knight g4 to the current position.
Yes.
Because black can also just retreat the bishop to g7 and say like, all right, I'm not winning immediately. I just want to stabilize the position, yeah? And I'm in fact not even intending to win. I just want to enjoy. So let's just bring the bishop back to g7 and avoid all these crazy complications.
So this is still the current position after knight g4. We just looked at bishop f4, very ambitious, but runs into bishop takes d5 followed by knight f6, which is far from clear.
Here I
So
would
bishop
suggest
g7.
move like queen d3. And if knight c3 is not working, I'm happy.
But you are stepping into knight f4 again?
Yes, and then I will play like queen b5. I don't know.
Ah, wow. Okay, but queen b5, knight
queen
c4.
b5, a6, yeah.
Also
knight
a6,
c5.
knight c4.
And on queen f3, I'm almost forced to play here queen f3. Yeah. Can I suddenly castle short, like bishop d5, e4, and then castle short?
Oh, wow. Oh.
I'm always looking for such.
Yes, and then the rook goes from e1 to f1, hitting the knight on f4 with the tempo. That's crazy.
Yeah, this placing of knight on f4 makes castle short reasonable for the first time for white. So bishop d5, I believe, is natural here. E4
Bishop g7 on the board.
Okay.
Yeah, played by
So
Vincent.
now white need to make a move. What kind of move we can make here?
Knight e4 does not possible because of queen
Knight
f4.
c4, I believe.
Knight c4 is
Yeah, I don't like knight c4 in response. Queen f4, I'm less scared with, because e3, queen g4, knight d6, it seems like we are getting some activity. And I don't like knight c4 as response.
No, absolutely, understandably.
Yeah,
So other suggestion is to play like bishop f3 and to keep asking black what are they playing.
He plays h5 next and he wants to go knight
h5,
e3.
queen g6 is possible. That's
very
my
tricky.
point. Yeah.
Not
After
afraid.
bishop f4, the e8 is hanging.
Everything,
That's the
yeah.
problem.
But okay, bishop
G7
fc, I go long castle finally.
No,
And then
now
I'm-
we go long
And
castle.
then we both go long castle. Yeah? Long castle, long castle. I'm waiting for it. Yeah.
But okay, then already h5.
So why did
Yes,
we...
h5, and still I'm playing like knight f2, knight f3, queen g6.
You have good nerves.
Bishop c3.
Okay, you have good nerves. I can't
okay,
take it.
yeah.
I can't take it anymore. No, you have too good nerves.
Why bishop f3? Just could you explain that for the viewers?
I couldn't find any logical move, so bishop f3 is
Well, what about-
protecting
What
some
about castles?
pieces, improving position of bishop from h1.
What about castling?
A castling is possible, but I was...
You still want to keep the option open to castle short, huh?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, queenside castle. Okay, let's play the two natural moves.
Yes,
Basically, the players have tremendous tension. They also want to somehow get their king to safety.
But here knight b3 comes to mind. It looks strange, but if it works...
Okay, but I always have queen f4.
The
check
d5
and
is
DM.
Queen f4, e3, queen g4, bishop d5, that was my point. I
Yes,
thought
but I
maybe
mean also after
it's
knight
good for
c5.
white.
At some moment, I will have queen f4.
Yeah, but what do you playing on knight b3 concretely? Yeah?
Can I go knight c4?
Knight c4.
Bishop d5?
Yes. and then I will take everything you take, and then give queen f4 check when it hurts you the most.
So,
Yeah,
take this one
agree,
first.
yeah.
So takes,
But
takes.
I'm actually no. On knight f3 I will not take. And
You
it's
don't
not-
take,
Yeah,
yes.
yes.
I understand.
Yeah, and I'm still can pretend I can.
Yeah, long
take,
castle
yeah.
on the board. Yeah, so Magnus, of course, plays reasonable castles. At least finally his look from a1 enters the game.
Wow, this is so concrete and so difficult. It feels like I'm still this move knight back to d5. Not sure about it.
But okay, let's have a look for something natural, like long castle, e4, like
Yes,
human
that looks-
approach
that
to the
looks
position.
But this is what I was saying that probably Vincent wanted to achieve by going knight d5.
But then I play e5.
You go e5.
Yeah, I'm
knights
going
are
f5,
different.
knight f4.
Yes.
Yeah, it-
Okay, so knight
I'm asking
b6.
what you wanted
Okay,
to achieve.
I'm going
Yeah.
knight b6
And e5 anyway.
and knight c4. Knight
Yes,
a.
and then I will go bishop d6.
Knight
immediately.
a4.
Immediately, yeah, bishop d6.
Immediately.
Maybe immediately, yeah.
Even immediately.
Yeah.
Okay, I
But you can capture.
I take
you
it
can
and
capture,
queen-
yeah.
Yes, I can take, but maybe on queen c5, but maybe I can just take because I have queen f4
Yeah.
check.
Yes.
Yes. This is important nuances. So maybe then not immediately, like after knight c4, can I have a look for position a bit? I want some seconds.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I don't need more.
The players need minutes, Vladimir needs seconds, yeah. We need hours.
Okay, maybe bishop b4. What comes to mind? I
Is that
don't
really
found
the move you
any
want to play?
any
okay,
kind of
e5 pawn is
concrete
hanging.
options immediately.
I don't know, it looks good for
Yeah, but
black.
on knight e5, knight e4 is. Yeah.
Also, a5 is a possibility, hitting that bishop.
Yeah, a5.
Yeah, but a5 I wanted to
Provoke.
and play
Yes.
bishop d6.
Okay, you provoked. Okay, good. We all know how it works. Yeah. Okay, lot of tension. Look at the clock situation: 43 against 23.
I want to ask one move. Of course, castle is the most logical, but what about knight c4 in this position?
But it forces exchanges.
Yeah,
So
but I
knight takes
optimize
c4,
my
queen
queen.
c4. Let's have a look for natural variations first.
Now,
And maybe something like queen d3 is what comes to mind. Like queen d3, e d3. And okay.
King c7.
But I'm playing endgame, yes. And I
yeah,
don't know.
Magnus and
Well, we
Endgame,
cannot
but
play
he's in a
endgame
must-win
because-
situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, but queen
Tricky.
d3, d king
queen-
c7.
Okay, not queen d3. Let me use queen d2. Maybe I can try to use it this way. To play with queens on board.
No, but as a coach of Vincent, somehow I feel that okay, castle should be played. I don't like this king c8 situation with the rook on a8. I cannot take it.
No, I do believe something changed in this game, and this would be a good time for us to check a computer evaluation once.
Yeah, just to get the truth, yeah, because we are carried away with emotions.
But if
Yeah.
we don't like what it says, we say it's a weak computer, right?
All the
A
time.
very weak one, yes?
No, it's still better for Vincent, but
Yes.
it's not that much that it was before.
Well, it's still 0.70, so still clear
But
advantage.
with move like knight c6, how
No, knight
easy
b6.
is
Knight b6 it says.
Knight b6. Knight b6.
But
But okay,
Castle
long
is the
castle and then knight
nominee.
b6. Yeah, that's
Long castle, yeah,
that's,
e4 is actually one of the suggestions. And
But
here,
then
bishop
knight-
e6 you need to play.
Bishop e6 or knight b6?
But knight b6 also I can just enjoy.
Yeah, you
Yes.
can enjoy.
No, it's definitely much more pleasant for black to play still. And let's not forget, Keymer just needs a draw to win this match and enter the finals. This is very tough spot for Magnus still here. 50 moves played. He's 20 minutes down on the clock. He's down in the position. Maybe, yeah.
I think let's go to the bird's eye view. Let's see what the others are up to right now. They are playing already for more than 2 hours, but maybe
So we can
some...
probably come back to Sindarov game against Caruana because they should reach some kind of critical moment.
Yeah, there
Wow,
are some
yes,
great
it's
action
critical.
happening. So
All these b5.
let's go to Sindarov Caruana game.
Yeah, all these b5, a5, b4 ideas are on the board already.
He found such concept. Wow.
Because when we left last time Fabiano's game, there were a lot of questions to be answered by him. He had very little time. He has even less time. Look at the clock.
9 minutes.
Unbelievable. He's under 10 minutes versus 56 of Sindarov. But let's see how and what's going on on the board, because on clockwise, Fabiano is very much behind. Before last move.
Yeah, let's take a look. Maybe just coming back where we last left off, and there was a big missed chance. So here B5, maybe out of desperation, was played. Queen A3, and now King D8. Yeah, this idea we saw, and now Knight E4, and here Caruana played A5, and now there was a big chance.
It was a blunder because Knight D6 before Knight E8.
Knight F5.
And it's not super hard to find this Knight D6, Knight B5 concept.
Yeah, and Sindarov had 1 hour on the clock, or even more than
how
one.
fast he played on A5?
He took 4 minutes and 38 seconds to play Knight G4.
Yeah, it somehow looks... It looks like an obvious
But why is it so
Knight D6.
difficult to play Knight D6? He
I don't think so.
Didn't
Maybe
see something.
he didn't saw a response to moves like Rook E5 or something. I don't know. Like maybe he didn't.
But after Knight E5,
like
is
Knight
it Knight
D6,
G4?
Rook E5.
Knight G4. One Rook
And
E4.
that's it. Yeah, and before.
One Knight D5.
This is probably the move he did not
this
see.
was the problem. So he didn't saw it. And next Bishop D5, Rook E5, Bishop E5, Knight B5.
This is
Only Knight
crazy.
B5.
Only Knight B5.
Because Knight F7, Bishop F7, Bishop E8 in time to
Okay, we need to go into some details here.
No,
to
this is
understand.
amazing
So
variation.
Bishop takes D5.
Also
Rook
CD5 is not obvious.
Bishop
Yes,
takes,
nothing is
Knight
obvious,
takes B5, and now threatening checkmate on F8 is a key point here. So black will need to go something like Bishop D6, but now after Knight takes D6.
Bishop takes G2, Knight B5 back.
Or Knight B5 back. My goodness, this hurts. And black can resign. So this is what he missed, this amazing Knight D5.
Yeah, but let's have a look
Also
to the other response. CD5, but it's
E5, it's similar, yeah?
Yeah, it's similar, yeah.
Yes,
Knight D5,
this is
all
the key
similar.
idea,
So
yeah.
this is a key idea, Knight D5 and Knight takes B5 there.
And just to point out briefly, black can also not take with the rook because of checkmate in one move.
And we also have to highlight after Knight D6 the line with B4, yeah, because it also featured in the game. So that after B4, Knight takes E8, B takes A3, Knight takes E7.
White is up.
White wins an exchange, and there is not enough compensation.
Yes.
Yeah, there is no compensation.
No at all. Yes.
Zero.
Yeah, but we have developments because Sindarov played the move Knight G4, black played B4, C takes B4, Bishop E6, blitzed out by Fabiano, and it's a completely different scenario. Now the computer prefers black, actually. That's what we are seeing from the evaluation.
Wow.
Wow.
This is
dramatic.
This is dramatic. Yes, you say it exactly right. This is dramatic. In just a few moves, the tables have turned apparently. What is happening here? Bishop E6 to attack the knight on G4. This looks like such a mess right now, Vladimir.
Yes, for me, the concept that black is doing just well here is still counterintuitive, but for example, what black doing on move like knight Gf2? Why black has a
rely on the dark square bishop. The bishop on G7, the long diagonal is opened up. The rook from A8 is about to enter the game on the A file. To my mind, it looks very I don't know, some rook B8 moves are possible.
I would even think after knight Gf2
but
just to play...
like knight D3 and then we continue these variations. They doesn't seem
but
obvious
pawn
to me.
D7, C6, bishop E6, bishop, suddenly black is super safe. Before we were dealing with all these knight D5 tactics, the rook on E8 was hanging, we got checkmated, we sacrificed the pawn, and with 9 minutes on the clock, I think this is exactly what Fabiano needs, that he has stability, he has safety, and can go for the initiative.
Yeah, but despite it, his goals and his play is quite complicated here. I believe this king on D8, knight on F8 is having no moves. Dealing with position like this is always tough for any super grandmasters, and even for such a player like Fabiano is. I don't think it's
wait
like
a second,
an
you
easy
can have
spot
moves
for
like
him.
no, queen b8 you can take.
Yeah, queen b8 is a good suggestion.
Yeah,
but I can play like
B8
b5, for example. There are so many possibilities for white.
But
B takes a5 is possible.
Yes,
I think there is an opportunity for black to centralize his bishop on d4, not allowing white to play d4 later.
But then knight d3 I play.
And bishop g4, for example, trapping the rook.
You're trying to win some material.
We saw you are checkmating and you are collecting.
Wow,
Well,
but
I
this
have a
is
bad
such
image
an
on that.
idea, Judith. It's
What
amazing.
is it surprising?
Yeah.
Yes.
This is so surprising.
Yes, we
This
did not
bishop
expect
g4
it from you. Yeah.
But actually
Bishop
you could
g4
go-
trick. Yeah, but
Yes,
bishop
knight
g4, b
g5.
takes a5, bishop d1,
It's
king
still
d1.
very
It's
sharp.
still very sharp and complicated. So
But there was also an option to go knight
how
g5.
much of advantage black is computer giving here for black?
Yeah,
let's
let's
have a
ask.
look. Yeah.
This
Nothing.
computer is still giving equal, actually.
But wow, it says that knight e3 is only move.
But knight gf2, rook b8.
Rook b8. and
Let's
it's-
have a look here. Knight d3. That's
Knight
what I
d3?
suggest.
Yeah, a
AB,
b4.
knight b4, queen b6, knight d3.
Okay, but this is a banker gambit. This is what is it? It's winning, no, for black. Dark square
But why?
bishop.
Knight is because of knight e6, you're getting everybody.
Everything
to the game.
is
yeah.
to the party.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
it's a lot
pieces
of
suddenly
pressure.
comes
It's
to
a
the party,
dream.
Yeah.
Of
Yeah.
course, Judith.
For
I
black.
think in your hands it's 3 moves and resigns. It's no. You can't play like this with white. And I feel like Sindarov, because he got carried away, he maybe looked at the clock of Fabi, and he shouldn't have. He should have played the possession because he already had a very promising one, missing the chance and giving Fabiano the chance to go for counterattack when you have little time on the clock. This is the dream side. If he checkmates Sindarov, then who cares if he has little time?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter at all.
Yeah. If Fabio achieved some kind of attack like in this variation with knight g2 and knight d3, ab, knight b4, queen b6, knight d3, bishop c4, it doesn't really matter
Yes.
how much time on the clock he is having to use. Yeah? He will be able to checkmate.
Well, suddenly
anybody.
he is a very huge favorite. Yeah, just 5 minutes ago we thought like, wow, done on the clock, very risky position, how will he survive? And I don't see how Sindarov will survive.
Yeah,
It's-
but he can use those 50 minutes now.
But it's too late. You should have used the 1 or 10 minutes ago, not now. This is exactly what I'm meaning of, is that you have to feel the critical moment. You cannot.
But
let it
actually,
go.
I think, for example, feeling the critical moment, the more experienced players are much better.
Yes.
Because youngster can go wrong more easily. They get somehow carried away that, oh, I have a good position, my time, I have like 10 times more time than my opponent. And then he did not feel that to calculate knight d6, for example. They're probably more experienced one would say, okay, calm down.
Yeah. In a
Don't
second.
rush. And he played pretty fast, right?
Yeah, and to calculate everything. But now if he switches and he invests lots of time and he finally will find this knight e3 rook b8 b5 concept, can we have a look for it? I saw it's a computer suggestion. Maybe nothing dramatic is happened to him yet.
B5.
If he finds b5.
Yeah, but White is fighting for his life.
No, but then I'm playing like d4.
D4, yes, I understand. But
And
still.
knight d6 in the air, so why I'm doing...
And look before knight c2, yeah? This is,
Well, it's very important for white somehow consolidate and not allow black to control the long diagonal and have all the pieces on the b5.
So it's all about Sindarov finding a concept like this, like one time in a row. If he finds, he will still maintain his lead in the game, in my opinion, Peter, because of
because
the
of the
time
clock
advantage.
situation.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's so complicated with knight on f8. I don't know. Maybe it's easier for somebody for somebody to play, but to my eyes, it looks like it's extremely hard position to navigate with both sides, and it's now comes to the most critical moments of this game.
Yeah, here it feels like white has better harmony of the piece, better piece coordination.
So I saw Angel actually preferring to take c takes b5.
Really?
prefer.
Wow.
And king b1 and
And
playing
then
this like
Touch the
this
queen on
kind of
e3,
position, yeah. b4 and maybe queen e5 as a concept. Maybe I need to play queen a4, I believe, and here something, but I don't know what.
I'm worried with this king.
But I think, for example, after b4, again, it's a moment where white can spend quite some time. Play queen a4 or queen d3.
Yeah, but queen
Then
d4, queen
queen
a5.
e5.
What is
Yes.
our response to queen a5?
Yeah,
You
you
have to
need
keep
d4.
d4.
Yes.
Yes, I think queen a4 is only move.
It was the only move.
This is
That's what makes
resigns,
this
yeah?
knight
This is
b5
collapse, yeah.
concept really tricky.
I also wanted to suggest the move Queen D6, then I knew that, wait a second, Vladimir is tricky.
Vladimir is
He
here,
wants-
yeah.
Yes, Queen E5
Well,
is
it's
coming.
not over yet because Queen C2, Rook C8, D4.
Queen C2, B3, yeah, it's maybe over.
You play B3.
I have everything
the
in the
killer.
vault. And
Never give the initiative to Vladimir, there is no way back yet.
Be relentless, yeah? Okay. So the current position is this one after bishop e6 and
Maybe can we zoom on in Sindarov?
Yeah,
I want to
let's
see
see.
how nervous he is, where is his heart rate, because we know that he is very emotional.
Yes.
He's very excited all the time, and now he has all the reasons to be worried and nervous.
yeah, let's see the players for a moment, maybe their heart rates as well, if that is possible. I'm sure he's shaking his chairs right now.
Well, of course, Sindarov has to understand that.
I think he is up to 150. I'm guessing it before we know. Yeah?
If we're going to see it.
From his body language, I believe he is
Yeah,
up
140 minimum.
140 minimum, yeah. And realistically 150, 160 at the moment.
And then how much also you are dealing with the fact that just 2 moves ago you were so happy. You thought like, wow, I get a chance to crush my opponent and he is running out of time. And all of a sudden, forget about the time. You need to find a way to survive it by the next couple of moves.
What do you think? Is Fabi freezing now? It looks to me like he...
You mean he's shaking? Or?
Yeah, he's shaking.
No, look
like
at this,
he's freezed.
101.
Yeah.
Wow, what's happening? And Fabi also calm, 89, 90 with 9 minutes on
No,
the
but
clock.
he is getting up. He's getting up. It's
Yes.
not 101. It's maybe...
It's jumping. It's
Yeah, it's jumping. I think they press the evaluation only, so we will know his heart rate very soon. But this is probably
We see this stretching Sindarov, even in the most craziest positions, that he is tricking his opponent like I'm sleepy or whatever, but then his moves are knight EF6 played.
That's a
Rook
mistake.
E7 blitzed out by Fabi.
So
That's a
now
mistake.
he gets those hanging knights in the area, and I'm really scared he is about to lose one of them. So it's very hard to play. Only move for him.
Yeah, so Vladimir, what do you think about this Rook E7?
Yeah, those hanging knights, f6 and g4, makes white plays extremely difficult, knowing that here is tension on queen side, which is not in their favor because of the king on c1. And those knight in there is like a second factor because they can be targeted easily with rook f7 and h5 idea, like for example on rook f1. Yeah, it looks amazing for black just now.
Yeah, well, this is of course a lot of psychology in the game. As Fabiano goes under 10 minutes, we see his chair is shaking. So he must be very stressful, and I think we're going to see the heart rate also going up for both players because there are a lot at stake. Because if it's a draw, we move on to a playoff, which is quite interesting. But of course, at this point, none of the players are thinking about a playoff because there are so many things happening on the board. B5, which is
D5
quite
is
logical,
played, which
right?
is first line of function, and
So-
now it's complicated. On h5, white can respond with knight g8.
Wow, what kind of tactics are appearing
No,
right
now
now,
it's
right?
super complicated after
Wow.
b5, and I don't know. It's an extremely hard, tactically complicated position
But
to navigate it
Don't you think
with
it's
9 minutes.
so amazing that just two moves happened and suddenly completely different ideas, tactical ideas appear on the board? Right now, the B file it doesn't have such a big role in the position. At the same time, having the knight on f6, suddenly knight g8 ideas, it is not so easy to spot.
Yeah, and it's very hard for players to navigate, especially in fish random, where we are not familiar with placing of our pieces.
What do you think? How much the players are still in that mode in their brain that we are in freestyle? Because we can say already that it could be a classical kind of game. Because, okay, king on d8, it could happen, right? We don't have knight on h8 or crazy pieces anymore.
Yeah, but this knight on f8 is...
it gives a hint that it was not a normal
and rook
game.
on a7. There's many hints, so I don't believe such position we can achieve from our classical position from the move 1. So I think it's a really race situation and it's still a Fischer random situation. And I mentioned before, and I will mention it once again, that even in endgames that looks similar to the classical endgames, once you are reaching the Fischer random, you can have a feeling this is some kind of normal endgame. But the logic behind the moves, the concepts that you need to find, they're quite different from classical chess.
So actually,
for whatever reason, in my opinion.
So actually, you think that for the players, one of the strengths is if they can completely switch off their brain from thinking about classical game and they really go focus only about concretely that position, so they cannot recall all kind of patterns from classical chess?
In rare situation, we can actually use those classical patterns of tactical patterns we saw and strategical patterns, but in my opinion, in Fischer random and freestyle chess, it's rare that something we are familiar with is really useful in such positions. Yeah.
Okay, so let's see. We have great action. So, Peter, what do you think about this? I mean, basically, you're just watching what's happening, right? I mean, before we were talking about rook b8, queen b6, attacking on the b2, and suddenly, 2 moves later, we are talking about completely different ideas, having played h5 right now. What do you take of this?
Well, I believe Fabi will simply win. That's my feeling. I feel like Sindarov has completely lost it. He gets punished for not spending enough time at the critical moment. The game has shifted completely and there is so much direct action happening in the game that the game can be decided in the next couple of moves, which is so much in Fabi's favor, yeah, because he's under 8 minutes, he's in time pressure, but when things are heating up and it becomes so maybe White survives with something, but it's then about survival. Again, not something that scares Fabi at all.
What happened with you? You just got so disappointed for White side.
Yes. You lost the initiative, and Black has the 2 bishops, and Black has the dark square
but
bishop.
White knight on f6 blocks this powerful bishop.
I don't care, because the other knight will be kicked, other knight will be taken, and then the knight from g4 will be softened up.
So this is the right moment for
so
here.
So he played bit x6, so now on h4, queen e7 somehow is not an option, according to engine.
It is an option.
It is an option, but maybe it's not like a good option.
Sorry, guys. Yes. Very important moment. Who votes on which result? We are 4 of us here.
Yes.
So we start with Vladimir. What do you think going to be the outcome of this game?
I would vote it for a draw just now, knowing the clock situation. I still believe with such tremendous clock advantage.
Basically, knowing
somehow useful for Sindarov. Yeah.
Knowing all the information, the time, the engine, and the analysis we have behind us.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I'm still betting.
You go
Fabi
for a
is
draw.
not going to convert it.
Okay, Nicholas?
I also go with a draw, yeah.
Oh, you go on the safe side, or you want to see the playoff?
There's no safe result in this position.
Okay, what about you, Peter?
Well, I agree that my emotions carried me maybe away, but I'm a man of honor and I stick to my principle, and I say that I go with a Fabi win.
Okay, so I go with Sindarov then.
You're going with Sindarov win in such position, but how it can happen, Judith? Can you explain
As we've seen some things in this event, everything can happen.
Yes, that's
right?
for sure.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
I will
right.
Then we will just appreciate your intuition. It's just,
Well, look at the Fabiano's time.
It's true.
But I would love to see a draw, so we have more fun.
Playoff, of course. Yes.
And of course, that is my wish. But look at that Sindarov's heartbeat.
Yes, of course.
139 suddenly, 138.
By the way, d6 is a computer suggestion, but you need to deal with move like knight e5.
It's a very tough move.
Yeah.
D6.
No, I think h takes g4 is the human move.
Is the human move, yes.
But then you have to deal with queen takes e7 as well.
Yeah, but queen e7, okay.
Then thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're happy to get into an endgame.
Exactly, where only I can press and clock situation is nothing. Yeah, rook b8.
Not important at all.
No, this is no
longer important.
No, but he takes d takes c6. Wow, Fabi is
nerves of steel.
Fabi is an
engine. This is amazing nerves.
Incredible.
Well, can we do the poll again maybe now?
No, I'm sticking with my stuff anyway, but I'm not sure that I'm more happy after DC6.
But let's have a look for this knight e5 complication, which is a human approach, knight c6.
But you are after knight takes c6,
and I go
you will be pinned.
King b1. What is?
Yes, but you are pinned, luckily, yeah. So okay, I have seen the engine move, so I will not say it. It's not my move. It's engine move.
No, actually, suddenly I think you did bet is also in discuss.
This makes sense. Giving a check and then trading and playing knight e6.
And knight e6, but then still you're.
Yeah, but it would be fair to switch.
And moves like knight d4.
Switch
what
off
is your response to knight d4 here?
Switch
our
off.
evaluation, and then you're not teasing me with my judgment.
I think on knight d4, after knight e6, you need to play rook a6. You need to play such a move. Because bishop d4, bishop a8 feels not enough to my...
All right, we have moves. So knight e5
knight e5 on the board.
Bishop f6 played.
Yeah.
Bishop f6.
Yeah, knight c6 he will play. King a8 he need to find.
I would only just say one thing, because we got carried away with the excitement here in this game, that Magnus has equalized already the position. So knowing what happened before, it's already a step in the right direction for Magnus. Maybe the bird's eye view would help us to get a feel for all the positions.
That's a good idea, I think.
Yes.
We can do a bird's eye view and then probably go back to this one. For the moment, it's just we need to stick with this. But let's see what's going on with the other games in the bird's eye view for a moment.
Let's see also the time. And heart rate of players.
Wow, okay, so we see that both sides castled. Vincent relied on this knight b6, knight c4 idea. Magnus wanted to make sure that that does not happen, so he even sacrificed the pawn with b3, queen takes c3. Now the big question is the equality because it's enough compensation for Magnus, or he can maybe even hope for initiative? That's the big question, because if it's only enough for equalizing, that's very bad news for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm completely agree with this statement, because if he needs to play like something like e5, king c2, king c2, bishop e6, knight f6, bishop f5, and then black forces some kind of massive exchanges, it might end up in a draw. And he would not be able to post
practical problems
to Vincent, yes. So
can we just pull up the Carlsen Keymer game only for 2 minutes just to see and understand, because this is going to be a long game. So after that we can go back to the firework game between Fabiano and Sindarov, because this is so solid. It's like probably their heart rate is nowhere close to the other match.
Yes, and it's also only move 16 or 17. Something.
By the way, I come up with idea for white here to play queen c3, bishop c3, and try bishop d6. Like if you are playing must-win game, this is the idea that crossed my mind. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks quite powerful.
And then the knights are kind of stranded there.
Yeah, and on h5, can I try something like king b1 or something? I think it's impossible actually. Like maybe in response you can play.
I can make the moves
a5,
then. Yeah, yes. Just queen takes c3, bishop takes c3, bishop d6. What we are.
And h5, bishop a5 is healing black here. Yeah.
What? H5?
H5 and then bishop E5,
ideally
trying to
is hidden.
simplify.
Yes, of course. If the knight moves, then black goes bishop E5. That would be great.
So this is what I believe Magnus is thinking of, and he has a dilemma that, okay, the position is quite normal and reasonable, but how to play that I keep the most option for me to win by giving the most difficult questions to Vincent, so he may go wrong with his decisions. And actually, it's not something that I would be happy to have with white at this stage of the match.
Yes, because it's a very concrete position also. Yeah, it's move per move if the queens are traded. If black consolidates, it's over. Yeah, so basically white has no right to allow black to consolidate.
We asked Nicholas just to update us on evaluation, and then we will jump back to the great action.
Yeah, basically the advantage has decreased here for Vincent, but as you guys have been saying, we will have a queen trade, we will have maybe some more trades. I guess what white should try is to go e5 here indeed, as Vladimir also pointed out, with the idea of knight f6. And now if h5, knight f6, you actually cannot take, or you should not take this pawn on e5, because there is knight fe4 and hitting the bishop on c3, also having some ideas of knight d6, and white has strong initiative even though he is down 2 pawns. So instead black would need to play the move rook e6 here, when it doesn't seem like white can pose so many problems.
Like
and
knight f3, bishop e1, rook e1.
Say again, please.
Knight f3, bishop e1, rook e1, and evaluation is only minus 1.
Vladimir just wants to give up Magnus's rook.
Oh, you're seeing the
artistic, yeah.
Yes, that's quite interesting, actually.
It's scary for black. This whole stuff that the rook has to go to e6 was kind of only move, not obvious at all.
Yeah,
you don't like it.
White is having some funny concept in their pocket, so they can still try to pose practical problems for black. So it's not all over here. It's not protected action for Vincent yet.
Actually, wait a second. So after e5, can I not play h5? Can I try to bring my knight back to c6?
Yes.
Is that an option? And I may be setting up bishop b4 also.
And once again, knight e4 is the thing to deal with. Knight e4, bishop e1.
Until we have Vladimir in the office here, we will see this exchange sacrifice.
Actually, queen c3, bishop c3 on the board. We're gonna see e5 pretty soon. I'm sure about it, because it's the only principle, and in a must-win situation, it's the only move basically that white can try.
Yeah, he has to challenge Vincent. But I think it's time for us to go back to the Fabiano game, because their things have been
very hot.
Very, very hot, and there is a lot at stake there. And of course, we'll see if it's going to be a decisive game or not.
So,
but how to evaluate this one?
What happened?
So Fabiano played here rook a6 to protect himself, like to protect his action in this game. So now, after knight e7, queen e7, it's all like two results game, yeah?
Black is slightly better, but white has very good drawing chances, yeah?
Yeah, so it's not like decisive advantage for black anymore.
Yeah, not anymore.
Let's go back to Nicholas to break it down for us.
On the other side, it's protected game for Fabiano, so he can
in time trouble, it's very comfortable.
Yeah, he can feel some relief, and he can try for a long grind in this endgame after rook a6, knight e7, queen e7.
So in this position, like you just said, Vladimir, Fabiano chose a practical move, rook a6, which clears matters, but also gives away a huge chunk of his advantage. He should have either gone rook b8, which is definitely not an obvious move to put the rook on an attacked square.
Or he should find this
bishop f5
the
check,
variation I highlighted. d3, rook e1, knight e6, knight d4, and rook a6 only move, I believe.
Oof, yeah.
Rook a6 is only move, yeah? Not rook c8.
Rook a6,
yeah. Rook
c8 is also an idea.
But not an only, yeah.
Yeah, but
rook
a6
c8
also
with the back rank issues for white.
So here maybe bishop d5, king f7, but you just get a much better version of this.
And at knight c5 is an important move to be highlighted.
Yes, so this would have been a winning continuation. Instead, being low on time, understandably, Caruana goes for simplifications. I mean, forcing the trade on e7 right away. Now queen takes, and this is the current position, where white should actually trade queen, should trade queens, which is a bit counterintuitive given that it feels like the king is still weak, but apparently the best chance to go into the endgame, because long term, I guess, black will have great attacking chances against the white king.
Yeah.
But I think it will be nice if we can pull up also the players that we see them also apart from our board to see, because it must be very stressful, and it's nice to see the players' faces and body language, what we can read from that. And I think this is a very interesting point, actually, because Sindarov, of course, I mean, what's the psychology? I want to keep the queens, I want to get more chances. If I exchange, he understands that actually probably he's the one who is the underdog here. And after the queen exchange, the time element also has less important than if we play
I
with the
feel
queen.
like he needs to change queens and he needs to trade the light square bishops.
And he knows it?
Yes, he needs to trade the bishops, because the two bishops otherwise will create very powerful threats against white's king on b1. Takes, bishop d5, and then go d4, open up the position so that the rooks will be able to play a good role.
That's actually why I would bet that Fabi will recapture on e7 with the bishop.
Wow.
Not to allow it. Like, not to allow in quite exchanging the last light square bishop, because then, obviously, their chances to draw this game out
Will be very high.
Very high, yeah. So I think he will recapture with the bishop.
Well, the big question is that with 4 minutes on the clock, is Fabi really thinking about what are the biggest chances to win, or he wants to squeeze while knowing that, okay, nothing can happen to me? Yeah? This is a very tricky kind of psychological situation, very individual kind of decision by everyone.
Do you think that Sindarov will take on e7?
Actually, it's also a good
I think it's a very serious question.
It's very serious.
Because
he might consider other moves.
I think he doesn't want to do it.
Like queen a4 check, for example.
Yeah.
But he will get checkmated.
Maybe.
But maybe, yes, I understand, yes.
Maybe he will still run for it. Like he will run for something like queen a4, d4.
d4.
Or queen a4 and bishop d5.
Yes.
And then d4,
Yeah.
So, for example, queen a4 check,
because,
what do we play?
I mean, after queen e7, you know that you're the one who is fighting for a draw, and there is not going to be a chance that you're going to win that.
Yeah, after queen e7, you run out of all practical winning chances.
So let's see.
So it's very hard decision to make.
It's very hard to push yourself to exchange, right?
Yeah,
especially
to accept
before,
the reality. Yeah?
Especially that before he had such a promising position and he felt it that he was it needs a lot of strength to admit to yourself what
That
is
you have to
reality.
you
And
have to
maybe you
switch,
still
yeah.
want to stay in the dreams. And dreaming of having a good position.
But normally, lot of time helps. Yeah, that lot of time helps to calm yourself down, adjust to the new situation. That's one of the problems. If the switch happens in time trouble, then normally you go with your emotions, with the flow. But with lot of time, you can somehow say stop.
But this is a clear point where age matters and experience matters.
Matters, yeah.
Well,
hopefully there is some advantage of being experienced. Yeah?
I'm far away.
No, in this tournament I actually changed my mind quite a lot about the experience of like experience that player advantage. I don't believe it works in the way it used to many years ago. Yeah.
You think so?
I think something changed in our game, in modern game nature of chess, let's say. Yeah.
But sometimes
that
I
it's
think,
less useful.
But in decision making, I think it does. I'm not saying the older ones are making better decisions, but I think many times we make different decisions according to our experience.
Mm-hmm.
I still remember when I was 19, and I'm far away from that already.
Yeah, also the nerves, everything. Yeah, making the decisions under time pressure.
Understanding
like
the
this.
consequences.
Yes, yes.
Yes, understanding of consequences. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you understand that well. I mean, I played so many times in such a situation that no, I keep my queen. I want to keep my option to win, my opponent to make mistake. And then with time you understand that, okay, don't get so emotional, don't get so ambitious. It will be good to make a draw and go and play off.
Yeah.
Yeah, very crucial decision.
Very
And-
crucial moment, actually.
Yeah, and Sindarov is taking his time. He's not shaking the chair so much, which is a little bit surprising to me.
worrisome.
Knowing that, and he goes
And
for
He
Queen
goes for
E4.
Queen A4. Yes,
I
we
told you
expected,
guys
yeah.
that the
Yeah,
age
this
is
is
not
a young
helping.
guy's play. Yeah, yeah.
This
Ooh.
is the spirit. Maybe he will regret it, but he's proud of himself moving
will.
out of
He
exchange.
will regret it.
And the question.
I can tell you. I can tell you. Yeah, no, against Fabi, it might work against me, but not against Fabi.
He is the man, he is the boy, he is the guy who chose to play against Nakamura.
Yes,
right?
that's true.
Yes.
He is the one.
He
So
is
let's
a
see.
brave guy.
His bravery will pay off.
And
or-
now Fabi is shaking the chair because, wait a second, my opponent doesn't go for the queen trade. He gives me the chance to checkmate him. Look at those bishops. Bishop e6, bishop f6. Black just needs a move like rook b6.
Bishop
hitting
d5 will be
b2.
on the board.
What do you think? Bishop d5 will be on the board, or he will
Will
come
be.
up with some?
No, bishop
d4
d5.
move.
He
I
was
mean,
So
about
he
to move
will-
the bishop already.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we will
I
see.
mean-
If he plays bishop d5, then it's kind
No,
of...
bishop e4. No,
Yeah, it's
no,
played.
bishop d5, of course. Yeah,
Bishop d5 is played, yeah.
Bishop e4 would not be a move at all. Yeah, bishop d5 had to be played.
yeah, this is, like I'm not exchanging the queen because I want to win. I want to keep this option, but I want to get rid of your bishop just in case. So he wants to keep the tension there.
Yeah,
and
but
time is
I think
running.
what young players sometimes can forget to take into account is, do I increasing my chances to lose this game eventually?
Yes.
Yeah, they're thinking in a positive way all the time. And with ages, you first checks the possible negative outcomes of your decision.
Yeah, but also there is this aspect that for Sindarov, Fabi is a little bit like the old guy. But in my mind, Fabi is not old enough to be
play
doing
like
this.
this,
Yeah,
yes.
you have to wait 10 more years. Not at the moment. Yeah, you cannot play like this against the nerves of Fabi. Fabi still has nerves of steel and enough time. And 30 seconds bonus per move. This is not a blitz game. It's not 5 seconds, not 10 seconds. It's 30.
Yeah, I think he overestimates his time advantage here, like for the whole game.
No, but I think
that's what made him blind at some moment.
Yeah.
But he wanted to give himself a chance to win this game.
Yeah,
He
really
couldn't
wanted
accept the
to win,
fact
yeah.
that he goes for something for a long game, because after the queen exchange, it
Yeah.
would be for a long game, and to imagine that I cannot win the game, it is so painful. I can feel for him.
Yeah,
It's so painful to understand that you cannot win the game.
it's extremely painful to accept that you did something wrong and now the table turned around and you need to accept a new reality
Actually,
in which you need to play for only one result, which is a draw.
I'm very curious, what was his judgment when he decided to play Queen A4? I would be extremely curious to know his way of
Thoughts
mindset.
process, yeah.
Yeah, that he understood how big danger he's giving to himself. But let's see when he's going to be playing d4, for example, because I think that will be very important to block the bishop on f6, right?
Okay, but now do you deal with bishop f5 check? Then I can avoid the trade of bishops. So you either take on e6 and then I activate my knight, or you let me play bishop f5 and keep all the pieces.
It's interesting, Peter, that finally this knight from f8, he's coming to the game.
For the
and-
first time
For
in
the
the
first
game,
time,
yes.
and he will be such a brilliant
Monster.
piece for the rest of this game.
Yeah.
It's funny because
it's maybe a key factor of black advantage that this knight is getting to some fresh air and he is running to d4, c5, all kind of squares inside of white position, and going to be a tremendous attacking force for black. So it's such a huge changes in life for this knight on f8,
Yeah,
which
it's
was
funny.
almost dead for the whole game. And now it changed.
Move 27, and the knight did not make a single move, and there were crazy actions in this game. It happens very rarely in classical.
Well, it was resting, yeah? It was resting so that when the time comes, I can do my best, yeah? Go with all full speed. Wow. Okay, no, I'm not seeing Sindarov surviving this, honestly.
Yeah. Peter, I think you was the only person who believed in this knight on the fate for the whole game. That suddenly it will activate and play some role in.
I kept faith in Fabi, but ever since that Sindarov went along the wrong direction, yeah. If he would have spent half an hour there at the critical moment and calculate all these incredible, insane computer lines, which he's capable, if he would have forced himself to think at the right moment, he would have calculated all those lines, but he rushed. And,
okay, so what about taking on e6? We can make our board there, analyzing board on the screen. So if we can switch and we can just show some lines, bishop a6, what would you be playing?
I think with white I would play like knight e6, queen e4 concept to centralize my queen. E4. Yeah.
Queen e4.
And then d4, yeah. And rook e2, something like this.
Okay, I sidestep with the queen to d7.
Didn't you want to go d4 immediately?
I want to bring my queen. To the center.
But why?
Just to achieve some kind of
But
central,
wait a second, I can even play rook b6, d4, queen b4.
You can get it like... I will play a3, I will play like a3, d4 what you play?
No.
Rook b4, queen e6.
No, rook b6, queen d4, I play queen b4. I play queen b4.
And I play rook e2, for example.
Wow, and I'm taking with a tempo on d4. You don't have a single check.
Yeah, rook e2. I just want to pin yourself somehow and exchange queens. Yeah.
Okay, but...
Yes,
okay,
still he will be forced to exchange queens at some point.
I will play rook d6. Okay, this is fantastic. Maybe I can even play for a win with better moves, but... Okay, white is tied down and...
It's
horrible.
Let's go back and let Peter show us if I don't play queen e4, but I go d4.
Yeah.
Take on a6.
Bishop e6, knight e6, d4.
Yeah.
Natural.
Yeah, it's the most natural. Yeah.
Maybe I thought queen d6.
Queen d6, yeah, just stepping away and enjoying.
But I'm not sure it's so easy for black to convert.
Well, but the point is that if you push d5, I think I'm going to checkmate you, so you will have to give the d4 pawn just like this.
I'm not going to make you to play d5 so you can checkmate there. No.
Okay.
I'm going to keep my lovely pawn on d4.
Okay.
Okay, so...
Yeah, we see the
but
trade.
then it's very hard to find any kind of concept for it after d4, queen d6.
Yeah.
What? They are discussing game, it's a draw.
What? They agree.
How it's a...
No, first of all, you cannot offer draw. This is
draw.
Yeah, this is what Fabi says, that wait a second, first of all, you are not allowed to...
He offered a draw, but
he cannot.
He cannot actually.
Under move 40, you can't offer a draw.
But anyway, Fabi says, I want to continue.
No, of course,
so
it's an easy...
But it was, did you see, he made the move and he left. And of course, Fabi was very clever to reply with the move because his time was ticking.
But wait a second, what are the rules? Isn't a wrong claim, for example, giving some extra time for the player?
Maybe he should have claimed now
he could have
two additional minutes. Yeah.
Yes, he could
but
have
he
claimed.
didn't. Yeah, because he doesn't want to
stop the game.
To stop the game.
Exactly.
Which can allow his opponent to calm down and maybe find some kind of
but yeah, basically now we see that queen a4 check was not played with the intention of winning. Yeah, just one move later already he is offering a draw. It's simply that d4 played. Of course, white has.
But
I think he misjudged position somehow. Yeah.
But you know, I have the feeling that if in this position Sindarov offers a draw and it would be legal, but in this tournament it's not because under move 40 you cannot offer a draw. Do you think Fabi would have accepted?
No
way. No way. I don't think he would have accepted.
He was even shocked that not only the rules do not agree that you offer a draw, but I'm not. Also. Yes, I'm thinking about winning this game in next couple of moves. What are you talking about? No, it was a pure shock. And now the question is that how Sindarov will react to this fact that first of all he made the wrong claim. I do remember that in Dresden Chess Olympiad in 2008. I did offer a draw to Chucky on, I don't know, move 22. Move 22. I had the white pieces. The opening didn't went well, and I completely forgot that they introduced that you have to wait till 30 move. And I offered draw, and of course I lost that game in 150 moves later on. But I already sensed that, and Chucky of course said, "No, sorry, we continue."
We continue.
Yes. And I felt so bad, that I offered draw, and I'm anyway worse, and I got punished in the right way. But I was fighting for the team. I knew that for our team it would have been so important that I saved the game. But finally I went on to lose.
Yeah, that was not a fun game. I think 2008 was the first event when they introduced it in the Olympiad.
It was the first.
So this was the kind of semi-Sofia rule. I think you both played in complete Sofia rule tournaments. Like in my example, I didn't play any full kind of Sofia rules tournament.
I'm also
and
not
you,
sure.
you guys probably played both.
You know what is interesting? Like, I played my first tournament, I think, in 94 with the Sofia rule, because in...
When Sofia did not exist yet. In 94.
No, you will be surprised. It was the first time that they were coming up with this idea. It was Linares.
Linares, 1994.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Rentero.
And you know, they came to me also, and they wanted everybody to sign that you don't agree draw under 40. And I remember I was so insulted with my image of the fighter, like crazy. I said, no, come on, I play my games, I'm not signing this.
I don't need to sign it,
I really
always
felt insulted.
Games,
And let's see, Queen B7.
Yeah, was the first computer choice actually.
And
now
move.
Yeah, Rook D2, and now apparently there is the sensational stuff, and Fabi is about to make a move. Will he spot this incredible tactic that the computer shows? Knight D4, Rook D4, Rook D6.
He will not play Knight
D4. What engine should rest?
No,
just
Rook B6.
Queen B6? What's happening?
No, of course, he played Rook B6.
He played Rook B6. He don't need.
It's also good. Yeah.
He don't need to play so many funny moves like.
But show us, Peter. This was beautiful.
And how was it?
Knight D4, Rook D4, Rook D6, Rook E1. Can you find the move?
Yes, that one.
Without computer.
Yes, exactly. This is.
Let's find the move without computer after.
Well, I think that probably Queen
let's
G2,
show it,
no?
Nicholas, but you need to switch off the engine.
I think that Queen G2. Yes, Queen G2.
Queen G2?
Oh my God.
Think Queen G2.
And Rook D4, Rook D... No.
And
what is the threat?
Well, I did not also understand the threat yet, but it was my move. Somehow it signaled to me, but I haven't seen the threat yet.
Queen F2.
Queen F2 is the threat. Crazy. And the pin...
No, the threat is Queen F2. Just calm move like this. No, this is unfindable.
No, Bishop D4, Queen G1 is
this is almost unfindable.
Bishop D4 and
Queen G1 it's also, but unbelievable construction. Okay, anyway, we have to stick to the game. Yeah, Rook B6 is good enough because, Black just puts the pressure. White is fighting for his life, but how? On the other hand, also, let's get an update. At least I will take a look at the Vincent game that after the move, things are escalating. Also super risky and super dangerous position for both. Actually,
I do believe for Black at the moment. I think White escaped the old danger.
Yeah, this is...
With such a pawn on D6, material is equal. Suddenly all pieces are placed well for Magnus.
Actually, I feel like since Fabi is in a total control, and he is low on the clock, but he is not in any danger. He's putting the pressure. We could switch back because the other game probably has now much more tension.
Yes.
I want to see the body language, the way how...
We have some funny number there. I hope it's not true.
I want to see Magnus's body language that now when he finally sees that...
I also hope it's not true, yeah.
So let's switch to the board of Magnus Carlsen. We can go, I think, also on a close-up.
Yes, we can.
So let's see, because it is nice to see the players also.
However, we have to see the clock.
Is he wearing today heart rate sensor? We saw it before, or he is not wearing it?
No, he's wearing it, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes the connection is not ideal.
But why? So sometimes it's not working. Okay?
Look at the body language. Yeah, for the first time we see Magnus like the game really started.
Well, this is probably the point. He was never having such a
Yes.
position that he considers that, okay, let's dive in and I will have real chances, right? I mean, he has a beautiful pawn on d6.
He actually missed a great chance if you just go back to a few moves, Peter, on the game.
After
After
E5,
D5.
After
E5,
D5.
D5.
You should have
He
played
could
King
have
C2.
played King C2 with idea of Bishop D2, King D2, and then he dominates the whole
Wow,
board.
but okay, this is very different.
This is amazing fish random
Yes.
concept.
First of all, Vincent spent something like 20 minutes before going d5 because he was not feeling comfortable after e5. Clearly being afraid of this exchange sacrifice with knight e4 that also Vladimir highlighted. So the move d5 was based on the fact that, okay, let me stop knight e4 at all costs.
But let's face it, what kind of self-control you have to have not to capture that en passant?
Yeah.
I mean, it's so tempting to
it's
have
extremely tempting.
such a passed pawn, right?
But also after e6, you need to calculate variations like Bishop D2, King D2, Knight C4.
Yeah,
Those
probably
kind of
he was.
variations.
Yeah, he was.
But I think he did it, yeah, and he evaluated it in his favor. So
Yes.
that's why he played.
And Vincent played the top computer choice after e6, bishop e6. It was the reason why he played d5. Probably he relied on this bishop e6 move. And the game is dramatic, full of tension. Of course, in order to understand everything, we would need Nicholas's analysis because I don't think that in a couple of seconds we can understand what's really happening here.
Yeah, it's very hard to navigate in such position. But what would be your intuitive choice here, Judith? What to play as white now?
As
On
white?
Bishop a6 as white, yeah.
Phew, that's a tough thing because I don't know what to do with my knight on g4. I would want to go knight e5 somehow to centralize my knight, but I'm also afraid that some tactics are going to happen. Though I
something
think,
like Bishop b3, for example.
yeah, bishop b3, though I'm kind of open to give up one pawn for one of the bishops for black. I mean, to lose your bishop pair, even for giving up a pawn. So knight e5, bishop b3, a b3.
Yeah, and rook e5.
Rook e5, bishop e5, and then somehow start coming with my knight, knight e4.
Yeah, and knight b3 check.
Yeah, I understand that I'm not really taking care of my pawns for the moment.
Yeah, and maybe then he can drop knight c4 on king b1. On king c2 I have knight d4. So.
I don't know, should I make moves or?
You can.
Yes, I
yeah,
can.
we
Yes?
can.
Okay.
We can make.
So
that,
we are discussing now the move knight e5, and then the consequences of bishop takes b3. I'm not sure that I want to take it, but okay. Yeah, first question. Yeah, what happens after bishop?
No,
b3?
it's just the first line. We anyway must calculate it if you want to play knight e5. So
actually, knight
let's do
b3
this.
is also possible.
Yeah, knight
you know?
b3 is
Yeah,
possible.
knight b3 is possible,
instead
but
of a3.
the same response. Knight b3, b3, rook e5 would be played.
Yeah, but there, for example, black is not better even you have a pawn up.
No, but I don't need to be better in this game. I need to.
Of course.
I need not to lose this game. I need to
Yes.
remember it.
Yes. In
Yeah.
this position.
My
one
job is not to win this game, just to not to lose it.
Well, okay, for Magnus, critical moment, yeah, because he knows that he has to put pressure. How does he put pressure? And he has to find
Maybe
a good
knight
way.
f2. We need to retreat and somehow regroup for the fight. Yeah.
He played rook g1, protecting the knight, so he wants to keep the knight on g4.
It looks awkward, but it's the best move according to a computer.
Wow.
Well, maybe it's a very important decision because now the d2 knight frees.
Yes.
Goes out of the pin from e1 the rook, so knight e4 is a
Okay,
threat.
intuitively I wanted to go bishop f5. I don't know if it's correct or not, but I would.
But
love
then
to
knight
make that.
h6 you
Knight
allow,
h6, yes. This is what
You allow some.
disturbs me.
I think rook g1 was a key moment in this game to keep on and posing problem for
Vincent.
He has more time. Magnus went down under 7 minutes, but
Yeah.
I mean, of course, Magnus took on d6. He wants to have that passed pawn, just in case. And it's a protected one by the bishop, not by a pawn, but it is very stably a passed pawn which you will not lose. Right? It will be there for some time.
Yeah, and it feels it's hard to navigate as black now.
I'm pretty
Very
sure
difficult to
that
navigate.
Rook G1 was missed by Vincent.
Or underestimated.
Or
no?
underestimated.
It
Yeah, you
wasn't-
can't really say that you don't see it or blunder,
Yes.
right?
You think like, okay, I will deal with Rook G1. It's not
You're
that
just not
worrying.
paying attention to such a
Yes.
move.
By the way, Fabi is at this point completely winning.
Oh, so he
Just-
improved, yeah?
Yes, the attack will be too strong apparently. And
Yeah, so now knight f3 is threatened, everything is threatened, so
Yeah, no
we might
surprise
see this
there.
game.
being over very
Being
soon,
over
in
very
fact,
soon,
yes.
yeah.
Yes.
Maybe we can switch back because
To see the
Something
last
will-
moments, yeah. Also,
No?
this is dramatic, yeah.
We
it-
can, yes, yes.
Yeah,
I
if
think
we
it
could
will be
have
over soon.
both, that would be fantastic, yeah.
we can't have everything. But
Yes.
this will be a long game, I think. And there is a good chance that Fabi's game will come to an end, maybe.
Looking at the boards right now, there's a chance we might not have any tie breaks today. As also in the other matches, there are clear advantages for one of the players. But yeah, let's go to Fabi.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go to Fabian, and we need to have a look at least once for games for 5th and 8th place, I believe.
No, until
You
the
don't-
time continue, no, we will have to focus on.
Focus on Magnus against Winner.
Yes, exactly, I understand, yeah, but we don't have time already.
Yeah, I'm actually feeling sorry for
Yes,
all the players
absolutely.
that we are not able to highlight their performances. today.
Absolutely, yeah. They are probably playing brilliant game. Yeah, for example, Alireza played a masterpiece with all this b4, knight b2, knight c4, which computer was suggesting, and he found all these moves. But yeah, so what about White's king on b1? How is he surviving now? Fabi also played the move king h6, hiding the king far away from all checks.
That's a very professional approach.
Yes.
Well, you just can't stop knight f3, right?
Well, but knight f3, there's queen f4 check, but it,
Bishop,
then queen f8 check. Yeah, this is not yet the...
there, right now?
G5.
Oh,
Wow, because the queen from b7, protects the knight on f3, and the rook from b6 protects the bishop on f6. So queen f4 check runs
So he
into
wants
g5.
to go rook f2, I believe.
Or rook z4, rook b2, king c4. No, this is, never works. Okay.
But even then, knight f3 might be possible.
Yeah, he goes
Yeah,
rook
he goes for
f2.
it.
So is knight f3 still possible?
Also knight f3, queen f4.
Carlsen.
Also some knight e2.
Yeah, knight
what
f3,
about
queen-
knight e2?
Oh,
No, knight e2. Rook e2, queen h1 check.
Wow,
Yeah, knight
this
e2
is
is
amazing
winning
find.
on the spot,
But
no?
what on rook f6?
Rook
Knight
b2.
e2, rook
Rook-
f6?
Rook b2, king a1. and-
Knight c3, yeah, and
Queen
queen
f4.
f4 check. Yeah,
Queen
king,
Just
G,
put it
king
on the board, put it
g7,
on
it
the board.
continues actually.
Wow. Okay, I don't know. Maybe knight e2 is a blunder.
but still.
let's see.
King g7, rook
Let's
g6
see.
check, it would be a checkmate.
Yes, so rook takes f6.
Knight c3.
Thank you very much.
Yes. That is
Thank you very much.
Knight c3, this was the
Yes.
idea, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. This is important, yeah.
Wow, then okay, knight e2 just wins the game on the spot.
But
Opens
okay,
up
let's
the
go
diagonal.
until the very end. After knight e2, rook 1 to e2,
Yeah, queen h1 check.
King c2,
king c2,
Okay, rook takes
rook b2,
King
king
d3.
d3.
Run for your life.
queen d5
Okay.
check,
I'm running.
queen d5.
King e3,
bishop g5,
rook f4,
and queen
e5.
e5, queen e4,
Queen
bishop
e4.
f4 check. Queen f4
Let's
is not
show it on
possible.
our board.
Yeah, gf
Show it,
and
show it.
rook e2, yeah.
Yes. So this is the line we are calculating. Fabi calculates the same. There is no way he is not spotting this.
Yeah,
Actually,
he will
knight
play
e2
it.
and knight f3 are winning.
Yeah, both, but knight
both.
e2 feels like the perfect ending for this game.
To make it the move of the day.
Yeah, no, for sure, 100%.
Queen d5.
Queen d5.
Queen d5.
Yes, my mouse is suddenly
Okay.
playing games.
And
King
then on
e3.
king e3, bishop g5.
Rook f4 and queen e5 check. Yeah, that was
Queen
our
e4,
variation, yeah.
and then takes and takes on e2 and take the queen.
Yeah, but king f3 is the best move here.
Yes,
Instead
okay,
of
just
j
highlighting
takes
that
f4, yeah.
this would be boom, 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 and ending in a win for black. So all eyes on Fabi. Knight e2 is kind of a crazy move.
But he played knight
he played
f3.
knight. Okay, professional.
Also good enough.
Yes.
But on rook e2, he plays knight d2 check now.
Yeah. The same
With the
idea.
same idea.
No,
All the
because
same.
queen h1, rook d1.
There is a defense on the d1 square.
Yes. Yeah.
So what's the point after
What-
rook e2?
yeah. What is the move actually?
Actually, he would need to go back, more or less, knight d4, and then play knight e2.
Yeah.
Wow, so he missed the
He needs
92
to find
shot.
this idea.
And he's down to a minute. This
He
is
needs
not
to find
tricky.
this idea of knight e2, otherwise it's not over yet.
So he needs to find this long variation. Yeah, but he can repeat like
Rook e2 is on the board.
Knight d4 he can repeat. Yeah.
So
Can
let's
repeat,
see.
but he has 1 minute left. to
Only
find
1
this.
minute.
He might be just simply going back and gaining time, right?
No, but if he plays something else, yeah,
goes back.
He goes back. Yeah, he's gaining time. I think he's seeing that knight f3 he could repeat, and he's seeing this variation with knight e2. But
Well, it's not
he
much
just
of a
took
gain.
little bit more of a time to figure out.
Okay,
how it
I don't know if he has more time than before because he wasn't blitzing out his move. Yeah,
Yes.
he was
I mean-
showing some sign of uncertainty.
Yes, if you have seen knight e2 and calculated, you just play it. So knight f3 is showing some insecurity, and he has 1 minute now to figure it out. I mean, there are other moves. He can play king h7, bishop g7. He doesn't have to do something
But
now.
then why did he play king h6? Yeah,
No,
this is
but it drops some pieces
course.
of advantage. So
Yes, yes.
the game will continue for long if he is not finding knight e2 now. It will continue.
Well, he's under a minute.
Oh, wow.
He needs
What a
to
moment.
find it.
Yeah, I believe if he is not finding knight e2, then
There are chances to survive. the
yeah,
game.
there are chances to survive for white. Yeah, because he will also have this kind of bitter feeling of missing
Missing something, yeah.
Yeah, and it's very very dangerous.
Only 30
under,
seconds.
under time trouble.
But you need to see this check on h1. That's such an important idea.
But it's a long diagonal.
So
He goes
he is
right
down to
FC
22
again.
moves and he played knight f3
Wait a
again.
second, yeah.
Oh.
He cannot return.
But now he can't return. He need to
can't.
play
Something
other
else.
moves. So but he may repeat it.
No.
No, he cannot. Then it's third time. You stop the clock.
No,
and
but
you play
maybe
rook
he
e1.
will because he
No.
might get like under those tension.
Look
of
at
the
that. He
moment.
goes under
he
a
might play
minute.
knight d4 now. I believe
Oh.
and he does. And this is a draw now. Yeah, it's free-fault repetition for Sindarov.
No, what is Sindarov doing? Crazy.
But it's
It's
clear.
draw
Okay,
game.
no,
No.
This is the.
This is unimaginable
You
outcome
cannot,
of
of
this
course.
game.
You have to stop the clock. Go to the arbiter. Write it. down.
Yes, but
I
body
don't know.
language showed they understood
Okay,
that.
body
Okay.
language.
Such player like such pressure doesn't find this.
When Sindarov offered illegally draw, do you think he would accept? And I had the feeling that Fabi was like looking, and he was not looking around because he said it's an outraging offer. It was something he knew he cannot accept.
No. But this is crazy.
But okay, the fact that he may lose the match, it is quite annoying. And maybe he thinks that he's going to go on the...
Well, now
I
he
mean,
can lose the match in the playoff. He can lose the match.
I
now.
just
No,
hope-
but especially
Especially he will know that
He will
92
know-
was game over,
No,
finish.
but now I think it's very important that he's not meeting with anybody who tells him that in the final position knight e2 won.
everybody will tell.
Everybody will
in the playing hall will tell.
But they don't know because they're not allowed to come out and check it.
Well, the
I
players
do
will
believe
only
no.
have
He will
they
go
do.
outside and for sure somebody will tell
Yeah,
him
somebody will.
that.
There are some good people telling him and sharing this.
Or the other option, he will describe it himself. Like he will find it in his thought process at night.
Exactly,
it was possible.
92,
and,
yeah.
Okay.
He
But
missed
okay,
the
that
chance to
game
win.
ended. We have to focus on the Magnus game against Vincent. Time table is approaching. Magnus is putting pressure. He's better. First of all, he has pair of bishops. The material is equal. Even now for us, it's kind of easy to say that only white can be better here. The big question is how much, and the bishop on h1 can be a monster. The pair of bishop, the sleeping bishop comes to life. The light squares, the pawn on d6 is strong. Vincent in a lot of trouble now.
I think let's
Yeah,
give let's give the floor to Nicholas. What has happened in the last few moves until during the time we were watching the drama of the day between Fabiano and Sindarov. So, Nicholas?
Yeah, I'm still recovering from what we just saw. It looked like it was game over in the match, and then Caruana, blood time on the clock, he repeated moves. So let's see the current position, or let's see how we got here. You have the rook g1, which, Judith, you highlighted it. It was a really good move to keep the tension and not make it easy for black. Now, black should have gone maybe h5 or knight c6. Instead, Keymer made an inaccuracy. He went bishop to f5. Knight h6, a good move, trying to trade the bishop. And this is what happened. And now knight c4 was played. Maybe there was a better move like rook g3 or king c2. But also after knight c4, white does have a bit of an advantage here. The knights should be traded. And then you have the bishop here. You have your pawn on d6. And definitely there are questions to be answered. What is good for Keymer is that he still has a bit of a time advantage. But yes, this is maybe exactly the kind of position you did not want to get against Magnus Carlsen in this game, Judith.
So now I will ask my usual question. What would you think? What will be the outcome of the game? Vladimir? What will be the result?
I'm now betting on Magnus making comeback here because, yeah, I trust him in such positions. I think it's very unpleasant to have such a game on board with a low time against the best endgame players of the world. So yeah, it's a hard time for Vincent. We saw him handling hard situation during the tournament, but this feels like absolutely key moment for him.
Yeah, it's also a shift, yeah, that before everything was under control, he looked very safe. He knew exactly that he plays a good game, and all of a sudden somehow Magnus managed with this beastly pawn sacrifice, going with e4, e5 to unbalance the position, get the initiative, and now actually Vincent needs to find the super computer move after knight takes c4, which is natural, b takes c4. The computer says that the move rook e8 to e3 is the key move. I feel that if Vincent is not finding the move rook e3, then he cannot really hold the game. If he finds rook e3 this super move, then he also deserves to hold. But even then, the game is just beginning. Super tough moment for him.
He trades.
So I think from now it would be really interesting for us to know heart rate of players, because we are pretty much in the clutch of this game, in clutch times. So it is interesting not only for us but and for our viewers as well. So I would like to know what's going on with Vincent and Magnus' heart rate under such a pressure.
Yeah, let's see if we can get them up. The heart rates after two players would be nice to know indeed. But you can feel the tension already. Both players are very concentrated right now. And let's remind ourselves, Magnus has to win to equalize the match and take it to a tiebreaks. A draw would mean he is out of contention for the title.
Nicholas, what do you think? What will be the outcome of the game?
I think Magnus will win. Yes,
Magnus
that will be my
win.
prediction. Peter?
Yes, I told you, if not for rook e3, Vincent needs to find this super move. That's why let me highlight it one more time. Just with some... No, he almost, but he plays rook e2. Okay,
which is not far worse according to the engine.
Yeah,
it's also very human.
It's a human move. Yeah, you activate the rook if you are in doubt. Yeah, get the rook to the second rank. I have never seen, and that's why I was highlighting this rook e3, that you always go to the second rank. Why do you go to an empty square on the third rank with rook e3? It's humanly impossible to understand.
Well, practically, it's completely impossible to understand rook e3, I think. So we can't blame Vincent for not playing that move. It's very logical. At the same time, I want to go back to the moment when I said that giving up a pawn and getting one of the black's bishop, it is something increasing the chances for white, right? So this is where we are, and
But wait a second, Magnus played the move rook g2. Now can't I take and play bishop b4? Am I not liquidating somehow? Is that an option? Apparently not.
Well, you can trade on g2 for sure, and it definitely helps black to get some pieces off.
Exchange and bishop h3.
Bishop h3, yes, but
so
can
even
I give
you
the pawn?
trade a lot of pieces.
But h7 pawn is hanging at the end. This is the problem.
Many things are.
But you know, after rook g2, already rook e3 would be a logical move to go out. But he exchanged the rook.
Yeah, he exchanged.
Yeah, takes.
King d7 now should be played.
Magnus is very happy. We can see that he's confident. He has already something to play for.
And he's up on the clock. He collected the 30 seconds.
But that is changing, shifting back and forth who has more time. But right now, Magnus, maybe for the first time in the game, he has more time.
And the line that we discussed here, that black would love to play bishop b5, I got very excited about this possibility. That takes bishop h3, going after the f5 pawn, and rook f8 can be met by probably rook f1.
Or just a3, rook d5.
Or a3, rook d5, yeah, and the f5 pawn will be falling.
Well, it's very slippery for Vincent right now.
Yeah.
He's very much on the edge.
Yeah, I don't know how about your experience, but in my opinion, it's sometimes really tricky to navigate some.
He will play bishop before, of course.
Because it's very hard in those endgames to remember that there is some kind of tactical problems and possibilities. You tend to play those kind of moves which are logical and follow some positional trend, but sometimes it's all about calculation process. Yeah.
Yes, but okay, basically with little time on the clock, you have to play bishop. I mean, you don't even see any other candidate moves. Okay, otherwise white has the pair of bishops. You have the weaknesses. You are not changing the character of the game. Yeah, so bishop h3, c5, rook f1 comes, and you feel like you have to use this moment to trade and give the pawn and maybe set up some blockade with the knight against the bishop. But the h7 pawn, I feel like if that pawn would be on h6, it could make a very huge impact.
Yeah, I think it would be survivable.
Yes.
Like, yeah. But still, bishop before knight before a3, for example, knight c6, bishop h3, and all the same problem even with pawn on h6. I'm thinking just tactically not working well enough. This move bishop before. But it's so tempting to play bishop before.
But it is very interesting
very hard to resist.
What can white do? Anything else than capture?
No, of course.
So why does Magnus really think?
Because he's also not happy that he has to depart from the pair of bishops. Yeah, this takes, and then bishop h3. It's a very special moment that suddenly white, thanks to this h7 hanging pawn. Otherwise, black goes rook f8, king d7, somehow sets up some blockade. It's understandable.
He takes.
He takes, of course. There is no other.
Yeah, I think Magnus spotted this because it's,
for sure he did.
It's pretty much in his style. He is always aware of those tactical possibilities in the simple endgames, and yeah, this is his kind of position.
Yes, can black after a6 go back with the knight to a6? So
yeah, I think this is the best try. Like you can try to set up some kind of fortress with knight c5 and b6 eventually. Like maybe that's what you should do, but. Yeah, it feels...
Maybe let's zoom in on the players because they're both quite low on time, and
I think Magnus calmed down completely. He knows that he get what he wanted for the whole game.
He has the best position he has ever had. He's pretty much close to winning, or he is winning now after bishop h3. a3 is also strong, and this is his chance. I mean, it looked really, really grim for him at some point during the game, but now after this mistake, bishop b4 in an uncomfortable position, now white definitely has all the chances to win this game.
Well, Magnus went down in time. He has only 2 minutes left, but I think even though he feels very comfortable and he understands that this is the moment, the chance that he can equalize the match.
Yeah, the big question is, do you go bishop h3 first, a3? He senses he's not rushing. He knows exactly that if I find the right way the next couple of moves, I will be collecting back the 30 seconds. This is the experience. This is exactly the right way to do things.
At the same time, it's difficult to control yourself and spend time, and he's down to 135 for the moment.
I think he probably will go down as
a3.
Yeah, he chooses a safe way to do this.
He wants everything. He wants his pawn. He wants to collect other pawn.
I think his intention is to keep as many pawns on board as possible. With a3, you achieve it. And with bishop h3, after knight e2, there are some exchanges, and he felt like, I don't need those exchanges. With pawn on
what do you
e3,
think about knight
easier
c6?
For me to play.
We can also have maybe the analyzing board, and to show knight c6.
Yes.
Bishop h3.
Just to switching, yeah. Knight c6, bishop h3, and
on
then
the board, knight c6 played.
Yeah, bishop h3, and I would go rook f8.
Yes, rook d5.
Rook d5.
You go rook d5, not rook f1.
No, this is the problem.
Rook d5.
Maybe actually Vincent missed the move rook d5 from distance. That could easily be.
I do think he actually missed bishop h3 idea completely.
Completely, yes.
Like he thought after bishop before knight before, he started to evaluate position too early, and like he played bishop before also very fast. Like I think he played it in less than 1 minute under time pressure, and that's what might cost him this game. Yeah.
Well, I would say that already earlier, yeah. When he gave up the control, he was up on the clock, and we spoke about this, that Magnus just needs one chance. If he gets one chance and his type of position, he gets the control, then we know what he's capable of. And Vincent gave him this opportunity.
Now he realized. I think rook d5 is the move what he blundered.
Yeah, maybe
have
from a
very strong
distance he
feeling.
blundered idea of rook d5. Yeah, I can believe in it.
Yeah, it's so natural that bishop h3, rook f1 is the problem. Yeah, and then he might have felt that it's the wrong corner. Yeah, and then he trades the rooks and trades the c4 pawn with the a6, b5, somehow sacrifices the knight for a3 and runs with his king to h8. I think those kind of ideas went through his head. But after rook d5, he's not getting this, because white takes with the bishop.
So now his thought process should go that, okay, I'm losing a pawn. What is still the best version that I can try to fight?
Yeah, I think he will go for something like rook f8 and king d8 and maybe
d8,
bishop f5, h6.
Yeah.
This is what he should do now.
But it's pretty sad because black is completely stuck. White can just bring the king to e3.
Yeah, against
activate.
Magnus,
The bishop on f5 dominates everything.
it's almost not survivable position. Yeah.
And yeah, look at Magnus. Yeah, he leans back. He knows that, wow, it was an adventure. It looked like I will be out of the contention for first place, but I'm back.
Yeah, you can see that he feels good. He feels good about the position.
And yeah, Vincent shaking his head, realizing that, wait a second, I thought like I'm losing a pawn, but I thought that I have extremely good drawing chances thanks to this study-like defense. But after rook f8, rook d5, there is no study-like defense, no defense at all. Then white will not trade rooks, will simply take with the bishop on f5, the king will have to go to d8, then white simply activates the king, complete domination and an extra material.
Yeah, actually I believe in that the way to go was to play like knight a6, that he should have tried some creative way to defend his
Yeah, knight a6 was only chance, practically speaking.
Because then this knight can come to the c5
yes.
and eventually maybe there will be some technical problems for Magnus, but with knight on c6 pretty much without any possibility to jump anywhere, it's so hard to come back. Yeah, it's very hard to pose any problems to white. No. Yeah. And also such tactics like bishop h3, a3, rook d5. I always had a feeling that it's easier to foresee from the side who is playing for win, but from defending side during a game under time pressure, it's always easy to miss. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, Vincent is extremely unhappy.
Yeah, because suddenly
nervous.
From having a normal position, he thought like, okay, I will defend someone, and he's hopelessly lost. Yeah, that's the reality that he has to face with zero chances, zero practical chances. Horrible situation.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Going down time, 20 seconds.
I'm not sure if I would call it hopeless already. Yeah, knight a5. I think this is maybe his best chance, going after the pawn on c4.
It doesn't feel survivable for black.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would need a miracle. Yeah, it's bishop takes f5 check. You have to go king b8. The king is badly placed.
There's also an option to play rook d5
And then
now.
he can calculate even like bishop h7, d7 if it's winning or not. Yeah. This kind of setup. So, but yeah, it probably would provide like with some drawing chances. Okay,
In any case, yeah, Vincent
bishop
played knight
f5, king
a5.
b8. Entrance suggestion is only move c5.
Only move is c5. That's
But
not
this is
obvious.
actually difficult.
Very difficult, yeah. So Vincent is fighting.
Only winning move now c5.
Because it would be very tempting to play bishop e6, protecting the pawn,
And
no?
how the line goes? Can you show
But
us?
then knight b3, knight c5, yeah?
Just b6, yeah.
Just
and
b6.
then we have this knight b7.
Knight b7
yeah.
and knight c5.
Yeah,
knight
this is our idea. And it
Yes.
was the way to defend.
Fantastic
To
calmness by
organize
Vincent.
defense, yeah.
Well, going down to 10 seconds, playing knight, but yeah, playing knight a5, it's great, and now Magnus has to find the stunning c5 move.
Yeah. But he
No,
is,
he's playing
no,
bishop
he's playing
e6.
bishop e6.
Of course, it's the human move,
Wow.
bishop e6.
And
But it
Vincent's
drops
back.
almost all advantage.
Well, if
back.
Vincent finds b6,
Yes.
But I don't think there is another option. Do you think he would
What,
be?
what else you can play? Like
Well,
knight
knight
b3,
b3,
knight
knight
c5.
b3, knight
Yes.
c5, it's
Also makes
It's
sense.
nature,
Yeah,
but
Vincent
b6
looks
is
at
much
him.
better, yeah.
He will play b6.
Because
I
you also
think
have
he
knight
will, yeah.
b7.
Yeah,
yeah, knight
forcing.
b7, forcing the pawn.
No, now he's having a time to organize his defense with b6, yeah. Still it will be long
And
run
b6
and-
played, and Vincent is looking at Magnus that, wait a second, what did you do? My pawn on h7 is not hanging.
But Vincent is making incredible great defensive moves.
And Magnus
Yeah.
shaking his head, very unhappy. How did I miss this?
Wow.
Because it's very clear. Knight b7, forcing the pawn to d7, and king c7, knight c5, and just win this pawn.
Yes, this knight a5 under pressure is such
It's
an
tremendous,
incredible...
Amazing,
by-
amazing
by
defense.
defense.
Amazing defense by Vincent. And we could see how desperate he was, realizing that he's losing a pawn, and how fast he was able to come back mentally and play the best move.
And now Magnus is in a state of horror that he already saw like I have it in the bag, and now going under a minute,
Yeah, but he will play some...
cannot believe it.
Very
Yeah.
disappointed.
Yeah, he is massively disappointed. Yeah, but I think he will find h4. He will play h4. I think he will go h4, something like this, knight b7, d7.
Well, he
knight
needs to
c5,
come.
bishop f5.
Magnus
No, king
needs to
c2
calm
he
down. He
playing.
plays king c2.
That seems a bit slow.
Knight
Knight
b7,
b7.
d7, king c7, bishop f5, and h6, and like organized all defense.
And it's not so difficult now anymore, it feels like, for Keymer.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is it possible on knight b7 just to sacrifice this pawn on this, like to go rook g1, rook g7, in a desperate try to activate something?
Knight b7 is on the board.
Maybe he will need to go for it, like,
Okay, d7.
yeah, d7 first, knight c5, bishop f5, h6, and then...
Do we go knight c5?
No,
king c7
not king
first?
c7
King
first,
c7
yeah, we need
first.
to protect d6 square, because
Yes.
knight c5, bishop f5, h6, rook d6 is
Oh, that's
giving quite chances
important
to
point,
win the
yes.
game.
King c7, very important.
He will go king
Yeah,
c7.
but he will play king c7, yeah. There is no way he will make
There is no
any
reason
kind
not
of
to.
technical mistakes here. I don't believe in it. Yeah, he will find king c7.
He understands king c7.
He's calculating. And he plays it, yeah, king c7 on the board.
What an accuracy Vincent is playing this endgame.
Well, now at least he's back, yeah, because he lost the control of the game for 1-2 moves, and Magnus gave him the chance to come back.
Yeah, but it was a really hard concept. of
Probably rook
c5.
Exactly.
It requires some deep understanding
Yes.
under time pressure, and
You need half
during
an hour.
such a complicated game, yeah, as we saw in Caruana Sindarov game, it's very, very hard on the 5th hour to 5 hours of play, then to find key resources like knight e2 or c5. It's hard.
Yeah, but how do we
How to handle
organize the
this?
defense?
Knight c5, bishop
goes to
h3,
h3, yes.
knight
rook
d7,
f7.
rook f7.
And any move, actually.
Any
Yeah,
move.
but even if it's not
Very unpleasant.
enough for white, psychologically it's devastating to see the rook on f7 pinning my knight on d7.
Of course.
And the h-pawn
And
is
to
going
calculate
be
when is the
falling
pawn endgame losing or not, you never know, because white has extra king d3 move also there.
Yeah, I think we will have exciting endgame going here for many minutes with both player under time pressure, and I don't think it's all over yet.
No, not at all.
I
Just
think it's
beginning.
only beginning of hard defense defensive task for Vincent. Yeah.
So let's see how Vincent is handling this endgame and how Magnus is able to make problems for him. Is knight d7 going to be the next move?
Also, Magnus is up on the clock again, over 2 minutes, collecting all the 30 seconds in the last couple of moves. Vincent down to 15 seconds. And he has to allow this pin on the 7th rank. This is so tough. Humanly, so difficult to take this pawn.
And he does.
Takes it.
I don't think it's actually really difficult, Peter. We don't have any other option.
But still it's difficult.
He can't leave it alive.
Now it's a question whether is he going to play h5, which looks the human decision,
that
or
looks
he's
very
going
human.
king d6, giving up the pawn and go for activity with his rook.
But with h5 you need to calculate pawn.
Yeah, that too. That is
Exactly.
also scary.
King d6.
So king d6 played. So now Magnus will capture on h7 in 1 second, I believe.
And then where do you go with the knight?
c5.
Yeah, and then it's all.
But then also the a7 pawn is, but rook a7 runs into
Rook
rook
f8.
h8. Rook h8,
Rook
you
h8.
collect. Yeah, so this helps for knight c5 decision.
But even rook f8, I mean, the main importance, I think, just
Activity.
to come
Yeah.
activate your rook. And actually, rook on a7 stands really bad.
Yes, rook on h7 is horrible.
Well, we are seeing quite exciting moments of this match, because if Magnus cannot win, it means that Vincent will be in the final, and Magnus can only play for the 3rd and 4th place, which would be quite upsetting for the event and for him. Well, actually, the event, anybody wins, it's fantastic. But
No, especially
for
if
Magnus,
young
it would be
guys are doing
disaster.
well. For
10
the start
seconds,
of
knight
the
f6.
series, it's amazing, yeah? Knight f6, he played.
Okay, because he relies on this rook h8 idea. He wants to kick that rook to the
Yeah,
h5.
so now rook h4, king e5 is logical.
Yes.
And the rook is incredibly badly placed on h4.
And also the bishop on h3 is
Yeah,
completely out of
and
the
black
game.
can consider something like king e5.
King e5, yes,
Yes,
controlling the rook.
And then we just played like bishop f1 and any move, yeah?
But okay, slowly you will coordinate, yeah? And because the knight is not on c5. The
Yeah,
knight on
it's
c5.
going to be a long game. I can't see any kind of immediate drawing concept.
Yes.
From
Yeah,
the
that's
black
why rook
side.
c5 actually, and then with this rook f8 immediately going active. Maybe, but I understand that with little time on the clock, knight f6, making sure that your opponent has to fall back with the rook to h4, also attracts you very much, and then maybe you have no time even to look at.
He wanted to see a decision where the rook
Yes.
goes. He cannot take on a7. If he goes back, rook h4, king e5. And actually, the bishop is very badly placed. And how it can
Yeah,
be
slowly.
active.
So
Bishop
what
f1,
about
bishop
move rook
d3?
f7? Like I saw, yeah, I took some time and now I think rook f7 maybe posing the most
Is a
problems
move,
out
yes.
of
Yeah, that makes the
all
most
moves,
sense
yeah.
for sure.
And king
the knight.
e5, I'm going like bishop f1.
Yes.
That's what I would do, I believe.
Yes.
But okay, rook h8, and you always have h3 also.
h3, this is
Yes.
my setup, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because that keeps the game going.
Yeah.
And
And
it's-
putting pressure,
Yeah.
And black need to make a decision
Of course,
if they
Magnus
can
goes for it.
exchange rooks
On the
or
board.
not, yeah.
King e5 blitz down.
Yeah, and now bishop f1 he will play, I believe.
Yes.
Maybe then knight e4. Then I
Because
have to go
rook
knight
a7,
e4.
rook h8, rook a7 check, king d4. Yeah, so bishop f1 played.
Bishop f1 and knight e4 has
yeah.
to be played.
And now
Knight
I
g4
believe
is also
black
not
need to
bad.
judge if rook d7 actually is enough for it, for example.
Well, with little time on the clock, I cannot judge this. This h pawn is very dangerous.
Let's have a look, just for our
No, we don't have
understanding
time.
of chess.
No, this after the game. We don't.
Yeah,
have
after
time.
the game. So rook d7 we...
Yes, this we discuss
Nobody
in
will
dinner.
play. Okay.
No, nobody will play rook d7.
Nobody will.
Knight e4,
But
knight g4.
what do you play then? Yeah, it's not easy. Like all those moves, a5, knight f4.
No, knight
Yeah, rook
e4.
d7 is a losing move actually. So
Yeah, he will
No,
not play
I
rook
think
d7.
knight
At least
e4
Magnus,
is the natural move.
But
at
I
least
think
Magnus having this kind of chance in his
Practical
pocket. Yeah?
point of view, you cannot go rook d7.
Of course. No,
You're either a genius, completely like you're out of this world, and you go rook d7,
Yeah.
or you don't go rook d7.
No,
He
will go
goes
knight
a5.
No, he goes a5. Also a good move.
Okay, I'm not liking it so much, but
Yeah, because
I'm surprised on A5.
some rook is
Yes,
7 check.
like he doesn't know yet which direction he should go, and he's uncertain. Okay, finally I have no time, I have to do something. I'm worried after A5.
Yeah, but rook is 7 he will respond, I believe.
And go after the B6 pawn, yeah?
But
So
it's very
rook E7
dangerous
check
for
is-
white also, because rook e7, king d4, and you
Yeah,
just go
I understand
activity.
it, but what to do objectively? This position is drawish. We know it from computer evaluation.
Okay, we know because of
We need to
computers,
pose
the players don't know.
the most problems. Yeah, like rook e7 feels like it's posing some problems.
Yeah, but the problem is that you push the king to d4 and rook e6, knight d4, right?
Yes, I will go active.
Yeah, but
So somehow Magnus should look for something not to allow to activate the knight. So that's why I would go maybe, I don't know, bishop d3.
But then rook h8, rook h2 is trapped. So rook e7 you want, king d4, rook e2, knight g4. King d6, rook e2, knight g4. Yeah.
Yes.
So the problem with this pawn on h2 makes white desperate.
Magnus gives the check.
Yeah,
Rook
so he
E7
need to
check.
do it, yeah.
Okay, king d4.
Yeah, asking
Or king
questions.
d6. King
Yeah,
d6
here-
is also...
here-
But
Yes,
this is
the
the
question,
point, yeah,
yeah.
that you ask the question.
Yeah.
Please
Yeah.
spend your time, figure it out. King d4, king d6.
Yeah, and king
34
d4 is not an easy move to play. Yeah, king d4 is not easy. Like you need to
He
give
will.
this pawn on b6.
He will do it.
play.
He will play, yeah.
On his hand.
Yes.
Yeah, he played it instinctively.
Yeah, because actually knight g4 is
Knight
also
G4
in
is
there.
great.
And also supporting knight e4, knight g4. Yeah, he needs to act.
Though I rather have the knight on e4 and c5.
And he played rook e6, so
Rook
he is
E6.
going for it. Like
Actually, you know what? Now even rook f8 is possible, I think.
Okay, I'm actually only for
but rook
Knight
f8,
E4.
bishop d3.
I'm for
I go
knight
knight
e4.
E4.
Yes,
Knight
I'm knight
E4.
e4. First of all, because knight g4, you spotted it. I haven't seen the move, so I want to stick to my.
Knight e4 is the most
And on
straightforward.
bishop g2 you have knight d6 or knight c5.
Knight
what do you
No,
play?
he goes
Bishop
knight
g2?
g4. Okay,
Bishop g2, what do you play?
he goes for
He
the
goes knight
direct-
g4, yeah. For the best move he goes.
He goes for the last move. Yeah.
And now
Both players with 1 minute each. Super tense.
Wow. There are a lot at stake. Who will be able to play for the $200,000
Crazy.
in the finals?
by the way, when Fabi and Sindarov will
Only after.
Only after
Only after,
everything
yeah.
finishes, yes.
Okay. So
If-
they can enjoy a bit of a rest time now.
Well, if Fabin hears that 92 was a win, he will not enjoy.
Yes.
Bishop e2 played by Magnus. Yeah, that's why I was worried of
But
this
knight
knight
e3
g4.
check and c4
Yeah, he
pawn is
plays knight
hanging.
f3 check,
King b3.
Yeah.
And rook h8 now could be played then.
Or a4 check he could try.
Rook h8, rook b6, rook h2, and the bishop has problems. Wow, that actually makes a lot of sense.
He will go
Black
with
is just
h8.
too active here. Too active.
Yeah, rook h8 is
Magnus
saying
is very close.
To being eliminated, yes.
yeah. I think if Vincent plays rook h8,
And
it's
Vincent
almost
stares at
inevitable.
Magnus like
Did you see Vincent's face?
Yeah,
Like,
he is looking. Yeah,
how are
king
you going to
b3,
win this against
And
me?
rook h8 blitzed out, collecting the 30 seconds. 1:47 the clock for Vincent. Yeah, this is what we are talking about. That keeping the control of the position is so important because with 30 seconds increment, you can always jump back.
On home ground, Vincent, the German talent, fighting for the draw, but it means a victory for him because he gets into the final in that case.
Well, I think there's
Yeah.
not much more that Magnus can try.
Yeah, I think Vincent eliminate most of the danger.
Well,
of
and
this
also
position.
Vincent is fighting for his life as well because it's clear that if Magnus bounces back, then we know Magnus usually always wins the playoffs. Yeah, so it's like a very critical situation.
What kind of dramatic moments for Magnus realizing that it is practically impossible
There's
to...
no try left. And he knows it.
Rook takes b6, a very sad choice. He's not happy. Rook takes h2, hitting the bishop. Yes, the rook goes to
Yeah.
h2.
And, if
And
the
I do
bishop
believe he
moves-
might offer a draw after rook d6, king c5, rook d2, knight c4.
Rook
There is
c2,
no draw
c2.
for...
Well, now there is.
Yes,
H3
in
check.
principle, yes, but I cannot
Oh, he
believe
played
it.
h4 actually.
What?
No, that
No,
was
he
a
didn't.
computer's
Okay.
mistake. It was
No, it's computer mistake. Yeah,
Okay.
rook
Yeah, rook
h2
d6
played,
check
rook d6
happened.
check, king c5, rook d2. Knight c4, rook c2, and maybe
Rook a3.
just king. No, king b6.
Rook h3 check.
Same square.
Rook
a4
h3.
check. H4 check. Yeah.
And yeah, Vincent
Rook
is
c2,
trying to
A4
calm.
check, yeah.
Look at this. Vincent is trying to calm himself down. I don't want to miss anything.
Yeah.
And Magnus, very unhappy, cannot believe it.
Well, after knight c4, there is no move. Rook c2, rook h3, taking
Yes.
the a3.
Yes,
Rook
that's
a4,
it,
over.
Yeah, rook h3,
Yes.
yeah,
Knight
yeah.
c4.
Yeah, rook
I
h3.
forgot rook h3.
We are seconds away from
Yeah, knight c4, rook c2, rook h3, and the draw over. Yeah.
something special happening.
So Vincent did it. He managed
Wow.
to survive in such an
Unbelievable.
unpleasant endgame
Amazing.
by
Drama.
finding the key.
Look at this,
knight
Magnus.
a5 resources.
Yeah, and draw agreed.
What a
Yeah.
game, what a fantastic journey for Vincent.
And what a joy on the face of Vincent, of course, knocking out the world number one, Magnus Carlsen.
And he made the best moves when he had to save the game. And happily discussing with the world number one. Tournament of his life so far, that's for sure, for Vincent. Being in the finals, and now he can rest. See who is he going to be playing tomorrow against Fabiano or the youngster Sindarov. We'll see what happens there in the generation clash. Incredible moments. Incredible moments. And we still have one game going. It's Gukesh Nakamura for the moment.
Actually, what happened
As
in the
always.
Firouzja game?
Yeah, Nodirbek won against
Nodirbek
Firouzja.
won.
Yeah.
Wow, that was then a big turnaround because
And
I
it
think
means Nodirbek is qualified for the fifth game.
Yes.
for the fifth place.
Match.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Well, Vladimir, we kept you a long, long time. Thank you so much for joining us. It was really a joy to hear your insights, and I think we're going to let you go now, and we can take a moment to calm down after all this action. Hopefully we can have you back again one of the other days, maybe tomorrow if you
Maybe
want to.
tomorrow I will come back to the studio.
Wonderful.
Thank you as well, Nicholas, Peter, and Judith. And I think it was a long run for me today. I didn't expect it to hang out in studio for so long, but it was exciting day, exciting games, and it was a great conversation with you. We ran through so many variations today, and we observed some incredible freestyle chess in a classical format today. So I wish you all the best for a tiebreak between Sindarov and Caruana, and we see each other tomorrow at the same time.
All
Yeah.
right, wonderful, great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir. And now we can move on to see the last moments, I think, what is going on.
Yeah,
between
this might be
Gukesh
also then a playoff.
and Nakamura, because it's an exciting endgame. And Nakamura is the one, again, who is pushing and trying to win, and he's the only one who can win this game.
But I think that it's a forced draw, yeah, with bishop takes g6, king a6, and then the king walks towards the h6 pawn. Bishop e8 can take care of the a pawn, and we know exactly at these races, the bishop is always more powerful than the knight. It should be easily holdable for Gukesh.
Absolutely, and we see that Nakamura is not happy about what has happened, and maybe there were things happening before where Nakamura was winning. Maybe we can ask you, Nicholas, what?
Yeah, we can stay with the position, but I just checked. He was close to winning. It just feels like every day it's the same story. That's also why Nakamura is shaking his head. Every day he is better or winning, and then in the end he plays the longest game. I think every day so far Nakamura has played the longest game, and in the end it's a draw. And of course this is very, very frustrating for him, and we see here him shaking his head. He's still trying in this endgame in the current position, but Gukesh is close to saving it, because there's just not a lot of material left on the board, and also it's difficult to make progress. I mean, white can take on g6, white can also just move the bishop along the diagonal, and either way. I mean, taking on g6 and trying to get to the h6 pawn just seems like the most straightforward, Judith.
Yeah, it's interesting that, of course, it's clear that black is the one who plays for a win. At the same time, it seems that white has several options, right? The one option is to calculate a little bit and whether to take on g6 with white and then go king f5, king f6, king g7, go around and try to catch the pawn on h6, and white has enough time to go back with the bishop. King e5 was played, so white wants to go king f6. But of course the game is very close to a draw. And it is kind of sad to see Nakamura that he's struggling so heavily in this tournament. And we cannot say that he played badly at all. Somehow fortune was not on his side. He had so many good positions, so many great opportunities. The first day was not his in this event, but after that, on the second day, he bounced back. He won quite a few games, just as Magnus did in the qualification portion of the event. And ever since, he's just getting the great positions as he had in the quarterfinals against Sindarov. That was somehow everything was turning bad when it was already so close for him. And now also he's kind of shaking his head. He's very unhappy with his decisions, some of the moves he made in crucial moment. But I think we are going to see here, just in a few moves, I believe, a draw, because white is going to be going king f6. Then black probably goes, well, h5 is possible, but then g5 will be on the board, or knight h2 is played, and then taking the pawn on g4, after that taking the pawn on a6. But of course the fight goes until the very end. The players never lose their fighting spirit, even though if they, actually we can say that none of the players are having a good journey here, because Gukesh, we can say that still did not win a game in the event.
Yes, that's right.
But he's fighting, he's back, he's there, and he tries his best every single day as a world champion. And Nakamura is struggling a lot, quite a bit, handling his mistakes and digesting it. It is heartbreaking to see Nakamura, who is the world's one of the best players, without doubt. He's an incredible character of the chess world. I don't know if there is anything to be done for white. I don't know. Probably g5 is the best white can do right here. And after h4, bishop g6. h4 is on the board. Will white go bishop g6?
For example, bishop f1, bishop g6, bishop e4. It all leads to a draw. Black has to give the knight against the pawn on g5, and then it will be a draw one way or another.
Peter, what do you think? Is there any chance to anybody in this game?
Well, sorry everyone, I'm still calming down, I'm still speechless. What Vincent has just achieved against Magnus Carlsen, knocking Magnus Carlsen out of the fight for first place, and he gets a chance to play for the title here in the first leg of this Grand Slam. It's just an incredible honor to be here supporting Vincent. Yeah, the game itself here is nothing much to talk about. The bishop on e4 is covering the h2 pawn, so the white king runs to the h2 pawn, black will collect the a6 pawn, and then the bishop from e4 will go to d5 and take care of the a pawn, and we soon will be having bare kings on the board.
Probably in this position, they will still play it out until the end, just to show to the, I mean, Nakamura is making fun. He's making a little fun and jokes, so he will be pushing the pawn, and probably we will see the game end the way that there will be only two
Well,
kings
bishop
left.
e4 a surprise. I didn't see that coming. But yeah, he's blocking on c2, giving the a-pawn, and after bishop takes a4, the players will shake hands. And again, Hikaru complaining that I have seen it, I had a chance. Heartbreaking moments, yeah, for all the Nakamura fans, and yeah, but fantastic defense one more time from Gukesh.
Absolutely. Well, even though the players are playing for... We are going to see a playoff here, right?
Yes, Sindarov and Caruana.
And this one.
And
Yeah.
this one as well, yes, of course.
Yes.
Two. I
Yeah.
promised you guys that we will have two, and we'll also have a Blitz playoff at the end of the day.
Yes, you promised, Peter.
I promised. Because I don't like to predict results, but this is now I'm neutral. I'm just looking for action. I'm looking for some more drama. And the players are, I think, also enjoying the possibility of playing 2 extra games in the rapid portion, even they are very exhausted.
Yeah, I'm not sure how excited they are to play 2 more rapid games with 2 new positions. So we will see new positions again for every game, just as we did in the last tiebreak. And it will be, again, I think, very difficult, very dramatic, especially, of course, in the semifinals. The match between Sindarov and Caruana is going to be very interesting. Who will join Vincent Keymer in the finals? Do we actually see another upset? Sindarov maybe also making it to the finals.
Yeah, the big question, how Fabi will react to the break, yeah, when he gets to know that he was just one move away from reaching the final, this 92 move, yeah, and he did move the knight from the long diagonal but to the long square. His nerves let him down, the clock was ticking down, he missed that tactical shot, and now I feel like Sindarov has the psychological edge, yeah, that he survived that scare. Of course, as a trainer, you have to go to Fabi and to tell him, you know, but you had 9 minutes and Sindarov could have played knight d6 and you would have been crushed compared to... You have to find positives, yeah, to somehow get the player's mind comfortable with the play of that, okay, I missed the win there, but before I could have lost and then I would have not even been in these shoes. I think this is super important.
Exactly, absolutely. And if we see what was the journey of the two players, of Fabiano, for example, he was very convincingly playing the qualification portion in the beginning. He was even leading, I think, at some point. But it was very easy for him. He was never in danger of not qualifying. And after that, he won a very interesting and pretty convincing match between Gukesh, even though he
The
had a
first
moment.
game was a very tough battle.
Yeah, there was a moment where it could go wrong, but we could not feel it really that he was playing badly. It was a very big fight. They battled it out clearly, and then in the second game it was very clear that Fabi played just incredibly well. He won, I think, in 20-something move. It was very clear. But already in this match against Sindarov, already yesterday, it was somehow insecurity in the game. He was playing with the white pieces. It was not easy at all. And as we learned it from Magnus, he did not feel comfortable in yesterday's position at all. So Fabi somehow lost the touch for it in this match a little bit. So he became a little bit insecure. And today we've seen that he had quite a serious problem in the middle game. Even he could lose, as we've seen at some point, that knight d6. But later on he could win. And it was a misjudgment, I think, because probably if he would feel that the position is completely winning, even if he's not finding knight e2, he would just go king h7, keep the position, and then go and fight for a win. But somehow I feel that he was a little bit unbalanced. What do you think?
Well, I feel like there was this moment that he gave up the a-pawn. There was a change of the a-pawn for the d-pawn. And then it was like 2 pieces against the rook, but white had 2 pawns on the queen side, yeah, protecting the king. And there were scenarios how you can imagine that you can lose the position. Yeah, so if you are not winning tactically with black, then in long run, maybe in an endgame you lose. Yeah, so that was the pressure. It was not like risk-free he can play for a win. Yeah, that was the problem. So he had to find the move knight e2. Otherwise, he probably felt like it's anybody's game, and then it's already too risky.
Well, the psychological part is there, and of course the players are playing not only for the pride, but for a huge amount of money. And let's see the brackets now, so we see what happened in the other matches also, where we are standing the whole tournament. We are going toward to the finals, but still some games has to be decided. So let's see. Vincent won against Magnus Carlsen convincingly, we can say that he was a better player in these two games, yesterday and today. He made an incredible performance there. And then on the other side, we discussed that Fabiano is playing versus Sindarov. Ups and downs were in today's match, so we are going to witness just in a few minutes. We are away from the drawing of the new position, so they are going for the two-game match, who is going to be qualifying for the finals. And we can see the players who are fighting it out for the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th place. It's Alireza stayed behind and lost the match against Abdusattorov 1.5. So he's going to be playing for the 7th and 8th match, while he does not know against whom, because there is going to be a playoff as well between Gukesh, the world champion, and the fantastic player, world-class player, Hikaru Nakamura, who is very disappointed at this point because the amount of winning positions and good positions he spoiled in this tournament, I think it would be enough for a whole year.
Or the lifetime. Who knows? I believe Hikaru looks at it like this, yeah?
Absolutely. So we are just a few minutes away from the drawing. So what do you think, Peter, how things were happening today and what to expect?
Expect the unexpected. I think that's what we have to get used to. Insane action. It looked like Vincent was in total control, played a fantastic beginning, a fantastic opening, the middle game, and then suddenly Magnus got this chance, sacrificed that pawn with b3, got this e4, e5 idea, and from that moment on I felt like over the board, practically speaking, Magnus is creating tremendous chances for himself, so I was really worried for Vincent. Then things got even worse. It looked like Magnus is about to win the game. Yeah, he was up on the clock, he was pawn up, and then Vincent suddenly, his clock was ticking down to 8 seconds when he came up with this knight a5. And I believe that this, if Vincent plays knight a5 with maybe 1 minute on his clock, maybe Magnus would have reacted differently. But he felt like, you know this feeling as a player, right? That, okay, I have done the great job. Yes, now I'm winning. I'm collecting the reward and everything. And then for just 1 second, you relax. He played the move bishop e6 that I also asked, like, why not bishop e6? And then this b6, knight b7 was there. And after that, Vincent already gave him no chances.
What I'm very much amazed about Vincent play is some very critical moment, the way he was handling it. Like, he's never collapsing. If anything goes wrong for him, we haven't seen that he was collapsing. And this was a really special moment against Alireza also, where he found this plan of playing knight b1, giving up the pawn on b2. Maybe it was a must, and that was by elimination you get to that point. But to understand that you have to hang on and you're going to be fighting no matter what. And today also he had a great position. He was kind of drowning already a little bit, but still he was shaking his head. We could see by his body language that he understood that he was going on the wrong path. So, and he had very little time as well. And in seconds, he was just back in business and found the best move. Can we say that this is his strongest part, that his nerves are so good?
He's still young. I hope so. I'm very proud of this defense, because really against Magnus, in this situation, yeah, when it matters so much, yeah, and Magnus wants to win at all cost, he needs to bounce back. And then Vincent was able to handle this situation in the way he really did. Will give him tremendous confidence for the future as well. Yeah, that if I survive this situation, if I'm able to handling such situations, then actually I have a very bright future ahead of me. I think this tournament might be the breakthrough psychologically. Yeah, this inner feeling that finally I'm there, that I can compete against the best players in the world in the most critical situations, in the most tense situations, on so-called equal terms, knocking out Alireza, knocking out Magnus. It's sensational stuff, and I really hope that this will give him a lot of energy.
Yes, because here at the Grand Slam of the freestyle event, we understand that there are no openings really, right? And we start out kind of immediately in the middle game. So the clash, what is going on between the players, it is something that who understand chess better, right? So here Vincent scoring the points and progressing all the way into the final, it can ensure him that in middle game, in chess understanding, in psychological part of the game, in critical moments, he can be just as good as the other top players. Maybe in classical chess, he's behind in opening preparation, but at least he understands that, wow, in understanding the game, I'm there.
And the feeling, yeah, he has tremendous feeling. That's also one of the things when we started out working together. He was still 1 week away from turning 13. And when I met him during the Under-20 World Championship in Tarviso, we met there at the location. And the evening, we arrived something like 11 o'clock in the night. He was 12 years old still for 1 more week. I showed him some game, and I asked him just like this after 8 hours of traveling that please show me some of your games just to get a feeling what he is capable of showing. And then from his mind he showed some game, and with the clarity and with all the emotions, feeling that he had why he played all those moves, he told me, and I called my wife Sophie immediately that night, that wow, Vincent is very special. Yeah, that's when I felt like, of course, he went to school in Germany. School is obligatory, you know, and myself, we know that this is unheard of. Yeah, if you are becoming a top professional chess player with such talent, then of course you have to work 8-10 hours a day to get a fantastic player. And despite going to school, and how many times he went to Weissenhaus with 1 day before he was still at school giving exam, when he came back after 3 weeks of murderous Weissenhaus, the next day he had to go at 7 o'clock in the morning, catching up with all the material that the other students studied during those 20 days, and we had to forget about chess. It was crazy. So I'm so proud and so happy that he is nevertheless making this breakthrough, and since 3 years he's only focusing on chess.
Yeah, it's of course a fantastic and very challenging journey for the players, for the parents, for the environment also when there is a talented player, because I was homeschooled and you were homeschooled, which meant that it was only exams were taken time to time about other subjects, but otherwise we were playing chess every day and most of the year and traveling to events and tournaments. And yeah, from my perspective, it is difficult to imagine how it is to play and excel on such a high level while going daily in school and taking it very seriously. So this is something very special, and probably his character must be very well fit for a competitor, to have this calmness, this clarity of understanding of game. And also I see on him the appreciation he has towards chess, the love for chess, but also the appreciation that he can be a professional player and show his talent. And well, but we'll see who is going to be his opponent. But shortly, let's go to stage, because the lottery is just about to start. And we see Fiona giving the rules. Actually, we are going to be seeing 2 games played with 2 different positions. So to make as hard as possible for the players, the time control will be this time again a rapid time control with 10 minutes and 10 seconds per move. So the players will have to switch their brain. Of course, Fabiano and Sindarov has been relaxed a little bit because the others were still playing it out, and everybody wanted to wait until all the 4 matches are finished. Only after that, in the playing hall, they can make the new drawing, and let's see which number, which kind of position we are going to see in the play of game 1. Let's see Is it a new position again out of the 959? Or is it something that maybe the players played already?
No, because all the balls are taken out.
Yes.
Exactly. So we always get a fresh position.
And if I see 005, is that correct?
Wow, really? There is such number, right?
Number 5. What kind of position it can be?
Exactly.
What kind of position
I
it
see a
can
king
be?
on g1. At least this is a familiar kind of situation. Already white castle short, castle to the king side. But what about the other pieces?
Okay, so we are going to show up on the screen shortly exactly what kind of position the players got. I don't know how happy they will be, and also who is playing with the white pieces. Maybe we have the information?
I don't know yet about that. Yes, I think Sindarov. Sindarov has the white pieces, but I haven't seen this construction yet here, yeah, with rook on h1, king on g1, rook on f1, because I'm already seeing the position, I'm just revealing. Shortly we're gonna bring it up, then we can talk about it closer.
Actually, do you think, is there any advantages of starting with the white pieces in game 1 in a playoff?
Well, we do know that Magnus always likes to pick the white color. For example, Vladimir, I believe, chose black against Levon, yeah, because he had the chance to choose, yeah. So it's a matter of choice. Magnus's strategy is always let me strike first, and then pass it to my opponent. That good luck bouncing back if I have already beaten you. And there is the position. We also see players Hikaru and Sindarov discussing.
I'm pretty sure for Nakamura it's very hard because he just finished the game. He was the last to finish in today's out of the today's matches, and he had a winning position. So actually we have 2 pairs where we see that they missed opportunities, and still because of that they have to go on a tie break. And let's see who will be playing for the 5th and 6th place tomorrow. Is it going to be Nakamura or Gukesh? But Sindarov is the one who is playing to get into the finals and play with Vincent. That would be very interesting. Is it going to be a generational clash in the final, or we're going to see proceeding the 2 youngsters and play the final? This is very exciting. Well, it's very stressful for Fabiano also, I'm pretty sure, seeing that his colleague, his respected colleague for so many years, Magnus, is eliminated just minutes ago or some time ago. It was very clear that he's not going to be playing a playoff, though he was fighting it out the whole day that he's one who can play also in the playoff. But
yeah, imagine that whoever loses the playoff will get to face Magnus Carlsen. That's kind of a punishment for third place, yeah? Imagine if you have the chance of winning the playoff and facing the youngster, the sensation of the tournament, Vincent Keymer, or you lose and end up fighting against Magnus for the 3rd spot. Also, there is a lot at stake for Sindarov, because the tournament regulation, I think, says that the first 3 place players automatically qualify for the next event. Yeah, so this is super important. This basically means that Vincent already qualified for the next event, and for Sindarov, if he loses the semi-final, then he has to beat Magnus on demand to get the chance to qualify for the next, because there are top seeds with ratings, so Magnus or Fabi are not in any danger of getting the qualification for next event. But for any youngster, it was very important to be in the top 3.
well, the question is whether what is the rule? If Magnus becomes 3rd, is he going to be qualifying by the performance here or by rating?
Exactly. This is a very, very interesting topic.
So Gukesh is there and focusing, as he always does, in there. What do you think, Nicholas? What is your first impression about this position? Number 005. It would be so nice, 007.
Yes, James Bond, yeah?
Well,
Maybe that's for the final.
We will see it as well. Well, the first thing I noticed is the king on g1. It's quite safe. The king has already castled. Now you just have to take care of this rook on h1 at some point, and maybe h4 could be an idea, even though if a bishop on c8 and on c1, then if the d-pawn moves forward, the rook cannot be developed to h3. But at least I don't have to worry about king safety for the moment. This is, I think, quite nice, especially compared to the last few games. And then we see the queen is in the corner, so it would make sense to open up the queen early on. But it feels like a much more quiet position than what we have seen today in the classical portion, also yesterday. You know, you put your knight on f3, you play d4, you open up the bishops. Both knights can go to the, let's say, natural squares that we know from standard classical chess, knight f3, knight c3. So I think the players are happy that it's probably not going to be a complete mess in this position, and maybe they can get a position that resembles more like a standard chess, and they can feel maybe a bit more control here, Peter.
Yeah, well, one other aspect I want to highlight that it is for the very first time that Caruana is unable to talk to anyone. So he is sitting at the board thinking by himself. Otherwise, he was the one commanding and telling, sharing so many ideas to the others. And I feel that is this now suddenly psychologically good news for Fabio or not? Yeah, because maybe he's used to this socializing and he was really enjoying those exchange of ideas with the others. We do see the great atmosphere between Hikaru and Sindarov. I think Sindarov is very happy that before the playoff he gets the chance to discuss with a player like Hikaru. And I believe also that for the rapid portion, for the 10 minutes game, it is so important to get an input because you have to start blitzing out your moves right from the start. You don't have the luxury of thinking 2-3 minutes.
I would like to highlight the sportsmanship and how chess players are, because many times they ask me that, do you have friends and you want to kill each other over the board? And you see, this is a great example when just yesterday, day before yesterday, it was some of the most painful games Nakamura just played against Sindarov, and no bad feelings, no hard feelings about it. He's not over on those games and that match, but it has no problem right now focusing on action. They are on the same boat. They have to deal with the same position, just few minutes away, and they still want to understand each other. They respect each other, and this is what actually I like very much.
Yes,
that
beautiful.
The chess players, while they want to really beat the other one over the board, but before and after, the atmosphere is relaxed and it can be a lot of fun. So this is what we were witnessing there, exchanging ideas. So we'll see what was the conclusion. Are they going to be playing the same way with the white pieces or not? And indeed, it's the first time that Fabi was on his own. I'm very curious, and I want to ask him later whether was there any good friend telling him the good news that he was winning?
Wait a second, already Fabi is shaking his chair. It just shows that he's very nervous. Look at the tension Fabi is at. Normally we know that he's super quiet. So much at stake here.
Absolutely, and there are seconds away from the start of the clock. Actually, both players are shaking, focusing. Well, after all, there is a lot at stake. First of all, the pride that they want to go into the finals. They want to play tomorrow for the first place. On the other branch, it's clear that Vincent is going to be in the finals. So let's see, handshakes are there, like before every game. C4, both games started with C4.
Wow, I thought that there will be a chance maybe to witness one D4 final in action, but no. The players decide on c4, b6. I'm loving the move b6 because it sets up the idea of going bishop b7, developing the bishop to the long diagonal. The same applies for white. we might be seeing some hedgehog queen Indian kind of structure. We all know that then the queen on a1 is perfect behind the bishop.
Well, actually, the way Nicholas was saying that this game seems to be kind of a quiet game compared to previous ones, because we see the castle set up on the king side already. I was just wondering what h1 rook will have, what kind of role the two rooks in the corner will have. Is it going to be something h4 later on h5, so the h1 rook can be brought out to h3 and then we really have a castle set up? Or is it going to be for any of the player, they want to castle on the other side, and after putting bishop on b2, c2, and knight jump to d3, and then castle on the other side?
Wait a second, can I just show a couple of moves? I will just show it with arrows after e3. There is a chance that both players will end up with bishop b7, bishop b2, knight f6, knight f3, bishop e7, bishop e2, c5, and then you move the rook from f1 to c1, you castle short, and you play rook fd1, and black does the same and gets d6, knight b7. We might be getting a complete...
But maybe we can show this, because this is the first time we can see something like this after 8 or 10 moves.
Exactly, yes. So let me... Yes, c5 already played. We are expecting a move like bishop b2. Let me play bishop b7, knight f3, knight f6, bishop e2, bishop e7, all very logical. And I did not want to commit the knight yet from b1, so I felt like, okay, I'm going to play rook c1, preparing short castle. Rook c1 can be met by the super professional rook c8. White plays the move short castle, black plays short castle, and rook fd1. And then black can play d6, knight b7, and here we are, white will play d4. Everything is perfect. We have perfect harmony. The game is equal. The question is that, knowing that this leads to equality, probably Sindarov on the side who is playing from the white side wants something more. That's the reason why I believe that we might see something different. We had to use the chance to highlight this.
No, I think it was amazing to show how we can end up into very regular chess kind of position. But I'm afraid the player's mind is going on a different road, different direction, and probably we'll see something completely different. What do you think, Nicholas? Are we going to see something different? Or the players want to go to home grounds?
Yeah, I was wondering if there are many ways to deviate, and we see a direct confrontation. This is what you need to do if you have an extra move. You need to be the first one to take some concrete action, go for a pawn break. This is what Sindarov does in this moment. And in fact, h4 here, also one move earlier, was one of the computer's suggestions to involve the rook in this way. And that would be also a way to deviate from a position that would resemble standard chess more so. So d4 was played. And now it's the question to Caruana. Do you keep copying me, going d5, or are you going to trade maybe on d4? Are you going to develop your knight? And I quite like that Sindarov is asking some immediate questions instead of just keep on developing when, as Peter showed, it might not really lead to a lot of imbalance and might just lead to an equal game. So I think d4 was a good choice, and we actually have a move, bishop b7. Keeps on developing, keeping attention. And again, I just see a computer every move he's saying, let's go, h4.
But yeah, I want to ask you that basically, humanly speaking, you know that h4 is a possibility, but you know also that black will react to it with h5. And then the big question is that this inclusion of moves, because it weakens the g4 square, yeah, when you play h4, let's be honest, yeah, humanly speaking, you feel like there is a potential knight landing on g4, knight f6, knight g4. The computer doesn't care because he always finds a way to make sense of h4. But humanly, in a playoff, when so much at stake, I don't think that you want to burn bridges.
But look what we have, a very solid continuation, bishop f3.
Yeah, but now black has nothing to worry about. Black can just enjoy his setup. I think he can just go knight f6, bishop e7, and eventually somewhere cd, d5. This isolated hanging pawn structure, does it make sense? How do we evaluate that? in freestyle chess.
But I have the feeling that in 5-6 moves we are going to end up in a very familiar structure from the classical chess, and we will not have leftover signs from a freestyle position.
But I think this actually helps black. I think that this actually favors Fabiano, because then it will be so much more easy. But wow, f5, breaking news, f5, a very ambitious move. He's trying to get the knight to e4, knight f6, e4. Fabi doesn't want a calm game, but is this correct? Is it over-ambitious? What do we think of this?
Well, it's a big question. Of course, we should not forget that this is already rapid against, so the player's intuition count, and that's how they play. Of course, it's very difficult to adjust yourself back, I think, how to manage your time. And Fabi, I think he wants to play pretty fast, and the position is not so complicated, like the knights on e8 and b8, it's just a normal kind of settings. The main thing is about the h8 rook, which I'm going to be really waiting where it's going to end up. And probably after f5, h5, rook h6 kind of moves will not show up. That's what I'm expecting, at least. And but with white setup, I don't think white did anything wrong, right? So there is no reason why black should be going so aggressive.
Yeah, this is exactly my feeling, that f5 was an unforced move, and it signals that Fabiano is very ambitious. We did see some moves, but it does not appear on our board. I'm very worried what's happening. There was a trade on b7. Which move did Fabi play?
Yeah, maybe let's zoom in on the players for
Yes.
now until the board updates, so we can see the current position better.
Lot of tension. The heart rates are very high already.
So there's a trade on b7, and then the knight was brought out to f3.
And the
This
bishop
makes a lot
moved
of
to
sense.
f6. Yeah, I
Yes.
think that's a black bishop on f6.
And the black knight is on c6 also.
I'm trying to make some moves. I hope that this is what happened. If not,
Yes, actually, let's
Excuse
bring up
me?
the analysis board, and you can, yeah, exactly. We can just copy it from there. That's a great idea.
and then white played rook d1, and Fabi played rook f7. This was the question. Yeah, how do we deal
Oh,
with
what a beautiful plan.
Yes, setting up short castle when the rook from h8 will jump over to f8. White does the same. Short castle happened.
No, rook
Not yet.
b1.
Bishop b2. Bishop b2.
Bishop b2. Okay, sorry. Pardon me. Yeah, it makes perfect sense getting the bishop out.
But what a beautiful setup for black. I mean, when you go into castle now with your other rook, bringing it to f8, I mean, isn't it... you could never think of something like that from a8 to have your rook on f7.
But
and
when
it's greatly placed.
Yeah, but when he played f5, I somehow sense that he wants to go rook f7 castles, but I don't like it because the bishop on f6 takes away the f6 square from black's knight.
Castle is played.
Castle is played. Okay, white will also castle. Just the question, where is this knight going from e8? The bishop on f6 also blocks the rooks.
But I think white can be thinking of playing d takes c5 and knight a4. That must be something to be considered.
That's a very concrete approach. Yeah, then okay, black will have to play some d6. Then thanks to the knight on e8, at least he's able to play that move.
Actually, I rather play it with white. d5.
On the board. And it's good news. Everything works. We are back. Wonderful. I'm very happy. d5 on the board. We're not playing short castle yet, yeah? So knight e5.
I think that castle would have been better. Just get over with that with white also, don't you think?
To keep the tension also, yeah, because what was black doing
move.
it wasn't so obvious. Yeah, d5 was hanging there anyway. And now if you already pushed d5, he has
No,
to
he needs
capture
to
on
trade,
e5
yes.
and then castle. But then why did you do this? You give an extra option for black to play knight f6. Somewhat surprising.
Yeah, it's strange that he's stopping to think now. because knight e5 was the obvious reply to d5, and there's not really a good alternative to taking on e5. So you should trade and then play castle. He's still a bit better, but yeah, d5 seemed a bit premature.
Yeah, exactly. This is what the feeling I have. But what else white can do instead of capturing on e5? And he did. He captured on e5, takes. And next move, nobody will stop Fabi playing knight f6 next.
Yeah, so castles is very natural.
Can white play f4, or is it very crazy?
Yes, also after castles, knight f6 is a question that do you ever go f4, but then d5 pawn is vulnerable.
But after you have your knight on f6, then you take on c3 and
He
knight
goes
e4.
knight e2. Wow, this is very strange. Not to castle. What are the benefits? Okay, he
The
wants
h2 pawn is protected.
Okay, he basically wants to play for the structure. Yeah, bishop b2, queen b2, and then potentially some d, knight f4, targeting that e6 pawn, making sure that the queen controls e5, and then short castle.
Yeah, I understand that he plays for space advantage. And is he really aiming to put the knight on f4 after exchange?
I think so, yeah, there is nothing else that makes sense. Fabi takes on b2, yeah, takes. Logical.
Knight f6 would be also very logical.
Yeah, very natural. As long as black is not threatening e5, white can maybe keep the tension, but black is ahead in development, so one feels like, for example, knight f6, knight f4. What are the benefits of knight f4? Maybe then d, knight f4 is already more straightforward.
So white has a more pleasant position, but I still like the rooks on the f5 for black, because it can be beneficial one day when he can go f4 maybe.
Yeah, you are dreaming of somewhere something, but that's why white should castle. How long can you keep castles away? And I think we're gonna see this move very shortly. Fabi taking his time. What is the clock situation? Yes, Sindarov up on the clock, but only with 30 seconds. Nothing critical. Okay, now since Fabi is taking his time, let's just quickly say that very difficult for the players that now suddenly they have to switch to 10 seconds increment. Yeah, we have seen that they were used to the 30 seconds. This is so confusing and it's so different. It gives a completely different dynamic to the game.
So what Fabi will be up to?
Niklas, any thoughts, any concrete lines, any finesses?
No, I think we are getting closer and closer to a really normal standard position. And knight f6 has been played. Makes a lot of sense as a trade on e6. I mean, after white castles, you would not be able to tell anymore that this resulted out of a freestyle chess position, but still Sindarov is waiting with castle. He activates the queen, puts it on e5, hitting the pawn on e6. But now, I mean, now he should finally castle, and black can go rook d7. Black has equalized. Sindarov made a few inaccuracies, and the position is equal.
No
Still
castles.
No castle. He just does not want to play it. He wants to go king f2, maybe.
Wow, maximalist. Yeah, f3, king f2, and he wants to get perfect harmony like this. He still says that, you know what, I have the better structure because the pawn on e6 is vulnerable. I will try to go knight f4. I love my queen on e5. Fabi has to make sure to somehow use the next two moves to neutralize white's pressure, because if white consolidates, then it can be a torture.
It's an interesting play by Sindarov, I must say, that we were waiting for a castle for such a long time, right? And we did not understand why he's rushing with d5 and making moves and somehow waiting. And I wouldn't think that he's not going to castle, but eventually he's going to bring his king out. I don't know how good it will be, but of course it will be prepared already for the end game if that's what we are going to be reaching, because black can actually go queen c7 and trying to simplify the position. It is kind of doesn't seem so bad to me.
He goes for queen b8, it's the same idea, trying to trade the queens, but okay, I can also afford to trade the queens. I have the d file, this isn't equal, yeah, I have some pressure.
Yeah, king f2 now. Finally getting that rook into a game on h1. And white has a tiny bit of an initiative,
yes,
controlling the only open file. This is definitely a risk-free position to play.
Yeah, I think that black will have to probably trade the rooks with rook d7, offer the trade so that black's king can get to f7. Eventually on e7 we'll cover all the anti-squares on the d file, and then the knight might jump back to f6. Then in long run, if nothing really happens, white still has this idea of going h3, g4 once the rooks are traded, just undermining black's pawn structure, trying to put some pressure.
So that was the secret to keep the rook on h1.
Yeah, incredible. If we would have placed a bet that clearly white will castle or not, we would have all lost. It was clear that we expected white to castle at any moment.
Yeah, let's see what Fabi is going to be playing for. Is he going to play somehow to exchange rooks on the d file?
He needs to.
And does it immediately with rook d7?
Yes, because the getting the king to f7, e7, clearly white will take on this and go rook d1, so black will never be able to fight for the d file. His defensive line will be king to e7.
Well, the question is now, of course, it becomes concrete. Rook takes d7, takes rook d1.
Yes.
With the tempo.
Knight f6, maybe rook d6, king f7, rook
Knight
c6,
f4.
or knight f4, and yeah, it's not easy for black.
Basically, if there would be one more tempo for black and he brings his king to e7, not allowing rook
Exactly.
d6, then of course there is no any problem that black should be worrying. But if the white rook goes to d6, it might be some unpleasant moment for black. But it's possible to play rook d7 takes, rook d1, knight e5.
Knight e5, or even to pin yourself with rook d8, is that possible? And then relying on the fact that the king gets, but this is too ugly.
No, because then knight f4.
Knight f4 and
king
rook
f7, rook d6,
yeah.
e5, knight d5.
Yeah. So trade on d7, of course, takes rook d1. All eyes on Fabi, how he will handle this situation. Where does he move the knight?
I think knight e5, isn't that possible?
Well, knight f8 is also possible, but yeah, knight e5 is the active move. h3, g4 is coming, yeah, the idea that
Or
I mentioned.
h3, f4 and g4 coming.
Yes, yes, this is typical that white will try to push against black's vulnerable pawns, and also king f7 runs into f4, rook d7 check. So be careful, maybe does black need to waste time for some rook move? Not an easy situation, and also behind on the clock, 2.5 minutes advantage for Sindarov.
Now actually this active move knight e5 maybe gives a little unpleasant moments for black. Maybe it was better to defend it with the rook from b7.
Yeah, rook b7 or even knight f8 and then get the king to e7 by covering the e6 pawn already also with the knight.
We see the heart rates are going up. At the same time, Fabiano's time is going down, and actually he has less than half of the time
Rook b7
than his
played.
opponent.
And after f4 he has rook d7. Does he have rook d7 move?
Yes.
That would be worth a gold. Yeah, just trading the rooks and eliminating all the potential danger on the d file.
Yeah, rook b7, a great move by Fabiano. But maybe white can play rook d6 first and then go f4 after king f7.
Yeah, and then rook d7, f takes e5 protects that rook. Yeah, what a
Yeah, but probably after rook
Brilliant.
d6, king f7, f4, knight goes back to d7, and there is a great target point on e4,
Yes.
playing knight f6.
yes, king e7, knight f6. You should be able to regroup. Very nice defensive move by Fabi.
Yeah, and we are going to have a special guest shortly who will share his ideas and thoughts. And welcome, Vincent. Congratulations for your amazing performance and being in the final.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for joining us. Congratulations, a huge win against Magnus Carlsen. Maybe we can switch the camera also so that the viewers can see Vincent here in the studio. That would be great. And yeah, I think we cannot go into details right now because of the game running. Just tell us your feelings about the game in general, how you feel about this win. Share it with us, please.
Yeah, I mean, the game itself is not something I am incredibly proud of, because after the opening my position was so nice and I was up on the clock and there was no problem at all. And I just created such a mess and so many chances for him and maybe even a winning position, basically without any reason or necessity. But yeah, in the end I was just happy to have survived this game and win the match.
Yeah, it seemed like this moment when you played knight a5, you were down to 8 seconds. Peter always was saying it's a hopeless situation. I was like, well, let's see. And then you found knight a5, which actually made it quite difficult for white. Yeah, take us through maybe what was your thinking at that moment. Did you feel like it's lost? Did you feel like you can still save it?
Yeah, the problem was that I completely missed this bishop h3 idea for some reason.
Okay.
Like, I was just thinking about him going for c5, and then I intended to play king d7. But this bishop h3 I only realized when we got here, and then I of course realized that the position actually looks like really, really bad. But yeah, I have to admit that also when playing knight a5, I didn't find any forcing win for him. So I did think that we could get into like 2 versus 1 with rook bishop against rook, but I'm also not sure whether this is lost or draw, but I would think that I have a decent chance of holding that.
Right. Well, I don't know what you guys think. Now the position has really calmed down a lot. Should we take a look at Vincent's game or should we stick here?
We should stick.
We should stick. Right?
We should stick here, but we would have some questions because it was quite amazing what your performance was. What was the emotions for you when you came to today's match?
Yeah, of course I was feeling kind of nervous. I mean, before the match I didn't have like huge expectations in terms of the result, but of course having won the first game, you feel like it's kind of a golden opportunity to win the match against Magnus. And yeah, and then the opening took kind of some pressure off because my situation was great. And then I kind of had to make this decision whether I will just play a kind of normal moves and think I'm okay, slightly better and we are playing, or what I was trying to do is kind of pushing for even more and kind of not even letting him play normally, which backfired. I think the critical moment for me was when I allowed him to play e4 and missed it after bishop e6. There was e5. This was the biggest issue because after that, I don't think my position is bad or anything of that kind, but then suddenly it gets incredibly messy and also potentially dangerous.
And what was the critical moment, you think, where things started to go bad or frightening, or you thought that you may even lose this game? Maybe we can pull it up. In the meantime, Peter is looking if anything action happens in that game, then we will pull it up.
Yes, let me...
Because so far the Fabi game seems like it's going to be a draw and not too much of interest. So if we can just see the highlight of the game. Which was the moment which gave you a stronger heartbeat?
This is what you said, right? After e4?
Yeah, here it's why I don't know why I castled first. Of course, I would have played bishop e6 if I had seen that here he can play e4.
So you're saying bishop e6 here first?
Yeah, and then I still think my position is just good.
Right, and then after you castled...
Yeah, e4, problem is that bishop e6, there's e5. And now it's just a complete mess. I was thinking about knight bc4. This was my idea. Like
bishop d6 trap, we have to show this real quick.
I was just wondering, what's
even
going
this is actually possible, yeah? Bishop f5
knight a4.
And knight a4.
But even this
is just a huge mess. This is exactly what you didn't want.
Exactly, yeah. Also from a position of full control to get here was so unnecessary. So yeah, it was just another great idea to allow this e4, e5 idea, because otherwise he doesn't really have much. I mean, if I just start with bishop e6, he can be glad if he's only slightly worse. Basically, that's the situation. And then suddenly, after long castle e4, he actually has a very clear and huge threat of just going e5 and taking this d6 square either with the bishop or even the knight from d2. f6 becomes a weakness, and he has just so many dangerous ideas.
So then it get into his endgame, and now d5. Here you already felt uncomfortable, I assume.
Yeah, of course, my intention at the start was to go h5, but my problem was after knight f6, rook e5, there was knight fe4.
Right, yes.
And this I really disliked.
Correctly so.
I see the engine showing rook e6, which is, of course, some
Yeah, rook e6 only move.
Idea.
Yes.
Actually, it's quite findable once you go here. It's just that before my position was so good, and here I got confused by all the dangerous ideas that were here that... Yeah, I also kind of lost track at that moment, I think.
Yeah, d5, he took on d6, which was very tempting to get a passed pawn. Instead, apparently, king c2 was strong, trying to get rid of this bishop
I think
and play on the dark squares.
Both missed king c2, because once you see it, it's incredibly strong.
Right. So here it's again equal, but rook g1, just keeping the tension, and yeah, it seems
if I go knight c6 and then after knight e4, what would be my move?
Knight c6, knight e4...
Yeah,
bishop d4, only move.
G3.
Rook g3.
Because I give the exchange, yeah? Because I always thought this d7 idea and thought I will be
d7, knight d6, always very unpleasant. Yeah, computer.
Wait a second, guys. I think we have to go back to the Fabi game, because Fabi is down to 30 seconds, and for some reason he spent a lot of time. It isn't so easy, and Sindarov is up on the clock.
He's worse.
Yeah, and also night end games, once they are getting worse, it can actually be incredibly dangerous.
So he went for this radical approach of f take g4, g4, h5 to create counterplay.
So let's see. Do you think White has great chances to win?
Not yet,
Looking the time also, or the time doesn't have any?
But now he can break
They have
e5.
10-second increment, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
10 seconds increment. Now e5, I think black is fine, counterplay.
Okay, but your knight on d7 will be weird, no? Like, I think he's planning to play king f3 and then either knight d5 or king e4, and there will still be some trouble rerouting this knight. But I also would assume that with such a pass pawn on h5, normally you should.
The problem is the clock situation. Yeah, 40 seconds for Fabi.
Okay, but
It's increasing.
You don't have to make that many critical decisions, I think. It's just once you reroute the knight, everything should be fine.
Yeah, if you reroute.
If you reach your destination in time.
I mean...
Because look at this, after king e4, knight b8, knight d5, computer says you have to go back to d7, which runs into knight c7, knight takes a6. What is this?
But sorry, White can also go knight d5 here.
Yeah, there are so many questions. This is not so obvious as the computer is. No, I don't agree with computer. It's crazy.
Heart rate of Fabiano is increasing.
138, he feels the tension.
But he played king e6 already.
He played king e6.
He played king e6.
So he steps into all this.
King e4, knight d5 now for White. How to pose maximum problems.
I think king e4 would be nice if we... I mean, unless... Of course, he has to make sure that h4 never really is anything, but...
Yes. That's Black's main trump here, of course. The h-pawn. How much time does Sindarov have? 1 minute 20.
120.
Still quite some time.
Going down.
Yeah,
hesitating.
he had 3 minutes. Yeah, he had 3 minutes.
Hesitating. Knight d5 or king e4? This is the big question. What would you play, king e4 or knight d5?
I would like to play king e4.
King e4, centralizing the king. You think enough time, black cannot reach to d6 with the knight in time?
Very tough.
Fabiano is shaking. We see both chairs are shaking. Well, there are a lot.
Right from the beginning, yeah, already the tension is enormous on both players. 145.
Wow.
Going to 150 almost by Fabi. This is a very scary night end game.
But Sindarov goes down behind in time and plays king e4, as you suggested.
Yeah, will not be an easy defense.
Yeah, this passing with the knight, inviting knight d5, going back, this is... I don't think that it's findable with so little time.
I just don't think you have much choice. That's the only
Yeah, but you
reason.
want to break out, yeah, somehow. That's the human way. Down to 25 seconds.
Is it so obvious that you would prefer to play it with white?
And he plays a5, already nervous move.
Well, because of the activity of the pieces, probably.
Knight d5.
Yeah, now it feels like
Zugzwang
Zugzwang,
position.
yeah, and f5 might be coming.
Yes.
I mean,
He's
it's nearly
losing it.
impossible that he's playing knight f8 here. Like, I don't think there's a
Yeah,
way.
what can he do?
Caruana's
It's almost the only
150
move, knight f8. I mean, knight b8. Yeah, knight f8, knight b8. It's just crazy giving up the pawn on b6.
But yeah, and then at least you can play h4, h3, king f5, knight e6. You have some...
Oof, it's so difficult with so
Very
much time.
difficult.
10 seconds. 10 seconds for Caruana.
He cannot
9,
believe.
8, 7.
King
What do you do?
f7
F7 that
played.
loses. f5.
Yeah,
White is too
f5 is
active.
coming.
Well, on the screen it's yeah.
Ah, no.
Fabiano is
There.
playing. Yeah, he's back in 18 seconds. King f7.
Yeah, I guess f5, he will play h4.
F5.
Knight
Yeah, he has to
f4.
go h4.
Okay,
Knight
knight
f4
f8.
blitzed out.
Wow, it's getting really dangerous for black.
It is lost. It is just lost. Sindarov might take this one.
Well, so knight f8, you need to realize that you're just pausing, yeah, for one move. That's kind of difficult, I think. It's like a Zugzwang for black.
Going down in time. 9, 8, 7,
5.
6, 5. Knight f8.
Knight f8, only move. And it's also like a Zugzwang one more time. Crazy.
Yeah, just a4. If he plays a4, it's over.
King
Then just,
G7?
yeah, and f6, king f3, king g4. That's
Oh, you're
gone.
so sharp. You're ready for the finals.
He is ready. But also king e5.
Okay, king e5, knight d7, I'm not entirely certain.
King d6.
A4 on the board,
Wow.
played.
Sindarov, so strong.
Then I think it's basically over here. This game is...
Ooh, goes down.
This
6,
is
not-
5,
crazy.
4. With 3 seconds on the clock goes g takes f5.
It's just his knight is too passive. What can you do?
Knight d7 after takes. King g4 simply grabs the pawn on h4.
And king goes to h5.
Is there any practical chance for Fabiano? Sindarov over 150 heart rate. They are both near to that. Ooh.
Doesn't really feel like you have much...
Yeah, unsavable.
Chance.
Yeah, because king h5.
King h5 to g6, you can just push.
Very natural play. Yeah, there is nothing to calculate.
Ooh. What a position. He has to play on, Fabiano, but knows that without too much of a practical chance. Right? I mean, even if the b3 pawn would be gone.
Yeah, of course, because
game
it
is
takes too
over.
much time. Yeah, just g6, and if knight d4, then king g5, and you just give check and queen the pawn on the board. King g7, g6.
Yeah, but like White's play is also so simple now. It's
Knight d4, king g5 will be on the board.
yeah, and he will give a check. So then he has like one final.
Question to
Hurdle.
answer, yeah?
But he can even walk with the king then towards the queen side, collect the b6 pawn if black keeps on checking, yeah, inviting white's king.
Are we in time with that? Like knight
Not
f3?
much hope for black left.
Knight
King
f3,
g5, knight f3,
only move.
king f5. But after king f5 goes to knight d4,
Knight d4.
probably you have to go king e5 and you grab the pawn on
And then you
b6.
grab the pawn, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it would be lovely if we can play king g4 there, but probably.
But even there, just king d6, king b5, and then, I mean, king c6, king b5. I will protect and I will just collect all the pawns. Yeah?
But you will not get to c6. Right?
Sindarov is paying attention.
King
Okay, then to
b5, knight
c7.
d2.
I will go to c7. I will
But I will pick up
get there.
c4, no? With knight
King
b3, knight
f5
d2.
on the board, knight d4. King g5, repetition. What's
No,
going
he's
on?
just collecting the seconds. He will continue with king
And
e5.
king e5.
Of course. But he's
But
pausing.
king e5,
Okay, he-
knight b3, king d5, knight d2.
Yeah. It's not.
This is not so clear. The
I mean-
cleanest was to go to g4 and
I mean,
then
No,
okay,
still.
actually, here, if you realize that you just go king e5 and knight d5, knight b6, and you collect
Yeah.
the other 2 pawns, it's very clean, but
Yes.
you have to convince yourself to give up this g pawn.
Well,
which
he
is
has 32 seconds. King e5 is on the board.
Knight takes b3.
Oh, now it's a draw. Knight d2 is a draw.
Oh, wow.
Knight d2 is a draw.
King d5,
Oh my Oh my
giving
God.
away.
And look at Fabi's
Fabi
body
knows
language.
It's a chance and he finds it.
He finds it.
Ooh,
And
what
White
a
doesn't have a move.
miracle.
White doesn't have a move.
Look at this.
Now it's 6 on for white. Oh my God, what a miss.
Fabi sees that. Wait a second. I'm in the game and shaking his head.
Sindarov, 10
How could I
seconds.
save this?
Believe it. He can't believe it.
Okay, yeah, knight d3 was...
Knight
It's not over
d3.
yet.
Not over yet. Yeah, white will go knight e5, knight d7, knight b6.
Well, now maybe knight b1 is the
Knight
move.
b1 at some point will be
Yeah, but
resourced.
here knight b2, I think we are getting crushed.
Yeah, okay. First
king c6
collect.
to
Yeah,
take.
first collect the pawn.
To take.
But then
still.
knight e5, knight
But he has a
b7.
lot of time now. 40 seconds. I mean, a lot.
Okay, he
but
will take on g6
comparably.
for sure. I think there's no way he's playing anything other than that.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness. A late twist in this game. Just like in their classical game where Caruana was completely winning and then ended in a draw. Might the roles be reversed this time?
But okay, after king g6, of course, knight e5 check is the question, and then knight d7, knight takes b6. The pawn on c5 might fall. Yeah, Fabi takes. Knight e5 check. All played.
And now what?
Knight e5, king f5, knight d7.
And knight takes b6.
Knight e4 only move
Knight
if he
e4
found it.
played. Yeah, he found it. Very important that knight c3
Okay,
check, and
but I
it's like a
think
zugzwang.
Now it's kind of
Yes.
done, yeah? Because
King
white has
c6,
no way
king
to
e5,
improve.
King b5,
king d4.
king a5, knight d6 only.
Only.
Or knight
Knight
c3.
c3. I said
Knight
like
c3
it
also.
zugzwang.
Knight, yeah.
We're standing, yeah, on king c6, king e5, king b5 on the board.
Yeah, we are seeing the line we discussed.
Phew.
King d4 on the board.
Yeah, white will capture.
What a
the pawn.
miracle. Sindarov, 1 second.
1 second. Oh my goodness.
Maybe he... Is
Wow.
it 0-0?
No,
On
then
time?
Fabi would have seen it. No, it cannot be.
Or the arbiter would have stepped in.
Yeah, knight c3. And Fabi cannot believe it. I'm saving this. Coming
Not
back from the
zugzwang.
grave. King a6, knight takes a4, draw.
What a miraculous game we had.
Unbelievable. From the drawish knight endgame, I told you let's come back because I sensed that Fabi is very nervous. He was losing it, and now Sindarov is saying that, wait a second, how I did not win? How did I not convert?
Well, as long as you still have Vincent in the studio, let's talk about his game now that we have a chance. And maybe we can take a look with a bit more calm.
Wait a second, just what
yes.
happened in the other game?
Oh, it's still running actually.
Aha, but it's a drawish endgame.
It's
yeah?
a very drawish endgame, in fact. I think we can look at at the game between Magnus and Vincent now, and maybe we can also take a chance just to talk about the opening, because as you said, Vincent, it went well for you quite early. Yeah, take us through here. F4, F5, C3, G6, but D4 must have surely been a surprise for you, yeah?
Yeah, I was expecting him to play g3, but
G3.
yeah, I'm not sure what the reason was for him to play d4, because I assumed that after g3, maybe d5 was an option.
Yes, you actually
But,
showed this already before the game.
But
yeah?
then also my question was that even if I would have played d5 after d4, then I think he must have wanted to go g4. It's like the only explanation to me why
Why he
would
didn't
have-
start like
why
this.
didn't start with that, yeah.
That he maybe, but I think in the confessional booth he didn't say that. I think he wanted to play a calm game.
Yeah, and
Or he
some
tried-
quick knight d2, queen c2, c4. That's what
Yes.
he was saying. He
Yeah,
wanted some
exactly.
quick knight d2, queen
So
c2.
maybe
c4.
that's why he didn't play G3 yet. But yeah, D4 now. Yeah, quite an interesting moment. You could go for this like very fixed structure, but you decided to play C5, which was I think great move.
Yeah, it looked reasonable. I mean, of course, I guess he had to go g3, take cd, but
Yes.
in view of him having a must-win situation, I think he rejected that option.
Yeah, because it just looks bad with the bishop
Yeah.
on G1. Yes. So then, as you said, you were very happy with the position you got. Also, this F4 move was quite impressive to us. Can you take us through here? It was the best move. What was your thinking behind it?
Yeah, I mean, my only problem in the position is the d5 square. And it's not the real problem unless a knight lands there. So it's just to prevent knight e3.
Ah, okay. It's very concrete.
Yeah, you also revealed this in the confession booth. Yeah, you said that knight is in knight d5, the only thing you worry about.
Yeah, then this very nice intermezzo here with knight e6. Do you feel like Magnus missed that maybe? Or?
No, I think just the position was
Okay.
quite sad for him already, and then of course this position is so beautiful, so nice. I can play like pretty much everything, and what I got into from here is.
Yeah, please tell us about knight d5. We're a little bit surprised. You also played quite quickly. What was your thought process? Because it looked like you had such a big choice.
Yeah, no, I mean, the whole point of knight f5 was to play like with some direct idea, because otherwise I can just castle long first and then see what happens. So when playing knight f5, of course, I was nearly certain he would play knight d2, and knight d5 was already my idea.
So knight d5, now knight g4, bishop g7, and then this is, well, you played knight b6. This is already
I think
logical.
I could have castled long, simply. This was a quite decent option also.
Here, yes.
Yeah, but
yes.
then again, he could play e4. So
If it would have
if we go
been
knight
maybe
b6,
a
we get
similar
transposition.
Yeah.
So not that easy already, but yeah, I mean,
Okay,
just
and now we
play
talked
bishop
about
e6
this.
here, and
Yeah.
everything would have been fine.
Yeah. So, I mean, also like psychologically, you know, you were better or like very comfortable most of the game, and then suddenly you get into this position where it's quite messy again. How did you handle that for yourself?
Yeah, it was difficult because, of course, I realized how like unnecessarily I messed up that good position. But yeah, I was kind of focusing myself on defending what was left of that position because, I mean, I will have enough time to be mad about the way I played afterwards.
And
That's a
one
good
question,
mindset.
yeah, because we got worried here, but we were thinking like you have the move knight c6. Yeah, did you consider this move
Yeah,
knight
knight
c6?
c6, bishop d6, and then what?
Looks uncomfortable with the bishop, indeed.
Okay,
Yeah.
h5, knight f6. Yeah, I kind of miss that. Always I have this rook e6, and it just works out nicely.
Mm-hmm. And black and white cannot keep everything together, apparently.
Yeah, because probably psychologically it is very depressing to see a bishop on d6. At the same time, while the rook is under a pin on e1,
Yeah.
it somehow works to play rook e6.
Yeah, certainly. If I had seen that I can just go rook e6 and he has a huge problem defending e5, I would have played it either here or after h5, knight f6, rook e6, and still things would have been quite fine.
So we already talked about this moment.
Yeah, here
and
it's just a
here
mess.
it is
Yeah.
a mess, indeed. Knight c4, takes 6, rook e2.
Here instead of rook e2, there was the super move rook e3, and
Yeah,
I was
but-
saying that unless you find it, I'm in very, very big doubts that you can survive with so little time. Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah.
But rook e3 is impossible to
Is
find.
yeah, the idea is this bishop e5, rook c3, and everything. But you moved the rook on the e file, so there was a 50-50 chance rook e3, rook e2.
Okay, and then, yeah, bishop b4.
Yeah, it was just because I missed the bishop h3 idea. Otherwise, of course, I will play king d7, and well,
And
it's
you
a
still
bad
have-
position,
yes.
but survivable probably.
Yes, yes. And then we got to this position where, yeah, your time went all the way down to 8 seconds. You played knight a5, and yeah, here white needs to go c5. I don't know if you already had a look.
Yeah, I thought
yes.
he would go c5, knight b3, king b1. Apparently, king c2 is better to just push, but I was thinking he will try to take the h7 pawn.
Right.
That's what I
knight
was
takes
referring to,
c5.
like bishop h7, rook h8, bishop f5, rook h2, d7, and okay, who knows whether this is a draw
This
or not.
one.
Well, this might be a draw, maybe.
Yeah,
Or maybe not.
That was my hope, but
And then rook to b6,
Rook to b6, pawn
king
a6,
a7,
and just sit,
yeah.
yeah.
And pray, yeah.
and okay, but problem is of course that it's like the right corner. That's
yes.
Making it
Bishop.
tricky.
That's a problem.
Okay, and then in the game...
Then it was, I think, just kind of.
Yeah,
I was
bishop
too
e6.
active, yeah.
You were too active, and you brought it home. I mean, what were your emotions like? These last, we saw you, you know, before you played the last move or one of the last moves, knight takes c4. You're like just double checking, not
Yeah, because,
blundering anything in the last moment.
Like I have
mean,
so many normal moves that just, of course, knight c4. If I can play it, it finishes the game. But I have to make sure that after rook c2, everything works, and of course also nerves. And as you probably also saw, heart rate was quite up. So
Yes.
important to. I was thinking it's a good idea to calm down for a second because I had built up something around 2 minutes.
After you agreed to a draw, Magnus said something to you?
Yeah, we discussed the game briefly.
No, he immediately said something to you.
Congratulations, he said.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, You just played amazing chess in these two games against, and also against Firouzja, of course, and I think very well deservedly succeeded to the final. I mean, it's just amazing. Congratulations! Yeah.
Congratulations, Vincent. It was great to follow you all the way up to now, and I wish you good luck for the upcoming matches. Of course, I'm pretty sure that you're going to be following to get to know who is the opponent you're going to be playing tomorrow.
Well, one last question to that. Do you have any preference, or
No?
You're just happy where you are already, and
Exactly.
you played against the final boss already, so whoever comes now, it cannot be a bigger challenge, really. All right. Thank you, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
So it was very nice to have our guest, first finalist, who we have in the tournament, right, Vincent? So far, he shows excellent play, nerves, and endurance during the tournament. He's very calm. So I'm very curious who he's going to be playing with in the final, and also what will be the outcome. Who is going to be taking the $200,000 check? It will be quite stressful to play in the finals, right? Just in 2 days it will be
but
decided.
on the other hand, it's already like a dream scenario. Yeah, you are in the finals, you play for 200,000, the second prize also 140, so the worst case, you have 140 guaranteed, you have beaten the world #1 Magnus Carlsen, so I think you should be already extremely happy and proud. Here we are seeing Hikaru against Gukesh. We have kept an eye on this game while we were analyzing, and we have seen that nothing really changed. That was the reason why we did not switch back. Hikaru is trying to torture Gukesh, but okay, we all know that this should be objectively a dead draw.
Actually, now there is an opportunity for black to go rook f3, blundering rook e6, and then rook g3, right?
Rook f6.
Ah, rook f6. Sorry.
Oof.
Oops.
So you can actually blunder.
Okay, so you can blunder.
But yeah, he
You
doesn't
can
need
blunder.
to take.
Yeah, rook a1, because rook h1 checkmate is a threat. So that's why white is unable to just... let me put the rook on a1 before the computer. Yeah, it updates. Okay, good.
Yeah, Gukesh did not lose on time. Yeah, there we go. 16 seconds for him. That's Nakamura's only hope, that Gukesh has no time, but with his position is so solid, so few pieces, that it's hard to imagine Gukesh making a mistake.
No, in this position, he will not make a mistake. 16 seconds is
What about
much more
knight
than
g5
enough.
check? Knight take g5, king g5?
Rook a5
King
check, king
h6.
h6, rook a3.
Yes. Yes. I was trying to make things...
Peter, I'm more experienced than
Yes.
that. It's a rook endgame. You know the saying.
Yes.
Every rook endgame is a draw.
Is it though? Yeah, but still, with 16 seconds.
But I think
on the
also
clock.
knight g5 takes rook g1.
Yeah, rook f6 check and just king,
King
e7.
e7.
Yeah, of course.
That also leads to a draw. It's hard to imagine how you can even try in this position.
Also, the body language of Hikaru says like, yeah, I'm trying everything, but yeah, there is just no way through.
I'm sure Hikaru has won such positions so many times on a title Tuesday, but the difference there is you just have 1 second increment.
Yes.
Here it's 10 seconds, and that's a lot of time for a player of the caliber of the world champion here, Gukesh, with the black pieces. So what do you do against the threat? King back to h3?
Well, you can include rook b7 check, yeah, just to force black's king back to f8, and then to come back with but king h3 is such a sad move. Yeah, you were going forward, you were hoping to achieve something.
Yeah, I think we can zoom in on the players right now.
Yeah, king h3, rook h3 blitzed out.
We're not going to have a lot of analysis, so here we go. Thank you.
Hitting the f3 pawn. White is unable to push f4 because he's pinned, so knight takes f4 check is possible. So he has to protect this pawn somehow, or that's why he played king h4 to step out of this rook takes f3, rook takes g3 check idea.
Well, I doubt that we are going to see more than 5 moves from here.
That you don't know Nakamura well.
But it's over the board, yeah? Okay, rook b7 check, of course. Yeah, we talked about this. King f8, king h3. This was logical. Anyway, rook h3 will happen.
Probably king g2, check.
Okay, to check, and yeah, how do you get out?
Check again on b8. King f7.
And already Gukesh has 1 minute on the clock. This is the point. Yeah, 10 seconds just gives very big
I think this is the time to
comfort.
make repetition.
No. No.
You don't believe it.
No.
That's not the image Hikaru has.
But
right?
now Hikaru is under with the clock. Yeah, he's only down to 40 seconds. Gukesh is up on the clock, so maybe it makes sense now already to give up the torture. In fact, it's not a torture. Yeah, black is just comfortably shuffling with rook a3, rook a1.
I don't think Gukesh has any problem with this. I mean, he sits there until he has to
What?
sit there.
FC pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
What
Then he
on
wants
earth
to
is
play
happening?
rook b6.
Rook f3, rook b6 he wants
Yes.
to go.
But
Okay.
then black
After
can
king
go king
f7.
f7, rook
Yes.
e6, and then rook takes
Rook
g3
takes
check,
g3.
and that's the draw.
But rook b2 was quite unexpected.
Yeah, is this a winning try?
I have
winning
to
attempt?
admit.
Yeah, Gukesh takes. Rook b6.
I have to admit. I just don't even understand what's going
I
on. What
don't-
about knight f4?
It's also possible, yes.
Anything.
Now Gukesh is checking if he can play for win.
I mean, what about... Yeah, actually, it's funny because black can blunder, you know. Knight f4, king h4, rook e3, rook f6.
And thank you very
And
much.
thank you very
And
much,
rook
right?
f4.
So there are some ways of...
But of course, king f7, the professional. Rook takes e6, rook g3.
And knight
And
h5
again,
is coming.
to the
Of
very
course.
In every game, they're fighting until the end.
And Gukesh already playing king d5, closer to the center. Yeah?
Well, it was a tough game. They fought it out. 103 moves.
Still,
103 moves.
Gukesh has not won a game in this tournament.
Yeah, we are losing the count, yeah, because some players played more rapid games. Yeah, for example, Hikaru and Sindarov already played 2 extra tie breaks. Now today they are playing a 3rd tie break game. We are losing our minds that how many games did these players play?
Yeah, and I believe that we're just having a few minutes break for the players, and then another drawing of lots will be. I don't know how it's possible to follow up with this for the players. Can you imagine to play so many different positions?
It's crazy. It should be very challenging. The good thing is that they have this 10 minutes discussion or at least thinking time before the game. I do believe that in this regard then Sindarov and Hikaru are a little bit more lucky that they can discuss with each other. You get some comfort, you get some exchange, and you are not sitting with all your tension and all your nerves at the board. Well, both games end in a draw. Are we going to go to a Blitz playoff as well?
You promised it.
I promise that one Blitz playoff will happen for sure.
Well, first we have to discuss who it disturbs more what has happened in the Fabiano game. What do you think, Nicholas? Who will be suffering more psychologically what has happened? Because Sindarov had a winning position. I can only compare it the way, maybe even more winning than Nakamura was winning against him, no?
Against
Sindarov, right? I mean, there was a connected pass pawn for him. And yeah, we can maybe even just pull it up because it's just so frightening to see this, what has happened. Obviously, again, a position where you would think there is zero chance that at this level you can save it, right? Even on a lower level, it's just unbelievable what has happened.
Yeah, no, for sure. Sindarov will be very upset. Just like Caruana was probably very upset after not winning the classical game. But at least you could argue, well, he was low on time. And yes, of course, Sindarov also did not have much time, but he was so close. It was pretty much, this was more or less the critical moment where the question was how to deal with these checks of the knight. And the solution would have been a nice little king maneuver, going king g4, and if knight d4, not putting the king on g5, but this time putting the king on h5, so that if black now takes the pawn on b3, you're just way too far away with the knight. Now king g5 is possible. Next, let's say I'm just bringing the knight back, something like this. Next, I can give a check to the king steps back, and I'll bring the king forward, f6, g7, king g6, knight f6, and this will be all. Black cannot really stop this plan in a good manner, and white should win. And if you go back to f3 now, then white can give a check on e6 and can also make progress here. Let's say king f6, and now king h6 is possible, supporting the pawn push, and white is also just going to win. If he finds this,
maybe you can go and show all the way, because it's so beautiful. The king has to go all the way into the corner to win.
Oh, that's right. Yes, absolutely. There's one more check, but then you don't have this square available, and white is going to queen and win. So if he had found that idea, he would have won the game. Also, what he did was still winning, but now it's already more difficult. First, he repeated moves, and then he went over to the queen side, and he went too far. Here, he would be apparently still winning if he goes knight d5, king takes g6, and knight takes b6, which is a kind of funny situation, completely mirrored on the queen side, but the white king is more active, and this apparently should win the game, because you are eventually just going to pick up both of these pawns and sooner or later win. And maybe this was even simpler, honestly, than the winner just showed, because actually, after king d5, knight d2, it's very clear that you have a problem, because you don't have a move. You don't have a move. Every move you play with king or knight is going to lose a pawn. And then Fabi found the last important move here in this variation, knight e4, bringing the knight to c3, and he saved this game, and this was huge. I mean, if Sindarov had won, he would have, of course, all the chances to win the tiebreak and enter the finals. Now it's completely open, and I feel like psychologically now it's Caruana again who is in front. After the classical portion was Sindarov, and Caruana also has the white pieces now, so he surely is the small favorite now. But as we have seen, especially with Sindarov, anything can happen.
Well, yeah, thanks for breaking it down. I mean, it is a heartbreaker for Fabiano, not for Fabiano, for Sindarov, what he missed. At the same time, we shouldn't forget that in the previous game, Fabi was away from one move to win the match, right? And he played quite well in very difficult position. So now more or less they can think we are balanced out with all our mistakes. So now the match is 1.5 to 1.5, and the next game is coming up. We are waiting, I think just in a minute or two, we'll bring it up there, and we're going to have the drawing of the next position, which the players will have to deal with. And of course, the tournament is getting more in depth. It's getting more and more difficult for the players. Of course, the stress is more, and also the confusion is more in your head. The more mistakes you do, you take it with you, right? I mean, how difficult it is, Peter, when you're playing in a tournament and you have in your head your missed opportunities, your mistakes, your winning opportunities, your savings. How can you clear your mind in such a situation when you have only 10 minutes, let's say?
Yeah, I think that whoever can clear his mind faster and more effectively has an advantage. Yeah, because if you sit at the board and you carry the emotions that you just missed the win or something, and you just cannot forgive yourself, and it's coming back, oh my God, I could have finished the match like Fabi was maybe thinking before the playoff started. Now Fabi can forget about it, because now he's very happy that, wow, I survived. Somehow Kaisa has equalized things. And he will have the white pieces. And we know that he's extremely experienced. He's very strong in freestyle chess in the opening phase of the game. So now a lot of pressure on Sindarov to stop Fabi, and we are about to witness the new starting position.
Let's listen what's going on stage.
To the Blitz, 5+2 games once again. So we're going to draw the next position now, and I would like to welcome to the stage Sam from the Financial Times. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. The players will have 10 minutes to prepare as always. Good luck and enjoy.
Let's see, what number did they draw? Did I hear it well? It's 300. That sounds 328.
Wow.
Let's see what are there reserved for us in this position.
We remember 360. That was scary.
That was scary for the players. For Magnus, he really highlighted that 360 was something very, very scary out there, and actually he even lost that game. So that was not a nice experience for him. And while probably there are not too many positions that people keep in mind, but also
I'm already seeing the position, and we are about to see it. Look at this. This is very confusing. You are extremely tired, you are exhausted, and then suddenly your king is on f1. This and the knight on h1, bishop on e1. Many of these pieces that we talked about, that actually I think Vladimir was highlighting that he's not happy with the bishop in the center. The players already discussing.
Absolutely, but actually the king on f1 doesn't seem to be so bad next to the rook on g1, because it can be switched, and the magic comes where it's going to be already a castle. After that we bring knight g3, so the king side is partly okay, but we shouldn't forget that there is a weakness on b7 and h7, and h7 can be attacked immediately by playing c4 with white.
I think that's why also the players are looking at this. They were thinking like after c4, maybe they can play c5. This resembles very much of that famous Magnus Carlsen Nodirbek Abdusattorov game, when actually we have seen some dramas with bishop h7, bishop h2.
So let's see what kind of ideas. They are having c4 on the board.
And c4, knight g6, they are saying that, okay, we are too tired to figure out all these crazy complications after giving up the h7, h2 pawns. Let's be professionals. c4, knight g6, eliminating the bishop takes h7 possibility, and then next black plays c5 if white develops the knight to g3, and we keep the symmetry.
But what if white goes c4, knight g6, c5?
Exactly. That was a question. And was it Vladimir as well who highlighted that f4, f5 was a threat in the previous position, in the classical portion? And with the knight on a8, if that pawn gets all the way to c5, then you will only have probably some c6, knight c7 idea to develop it. Lot of tension on the black side here, how to meet c4.
Yeah, that is always the question. Can you mirror or not? Should you play c4, c5? Should you go knight g6 first? So Sindarov and Nakamura trying to figure it out from the black side, and we see Fabiano on the board trying to consider his first choices. And yeah, knight g3, c4, or maybe even castle are definitely options for white.
You know what I'm wondering about, Nicholas? What are your thoughts? That what would the regulation say if Fabi says, wait a second, guys, I would like to join the discussion as well. It would be crazy, no? But actually, we don't know if it's allowed or not.
No.
No, yes?
To analyze with them? To know what they're up to?
Okay, we are in the same challenge, in the same shoes, right?
Yes, but then he would see their ideas.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I just felt like it's a very funny little angle. Yeah, all the tension is there. We see the emotions, and I do believe that actually these players have some advantage. Yeah, because all this tension, this craziness, if you are just sitting at the board, I feel like how the heart rate of Fabiano is growing with every single second, while these two gentlemen have the chance to relax a little. I think that this relax, ease the tension. I don't think that chess-wise they are benefiting so much, but calming down your nerves with a nice little chat with someone like Hikaru could potentially help Sindarov. What is your take on this, Nick?
No, I definitely agree. It just breaks up the tension, gets you away from the board for a moment. You play around a little bit. Also, I feel like moving the pieces instead of just looking at the starting position like Gukesh and Caruana are doing it is helpful. So I think that's definitely beneficial for these two. And well, Caruana, I'm sure he would analyze with Gukesh, but Gukesh, as he mentioned yesterday when he visited us in the studio, just prefers to sit on the board and think for himself. And Caruana, he could move the pieces by himself as well. He definitely has a board set up for that, but I guess he just prefers already sitting at the board and calculating in his head what the different options are. And we see after c4, yes, they don't want to go c5, they want to go either c6 or knight g6. I think they want to start with knight g6. And this makes sense, develop the knight, and you can castle, and at least you shouldn't need to worry about king safety here so much, Peter.
Yes, I also feel that, yeah, now they're also checking what about c3 instead of c4. The same first move, knight g6, knight g3 appear on the board. And it's solid. I think that this is actually quite nice for black, that doesn't feel so scary. By the way, just deflecting to this, that Fabiano could move the pieces alone. I think that by this point, just physically making the moves alone and then taking them back for white and for black could be difficult. So I understand that he prefers to sit at the board. Judith, what is your take on this? How do you feel? We kind of felt like sitting at the board, discussing, moving the pieces, easing the tension could help these two players.
Well, I also believe that at this point, basically the players are engaged with the game and preparation for more than 5.5 hours. And of course, the shift from winning position to losing position to having some chances and all this roller coaster emotionally what they went through, it is already very difficult. And it is enough for the players to hang on alone in the game, right? Nobody is there to help. So sometimes it can be kind of a help and a relief if you can talk with others just to give away the tension, the nervousness, and somehow try to relax a little bit.
Share the moment, yeah? Share the pain, yeah, share the tension, everything.
And of course, the player can really be very stressful. Let's face it. I mean, also for Fabiano, he has so much behind him in his career. He experienced so many things. He played the World Championship title match in 2018 against Magnus. And he was really someone who had a great chance to win and become a world champion himself. So he has a lot of stories and a lot of emotions, what he went through in his career, and very difficult ones. But I think now also, again, even though it's not a classical game which he played all his life, it's a freestyle event, which he likes quite a bit. He takes it very seriously, and it's about the pride, about the fact that how well you can stand up from such a difficult moment. And of course, the older generation has to deal with the youngsters who come up and want to show their strength, their potential.
We see the most important preparation by Sindarov. He rushed back to his resting room and picked up the new bottle of water, because he feels like, okay, without water, I'm not going to be able to keep the tension.
And we see Fabiano sitting there, and he's very nervous today, I think.
Yes.
If once he would be in the finals, he would play much more calmly. Today it was the most difficult match for him. This is what I felt, because it's already one step away from the final. very difficult match. Of course, we see Sindarov, the way he was coming up to this point. I mean, his game against Magnus Carlsen in the qualification was very convincing. And basically his play from the very beginning in the qualification phase, he was the one who was leading the tournament most of the time, right? And he...
Yeah, together with Sindarov. Actually, they were dominating. Sindarov, yes, together.
Yeah, but at the end, Alireza was playing very well and scored, and they tied for the first place. And we are just about to start game 2 of the playoff. C4, knight g6.
Knight g6, yeah. Now the players were analyzing knight g3. That was the main move. Let's see if Fabiano can come up with a novelty. Yeah, coming up with a surprise would be, of course, nice, but knight g3 is the most natural move in the position. And we have to say also that this is a rapid playoff game for C5 played. The move that Nicholas highlighted, that the computer said, wait a second, there is this little move C5. But let me just finish my thoughts that it's about $140,000 game, because who wins this has the potential of going to the final and fighting for the 200,000, while whoever loses plays for the third place and the fourth player. And when you face Magnus Carlsen for third place, you might think like, okay, he's objectively the favorite, it's 60,000. It's a $140,000 difference that you can fight for in this one game.
Well, of course, we can say that the players, as a sport person, you cannot think about the money at this stage. You're playing for the love of the game, for that you want to prove it that you're the better player. At the same time, especially when you win your first 200,000 check or 140,000, maybe it's not so easy to exclude it from your mind. But of course, Sindarov, I think he's just focusing on the game. He doesn't care and thinks, okay, whatever happens, happens. And then at the end, we look around, what is the prize I'm taking home?
Yes, exactly. But also we have to not forget about that this is not just one tournament, it's the first leg of the series. So getting all the points, Grand Slam points, is also essential. Yeah, and Fabi might feel like, wait a second, Magnus lost. If I'm getting into the final, if I can win, I'm going to get the 25 points, and I might have a big lead over Magnus.
But the whole series, the Grand Slam series with 5 events altogether, it is set up the way that there can be changes on situations, because in the final event in Cape Town, they are going to be doubling the points, yes. Right? So even if the players who are behind, they can still kind of win the event, so making it extremely exciting. But we have a funny opening here. What do you think about this Slav kind of?
Exactly, Slav with the bishop on b8, and also the knight having the potential of getting to the e6 square. Yeah, Black wants to play e5, of course. Let me just highlight it with arrows. And if Black is able to play knight c7, knight e6, with the lovely bishop on b8 construction, it can be very harmonious. Nicholas, your feelings, your thoughts?
It looks good for white. I am usually a fan of having more space. And especially in freestyle chess, if you can get away with it to grab more space, then it is usually advantageous, because often the pieces are not harmoniously set up as in standard chess where you can find some good squares for all the pieces. Especially now, if you look at this knight on a8, and if it goes to c7, well, okay, then you have put it on c7, but what's next? Where do you put your knight? Whereas if this was a standard chess position, the knight would be on d7, supporting the e5 push, and it would be a different story. And the same is also true, for example, the bishop on e8. So this position is looking good so far for white, because he has more squares for his pieces. He can get them out. But of course, it is also a somewhat close position. And I think if Sindarov is able to play e5 at a good moment, he could equalize and get into a game.
Yeah, one thing I think we have to mention, because Fabi rushed with his knight to b3. He wants to meet knight c7 with knight a5. That's a very big point, because hitting the b7 pawn and Black is unable to protect it. A wonderful prophylactic move. Now e3, probably Black has to play the move e5. It's natural. But these are knight c7, knight e6 is not possible.
e5 is on the board. Very logical continuation. But I'm sorry, but this position looks like very normal position. Classical kind of a position, right? Knight c7, knight e6, or knight c7, e8, f6, and
you have
g4.
to take d takes e5 because black is setting to go e4.
And then game over.
And it's French defense, so winning French. Yeah, f5, f4, crushing through.
He absolutely needs to take on e5 here. I'm curious why he's even thinking about it. Because e4, f5, f4, just everything is coming if you don't take this pawn.
We can visualize it, yeah? Those pawns are coming. And this king on f1, we understand that it's going to castle in a second, but it doesn't look good.
So you should take on e5, then he can put a knight on d4, play castle, and white is a bit better. But Caruana is taking his time, which is making me a bit nervous for him, honestly, Judith.
I completely agree with you that it's not a good sign. We are playing in rapid time control, so time is important. And it's important to make decisions when there is no other choice, to make it practically without thinking.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that there is no choice, and giving up the center with d takes e5 might also feel like, what am I doing? Yeah, it wasn't his plan. He wanted to keep the tension, but he has no, and he doesn't. He goes for for queen h5. What does he have in mind after e4? He wants to break with f3, but black has f5.
After e4, black is clearly better.
And the bishop on b1 is logged.
Maybe he wants to go knight f5 and g4, benefit from the rook on g1.
Yeah, probably it's the only idea that he has in mind, but somehow I don't trust it.
Right.
Maybe I can even take knight e7, f5. Once I get my pawn to f5,
it's a complete misjudgment.
It can cause the whole match. This one judgment can cause the whole match.
We talked about it. It's not a good sign that you're thinking about it, right?
Also, if you take on e5, you play castle, you play bishop c3, it feels like all your pieces are on the right squares, right? So now a big moment for Sindarov. Does he take, does he advance the pawn? He does.
And he does.
And he does, and now he is in the driver's seat.
f4 played by Fabio. This is a very nervous move.
Wow.
If black plays f5, even then white can only fight for... okay, what is white fighting for?
Can't black just capture knight f4, takes bishop f4, and after that start pushing pawns?
Well, but white can castle short. Let's not forget about this. Yeah, this is a great resource.
You want to sacrifice the piece on f4?
Yeah. But probably I have time for that, so f5 is more logical, but...
Yeah, f5, queen f6, who knows, maybe even bishop e8, knight moves to e7, then slowly prepare king h8, g5, yeah, the usual kind of way how we deal with this kind of positions. And knight c7, knight e6 might also come, and the sacrifice might happen on f4 anytime in long run. I'm very skeptical.
Is there a possibility for black to take e takes f3 and after that to play f5? What kind of structure is that?
No, I don't think. At least I practically don't like it because I'm happy with the structure right now. I don't want to change it.
Okay, so this was the saying by Sindarov as well, play knight c7. I wonder if he wants to go knight e8 and to f6, or he has a plan of playing f5 and then knight e6.
I'm just so shocked that Caruana went into this, honestly. I mean, just a moment ago he could have taken e5, everything was harmonious, and now he has way less space and his pieces are not really having good squares available.
Yeah, we are talking about how bad is his position, not how good, yeah, or what's going on. It's a complete misjudgment, probably sign of tiredness as well, yeah, because sometimes you are just mentally not fit enough to come up with a good move. And d takes e5, of course, was obvious for him, but it looked like he's not happy giving up the center. Yeah, that was his problem.
And maybe also he wants to play a long game and then slowly develop things.
No, I think I understand now. He wants to castle queenside and then start attacking somehow on the king side. I mean, this must be his idea. He wants to move the bishop on d2, then castle, and then push the pawns forward, something like this.
But, of course, yeah, bishop d2, he's setting up this idea, but this does not work. Yeah, black is going with the knight to f6, knight e8. We even don't know knight f6 immediately, or f5 and then knight f6, both look very tempting. h3 played.
Played because after castle, knight f6 and bishop g4 would win material.
Very important to cover the g4 square.
So is black going to go f5 first? Or goes for knight f6 and then knight h4?
Yeah, now that white has played the move h3, I think that f5 is so natural. In order to make sure that we are controlling the g4 square, f5, knight f6, then white can never ever break out with g4, and we will take it step by step.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine how white will be able to start a g4 kind of plan after f5, knight f6. But we see knight f6 immediately.
Yeah, this is surprising because actually what does he want to do? How does he want to play the position without f5? Is there
decision?
Well, I was even thinking that is he planning some b6, rook c7, bishop c8, bishop a6, but the queen from e2 is taking care of that diagonal. So this is too much.
Knight e7. What is the idea behind this? Long castle will be on the board.
Yes.
And now it's done.
Yeah, what is Sindarov doing? Not placing the pawn on f5. Now white has ideas of going knight gc to h1 and then go g4 and also bishop e1 back, and no, it's very strange. Nerves. It's all about nerves.
Interesting that at first I would rather take it with white. The computer doesn't like it at all for white, right? We see on the bar that rather prefers it with the black pieces.
Yeah, but now I'm already actually comfortable with white. I was very worried. Yeah,
it's
if black
beautiful.
would,
You go
course.
king b1, you go knight f1, or
yeah, bishop
g4,
e1,
then you
g4,
go back.
Yes. No, this can actually backfire. Yeah, black is setting up the a5, b6, bishop c8, bishop a6 idea. That's what he's playing for. It's of course very high class. It's wonderful. Yeah, he first even pushes b5.
Well, but then you think he still sets it up. But now he has...
Bishop a5.
No, you cannot play bishop a5 yet.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and you are not in time with queen e1.
But by going b5, he takes away the break with b6.
Yeah, he takes away the break.
So
yeah,
now,
I thought he wants to go a5, a4, and b6.
Yes, that was very logical.
Very interesting structure.
very complex. Well, white can start now. Knight h1 and
Yeah,
g4
also now he's removing the knight. Okay, knight c1, a5. Black will not be able to break on the queen side.
Well, he wants to push a4, b4, and eventually b3 probably.
Okay, I think b4 and then bishop c8, bishop a6. Because if you play a4, I fixed you with ac, knight a2, knight b4. I would be afraid to give the b4 square.
All the pieces are on the board, and we'll see for how long it will stay that way. All the pawns, all the pieces.
Yeah, so black has this b4, bishop c8, bishop a6 idea, and Fabi wants to go g4 and probably potentially bishop d2 to e1, bishop h4, activating the bishop on this diagonal.
Black is behind in time, almost a minute. So Fabi is playing faster.
This is such a high tension position because there is basically no draw here. Yeah, this game almost automatically cannot end in a draw unless they manage to block everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which can be the case, but for now it seems like Fabiano will be pushing g4. He's going to go bishop e1, bishop h4 possibly, and use his pawns.
So if you push one of the pawns on the queen side, then white puts a bishop in front. Yeah, a4, bishop b4, b4, bishop a4.
Yeah, but after b4, bishop a4, bishop c8.
Yes, I can still shove because the knight on e7 protects the c6 pawn. Bishop c8 played first. Same idea.
Do we think that both players are very happy with their positions or no?
Or both very unhappy. There are these two...
I don't think. How can you be unhappy with Fabiano? That this is what he was playing for.
Yes.
Maybe it's not so good, but this is what he was playing for, right? I mean, this is the max he could get from the strategy he showed with queen h5 and f4.
Yes, and somehow black's pawn is missing from f5. Yeah, with f5 he would have had perfect coordination, also a lot of extra time. Fabi goes a3. Wow, because actually it will allow white to maybe sacrifice a pawn, or he thinks like whenever black pushes b4, I'm going to play a4.
Yes, he
just
wants to lock
close
it up.
Yes.
It makes sense.
To make it a guaranteed lockup, he also still needs b3, yeah? That black will never be able even to sacrifice a pawn.
Yeah, now it's a moment for black for decision. Unless black plays bishop a6, then you cannot play b3.
Then white can play b4.
Yes.
Actually, there is no problem of opening the a file.
I don't know if I would go b4.
I would go b4 for sure.
Really?
Because then I block your bishop. In fact,
So
I
do you
believe...
want to play b4 in the next move if black doesn't play b4?
Well, if bishop a6, I
No,
go
if I don't play bishop a6 anyway, are you ready to play b4?
Then I will think about it. Yeah? but in the meantime, you have to decide. And of course, he sacrificed the pawn with b4. Fabi says, thank you very much. I don't want to touch this pawn. I want to lock down the queen side, a4 on the board. And then if white gets, I don't know if he wants to play b3 or he might want to try to use that square for the knight, potentially for
That's
the long
a good
term.
question.
It's a very tough question, yeah, because then it also gives black some ideas of entering with the bishop. Who knows? The players will figure it out.
What a position. All pieces still on the board.
And this is now very much like a classical chess kind of position, yes. Knight
Okay,
E8.
knight e8 to prepare f5, I guess.
A bit late.
Yes. Or is he also trying to set up some f6, g6 construction so that whatever Fabi, and knight on g7, whatever Fabi pushes, he will be able to lock it, lock the position. But it seems like he's one tempo short. Yeah, he goes
G4,
f5.
f5.
Now g5, and then Suda will be all locked up.
Yeah, but no, he will not play g5. He will play bishop e1. Fabi will play bishop
knight
e1.
g3.
Or knight g3. But bishop e1 first, threatening bishop h4, and then also preparing knight g3 makes a lot of sense.
Yes, absolutely.
Very funny position. At the same time, if black goes bishop a6, he can capture the knight, but he doesn't want to, right?
Yes, no, then white gets free hand. Then knight goes to b3, the bishop will be developed to the d1, h5 diagonal somewhere, gf5 will be also an issue. No, that we can't do. Knight g3 played, okay. Black also needs king h8, yeah, with king on h8. Maybe he could be thinking about some g5 break with black. Can you imagine king h8, g5, going berserk?
But maybe black can go queen d7, forcing white to go g5.
I don't know what to think about it. It's a street fight. And on the board, queen d7. He does play your move, Judith.
It's very hard to say who is better.
Yes.
Maybe nobody is better.
Okay, then who can make more mistakes? This is also from practical point of view. Is it easier to play it with white or with black? At first sight for white, but in reality.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
It's a very tough question, yeah, because I feel like, okay, of course, if Fabi wants something from the game, then he cannot push g5 because then it will be a complete lockup. But otherwise, he's dealing with the fact that the g4 pawn is hanging. Do you
But can you sacrifice it with queen h2 or something?
Yes, please figure it out.
Or should he play rook e1
and
to play
he goes for
queen
it.
h2?
Queen h2.
Well, it looks deadly dangerous to take the pawn because, well, actually knight e4, right?
Yeah,
After
you cannot
takes, knight e4.
So king h8 would be a natural move, yeah, just sidestepping, okay, knight f6, provoking g5.
Yeah, it seems like Sindarov would be very happy once Fabiano pushes g5 because he's ready to lose 2 tempis for that. Is fg4 a threat now? This is the big question.
Yes, it's a big question. It could be, yeah, because with the knight on g4 and all the light squares, and Fabi goes gf5, so he will open up the g file, takes, but where does this lead us?
Rook g5 would be a blunder because
Yes.
queen g5, so that's not possible. h3 pawn is hanging. I'm not sure I like this, what has happened now, exchange on f5. Sindarov is behind in time, almost a minute. But let's see, was this a good decision by Fabiano?
I don't like it either. It feels like now the black pieces have enough space. And
also, at some point, rook a7 can be a useful move, and
Of
bishop
course.
b8 to defend on the 7th rank. And now the h3 pawn is under attack. There is not much to be done about it. Will he play rook h1?
Well, he can play rook g3 with the idea knight h5, rook g4. I don't know, balancing act like this, but then why did he take gf5? He took gf5 because he wanted to go for an attack on the g5, but I think he might be regretting it already. Rook h1 played.
I'm not sure this was his plan when he captured on f5.
no, maybe he missed rook g5, queen takes g5.
Yeah, could easily be. Actually, I'm not ruling out this g5 idea from black. Yeah, if black's king would be on h8, g5 would be a wonderful move. Like this, we might not be in time to get in.
Why? What happens on g5, rook g1, king h8?
Yes, but okay, then even the exchange sacrifice with rook take g5, I'm
or
not
queen
sure
g3
about.
you could go, or queen g2.
Yeah, something, yeah, it feels too much like this. Yeah, Fabi is really pushing. He's trying, yeah, king h8, rook dg1 will be played.
And it's there. And now the square d1 is freed for the bishop. Possibly bishop d1 and g4 can show up.
I do believe that maybe black has to play for this g5 idea. Is rook g8, g5 a completely crazy idea? Because I'm worried of this bishop d1, bishop g4. Yeah, if white gets time to activate his pieces and even get bishop e1, bishop h4 in, rook a7 played. Now bishop d1.
Here it
It's
comes.
there. It's there. It will show up on g4.
I think knight g8 makes sense, trying to reroute that knight to f5.
I think now
Wait,
Fabi is very happy.
Yeah, Fabi is very happy. He got everything that he dreamed of.
And bishop g4 will show up, but rook g5
Rook
seems
g5
to
is
be very
possible.
powerful
Yeah,
now.
after queen e6, rook g5 is very tempting. And I'm not sure that this is a structure that you can hold on forever with black. Yeah, it feels very dangerous because white is coming. Rook g5, rook g1, bishop g4, bishop e1, bishop h4. The knight from c1 can also join the party. Rook g5 on the board.
Rook g5, very powerful move, I believe.
Bishop
At some
d8.
point, rook e5 can show up also.
Even this, yeah, and d takes e5, knight e2, knight d4.
Bishop g4.
Yes, h4 is pushed. Practically speaking, this is wonderful news for Fabi.
He has time advantage as well, which is actually, we can say that it's secondary. It's more the question what's going on the chessboard, because time is something that they can grow, because they get 10 seconds after every move they make.
I really like Nicholas's suggestion, this knight g8, knight h6. Just prophylactic, yeah, covering the f5 square, then potentially you can also place your queen to f6, try to control the f5 square. But still, h5, bishop d2, bishop h4 will happen.
But I would like to highlight that the b8 bishop is unprotected, so in some moment maybe f5 could be an option. But now knight g8, bishop g4.
Yeah, he
Are you really happy?
sidesteps. Yeah, he goes queen. No, I'm not happy at all.
I think white will go h5, and if knight g8, h6. Get rid of that pawn if it's possible.
Yeah, knight g8, h6, and then
g6 probably is the best move.
hope that on f5 square you can set up a blockade. Yeah, knight g8 played.
So let's see how Fabi is reacting. Is he going to be allowing knight to go to h6?
Yeah, he won't be pushing h6. I don't think that he will push h6. It's too tough of a decision for such an important game. And I believe that he's kind of happy with his position. Yeah, he goes
You're right.
g1, knight h6, but now also black is setting up a defensive setup that he can live with.
I think he'll go knight b3.
Yes.
on
And
the
knight
board.
a5 is sometimes a threat, putting pressure on g7 and on a5. It's a very important square now for the knight. And also getting ready sometimes to go rook e5, and then already the knight d4 is ready. Very difficult position to play with black, I think.
Yeah, because you can only sit and wait. Rook g8.
Is black doing queen?
Double protecting the
I
g7.
thought that black should be going queen d8 at
Queen
some
d8.
point to free the a7 rook, move it to f7 and bishop c7 defending
Yes,
a5.
yeah, that would be harmonious. Bishop e2, making sure that bishop a6 will not be activated at any moment. Bishop c7 with the rook on a7. He wants
Bishop
to go
d8.
bishop d8, yes. Kicking out the rook, but that invites rook e5 kind of ideas. Not so obvious.
Actually, white probably could have played queen g2 in order to stop bishop c7. That could be a prophylactical move.
But he did not want to let this bishop a6 counterplay happen, yeah?
Yeah.
We understand. Clock situation up on the clock. On the other hand, we have seen Sindarov with little time being very effective, so forget about the time, it's all about the position.
The players are fighting already for 6 hours today. So a lot of tension, a lot at stake. Rook g2 back. Will Fabiano go bishop h4, exchanging the black square bishops?
And also, it's the third starting position of today, yeah? Not just 6 hours.
And who
of
knows
play.
how more to come.
Yes, exactly. It shows how dramatic it is that we don't even have time to look at a game like Hikaru against Gukesh. Yeah, it just shows the tension. Yeah, it's so much at stake here.
Yeah, Nakamura is much better apparently, close to winning.
Yeah, and actually it's a very interesting game, that one also, but this game is fighting and it goes slowly.
Bishop f2, bishop a6. Okay, knight's a psychological moment. Will Fabi trade or will he go for bishop g4, allowing bishop d6 counterplay, but fighting against the f5 square?
Well, I'm not sure he can capture on a6 because the knight on f5, bishop on d8 controls very well the f2 bishop.
No, he needs to try bishop g4.
He needs to, yes. He needs to play bishop g4.
But what happens after knight h6? Where do you go with the bishop?
Okay, back to d1.
And then knight f5?
Well, but maybe then draw is already fine. Now that black's knight reached on f5 and he's set up a very solid construction with bishop on d8, I don't feel that white has any right to play for a win.
Yeah, it looks really harmonious at this point.
Very solid. Tough spot for Fabi. This is
Maybe
not an
we
easy
can go
decision.
to the straight picture of the players because we are running out of time.
Sure.
Focusing on the players and watch it that way.
And he takes. He trades the
Takes
bishop.
on a6.
But how does he want to win this? He wants to exchange the knight via g3. Knight
Now
f1,
and
knight
yeah,
g3.
knight d2. He wants to play b3 and then go knight f1, knight g3. Rook a7. But watch out, if ever that queen lands on
Yes,
a6.
I was just thinking the same.
Yes, if ever that queen somehow is able to get here, it will be very scary. So very important to keep pressuring that f5 knight. Rook f7. Rook g6. Do we achieve something? Probably not. It's a fancy move, but brings nothing.
Not much pieces were exchanged. Still a lot of tension in the game, even though everything goes very slowly.
I'm worried for Caruana here somehow. Potential counterplay with the queen coming in maybe along a6, as Peter mentioned. How can he break through? Knight
Yeah, he
b3?
goes back knight b3. Is kind of offering a repetition of moves, but who knows? And we have seen Sindarov. If he felt like he's safe, he might start to play for a win.
Yeah, he will activate the queen. Queen is coming.
Yeah, so actually Fabi has to go rook g4, queen f1, just to be in time to stop any queen a6 moves. Queen d7. Or queen g4, queen e2. Yes, that's the more professional way, of course. Queen is falling
I don't
back
think
to it.
Fabiano feels any real danger in this position. I think, okay, push it.
But where is he pushing it? He now with knight d2, knight b6.
No, I
also
mean, if
showing-
Sindarov pushing it,
Ah,
then
yes.
he can get in trouble because it's not so easy to break it up with black either, right?
Exactly.
I mean, will he go rook f6, rook h6 and trying to put pressure on h5? Is that a possibility? h6, but then g6.
Yeah, no, queen c8, queen e2, the professional move, and now rook f6. Can he
Not
go
so.
after the h5 pawn, rook h6 ideas? Rook h2, Fabi
h2.
goes on the defensive. This will actually encourage Sindarov, yeah? We know that he's an optimist. He goes rook h6.
Okay, now maybe at some point g6 will be possible, though it doesn't seem to benefit black. Bishop e1,
Queen g4.
queen g4 back.
Basically inviting that, okay, you want to activate your queen, but I'm pressing your knight on f5.
In the meantime, I got the information that Nakamura just won, so he will be the one playing for the 5th and the 6th place.
Wow, now bishop h4 is possible, isn't it? Can we try to trade? No, he goes back to e2 with the queen, but...
No,
Bono-
bishop takes h4, yeah?
And then rook takes h4 because
right,
g7 was
yes,
hanging,
yes,
yeah?
yes.
I felt like, who knows, why to allow something like this in such a tense situation? But yeah, now black was able to get the rook to f7.
And where is he heading to?
Yeah, nowhere.
To a7.
He wants to trade the queens with queen a6 and then hope in the endgame to break with g6.
But after queen a6, you will getting nowhere. I'm going to move with the queen.
Rook h1.
This is a funny setup. Queen a6, queen g4.
And then rook f7. And then I can try to cause some trouble with the queen, maybe.
It's there. Fabiano, are you exchanging queens or go out?
No, that would be very scary. I think he can't really trade queens. Then he can just lose this endgame with this g6 break.
This is a very smart plan by Sindarov.
Yeah, fantastic plan. Now Fabi has to keep the queens alive with queen g4 and hope to be able to control this queen entry with rook d1.
Well, it seems like Sindarov significantly improved his position by exchanging those pieces which are not on the board.
Yes.
And
He made
Fabiano
huge strategical step forwards in the position.
gave the opportunity that basically...
And Fabi is about to lose his time advantage. And he takes. Ooh, this is very
Wow.
scary. Because this can simply slowly be lost. Okay, so knight d2, knight f... I mean, there are scenarios that it can backfire this
Yeah, the
endgame.
pawn on h5 is weak.
Is weak, but also potentially that black will somehow play g6 and keep that h7 pawn, and then this h pawn can be... and the bishop on d8, protecting the weakness, keeping
Rook
an eye...
a7 goes back to f7, I believe.
Yes.
Getting ready for knight g3.
This is nerve-wracking. Also, white will have to rush with his king towards the king side, but it's too far away.
So knight g3 is possible?
But rook g4 also is possible, and then, no?
Apparently rook h3 with the idea knight h2, knight g4.
Oh, wow,
That's a nice one.
That's a very interesting one. That I like, yeah. Otherwise, I'm not a fan, but it will be very difficult to find. Yeah, king b3 plays a nervous move. King g8, yeah, Sindarov activates the king.
So where the black king is going? Black wants to go g6, rook g7.
Yeah, with the king on g8, yeah, it's tough to play g6. He will not play g6. Rook f8, yeah, trying to get the king to f7, but this rook h3, knight h2, knight g4, actually, this is such a key idea. Let me just highlight, because this can bring a lot of dynamic to the game.
Well, after king f7, it will be possible to go already rook h3. Let's see if Fabiano finds this plan.
Yeah, on the board, rook h3.
Yeah.
Unexpected surprise for Sindarov, I believe.
He can go g6.
But yeah, this rook h3, knight h2, knight g4 is now a cold shower for Sindarov. He felt like, let me just improve and I can play a one-way traffic game. And all of a sudden, this knight is jumping.
Bishop f6, preparing knight h2, g6. Right? After knight
Yes.
h2, there is not really any other option.
We are expecting g6, otherwise the rook is trapped. Well, one could argue that even knight g4, knight takes h6, g takes h6 is some kind of a fortress, but we don't want to figure it out.
No, that's not what he's playing
Yes.
for.
Oh, but you're probably just right. This would be a fortress, yeah.
But the fortress, don't try it at home, yeah, kind of. Yeah. King e2, yeah, coming closer.
Is g6 the next move?
It can be.
But maybe black is going rook h8 first, so it will be even a better version when it opens up.
What's the clock situation? Yeah, on the board, rook h8. 1 minute 12 versus 1:20.
Nerve-wracking.
Nerve-wracking.
Yeah,
for
the
sure, yes.
studio is breaking, falling apart. We cannot keep the tension.
When we are silent, it also expresses that we are speechless. We can't breathe. It's so difficult and stressful.
Yeah, and think about the players. I mean, 1 minute to play this position and decides who will join Vincent Keymer in the finals. A lot of money on the line, Grand Slam points, G5.
Pride and
Here we
everything. Yeah, g5. Kind of forcing
Well, now
h
White
take
even has a
g6.
choice. It's surprising. He can take on G5 or he can take on G6 en passant.
Yeah,
Not a fun moment for Fabiano to choose from.
Very tough decision. No matter what you decide, you feel that there is some danger.
And it's interesting because if g6, then you have to go h takes g6, right?
Exactly.
So it's a
Psychological.
nice psychological move, g5.
Right.
And
FG.
fg.
Wow, and knight h2.
Yes, because white can jump to e5 with the knight if black is not
Absolutely.
paying attention. So maybe g5 was not the best
And you
decision.
can't stop that. The knight is coming. And this looks scary suddenly for black.
F file is open, so the white rook can show up on f1 also.
Rook e6 on the board.
Well, knight g4, knight e5 is something that...
Absolutely.
At
Yeah.
first, I wouldn't be happy with black to see that knight suddenly in the center.
Yeah, with little arm on the clock, suddenly white gets active. Knight g4, rook f1.
Both players are under a minute and they get 10 seconds after every single move they make.
Yeah, because bishop f6, rook f1, then rook g8 is maybe in time, but you don't want to ask questions that am I in time or not?
The chairs are shaking because the players are shaking.
Rook f8 played.
Still equal, by the way, but it's becoming more and more sharp, it feels like. Rook g1, rook f1, bishop g3.
Bishop g3.
Ambitious, improving the bishop.
Yeah, it's ambitious.
Serious decision.
Apparently the best move is rook e8. That seems really...
Which is practically impossible.
No,
Impossible to make, right?
Yes,
I mean,
impossible. Just
with
leave it at
33
C6
seconds
pawn,
on your clock.
undefended.
Basically, now that white is activating the bishop, the big question practically is what happens after knight takes g3, rook g3, but then already this knight, for example, h6, try to block the g file.
But then it's hard to believe that black can win because knight
Exactly.
on e5, bishop
No,
moves
but down
away.
to 10 seconds, so plays king e8,
So now bishop or knight will show
bishop
up.
e5.
Bishop
on the
e5.
Position is still equal, but it feels like white is making progress.
Yes, now rook f1 is coming, rook h2, rook hf2.
Well, look at the two-piece. Where was it for white 5 moves ago? Bishop on f2, defending bad.
He needs to
now,
play knight h6, yeah, on the board. He needs to trade all the pieces now.
Good move.
But now I think I would rather play it with white.
Of course, yeah. Takes, rook g1.
You need to take with the bishop. Rook
Yes.
takes h6, runs into bishop g7. Yes.
Okay, rook g1 will be played.
Of course, the rooks should be on the open files. Whether it's freestyle chess or regular chess, the rooks has to be on the...
Rook g3. Actually, at one moment, bishop c7 will be a very big threat, yeah? Because you can't protect the pawn on a5, so king d7, just in time to stop that.
At some point, bishop g7 can show up.
Yes. But thanks to the rook on e6, bishop g7, always rook f7 is there.
Both players under 30 seconds.
My goodness.
They are away from being in the finals. Heart rates are increasing.
It's amazing that they are still both under 150.
The position's still equal, but it's heating up, like going after the h5 pawn.
Will Fabiano go rook g8 and try to give trouble for the black king from the back?
But now he has only 6 seconds.
And he does.
Goes for
And
it.
he goes for it.
Wow, very sharp now. Rook takes h5. And you have rook g6 as a defensive move also. Anything can happen in this game now.
Rook
A8.
a8. What will be the outcome of this? Anything can happen.
Well, the bishop on e5 blocks any kind of rook h2 checks. Is rook takes e5 followed
I'm
by
just
rook
checking
h2?
what's going on.
It's very dangerous for white.
It's very tempting,
It's very tempting.
Rook
But
g6.
it was rook g6.
but he could
Solid
resist.
move. And now...
And he goes after the c6 pawn.
Oh, he goes after the c6 pawn.
Yeah, rook c7, I'm guessing. But okay, rook
Yes.
h3.
Rook h3, only move now. Yes, he played it. Check. So sharp. And still equal.
But yeah, practically it looks now very dangerous for black.
Black cannot go to f5, has to go back, I believe.
To e7 or f7, only moves. To e7 or f7.
Probably king d7 could be problem.
Yeah,
And
king
he plays
e7 is
e7.
the professional move.
Heart rates are increasing.
Also in the studio.
Tension.
My goodness.
Yes.
Is he going to go check on c7 and c6? Or is he going to capture on g6? But I feel that that might be dangerous for white.
Yeah,
Rook
because rook
e3.
e3, rook d3 check, rook d2, rook c2. There is always this idea that the rook can get behind the pawn.
I think rook check should be played. Push back the king on the... And he played rook g6.
He takes. It's still equal.
King f2.
And
rook
now
f3
this
check.
might be a repetition of moves.
Yeah, king e2, rook e3 check.
But why not bishop c1?
Okay.
C6?
Why not? Because my heart cannot take it.
Yeah.
I don't know, some c6, c7, rook g8. No, just go for the perpetual. We want to see
Bishop
the Blitz play
f4
off.
can be also a possibility at
Yes.
some point.
Oh, he tries. Bishop
King
f4 only move.
g2.
King g2, wow, but okay, this is now also tricky for Fabi.
Oh, he trades. And
Wow, this can be dangerous.
He
Okay.
But
E3
maybe
is in
rook
the air.
g5.
Rook g5, rook e5
Rook g5 must be the move, isn't it?
is
Yes,
the
he
idea.
plays it.
What about e3?
E3 played.
Can white take on d5?
Yes, he
We will get a liquidation into the drawish endgame. Okay,
But the white
good.
king is far away. Rook d5.
Yes, but he will be pawn up, it should be draw.
My goodness. So this is the Blitz tiebreak you promised us, huh?
Yes, this is what, and I feel like it's the only result I can live with. If somebody loses this game, I'm falling from my chair.
Yeah, especially because it was equal pretty much the whole game. I mean, black was better at some point, but nobody
now,
was winning.
Yes.
But now it's exciting because after e2, white can go rook e5, and if you go king d7, d5.
d5, yes.
But probably rook c4,
Yeah, rook c4 should.
king d7. So
Fabi is
what's
looking.
going
Yeah, d5, rook c4, c6, king d6. It holds by. Okay, it's not a miracle. It's logical that it holds, but
on? But he understands that it's only him who should be playing for a win? Well, it's hard to say, of course, because the king is very far away. That's true. As in all end games, kings are determining the outcome of the result of the game.
Because it's an extra piece in the end game. King f3, king c6.
What will he be playing after king c6?
Well, about anything is a draw at this point.
Well,
still some psychological issues now with white, yeah?
20 seconds, he has to make his decision, not allow the king c5, c4, b3 by any means.
Is b3 a choice?
I think king...
Okay,
I thought king e3,
sense.
but rook c2.
Yeah, opening the way for the king. And wait a second, the pawn endgame can be lost for black if you go after the pawn, so better you don't touch that pawn.
I think b3 and they are going to be exchanging pawns.
Yeah, now it's over, now it's draw.
Rook a4, rook b3.
Now the tension is gone, we can see on the body language of the players, they both know that.
And the heart rates also go down.
No surprise.
Yeah, the heart rates are going down. It's quite interesting.
They calm down. Yeah, king c1. So they come about to have a draw with two kings again.
Wow, what a fight.
Wow. We appreciate the fighting spirit, and right now I think they are going to be drawing of colors for a further playoff where we're going to see shorter time control. So the players, it's going to be their fifth game. Let's see, Sindarov plays with the black pieces in the first game, and they are going to have 5 minutes plus 2 seconds.
And they will also have only 5 minutes to prepare. I read the regulations. I was kind of surprised that, Blitz is coming, and then even you get less time to prepare.
But they still have the energy to discuss. Yes. They know that it's moving into the lottery part. Not only, I believe we can say that what position they are going to be having in the next two games, but also the shorter time control it is, the more luck has its place. So let's see the brackets where we are standing for the whole event, because we had other matches which were decided. And let's see, Nakamura won at the end 2.5 to 1.5 against the world champion. So he's going to be playing versus Sindarov, who won against, not Sindarov, Abdusattorov, yeah, sorry. Abdusattorov versus, who won against Firouzja to 1.5 half. And we're going to see just in about, well, less than 1 hour, who is going to be the challenger of Vincent in the finals. And it's a very tough, nerve-wracking day. Of course, even for us who are just commentating, there are so many things happening in this match and today in the playoffs. And we are about, I think, shortly to start the drawing of game number 5 of their match, game number 3 today. And the players were not playing a single game like this before, because this time control is only for the second playoff. And if these two games will be also 1-1, 2 draws or 1 win for each player, then we are going to have a very special Armageddon form of deciding, and that will be the last game. So that's the maximum how long the matches can last, 7 games, because there black will have a draw odd. But let's see, I hope we are not, well, in some ways I hope that we get there. In other hand, I hope it's not going to be by a draw maybe, which decides who gets into the final. But of course, it's always very difficult when we talk about playoffs, right? We always want to see who plays better. And of course, the longer time control, the better the strength shows in the game. And what do you think, Peter, about the playoffs? What kind of direction it's taking the players' nerves? And how frustrating it is if you lose a Blitz game, right? When you're fighting so long.
It should be very painful because, okay, then everything was wasted, yeah? You just was fighting for absolutely nothing. And we talked about it, that if you give all and then you end up losing, then you only feel the tiredness and everything, and the show continues tomorrow. Yeah, imagine then as a loser you have to face Magnus Carlsen for place 3. It's a horrible situation. At the same time, if you win, you get the euphoria. Aha, in worst case, I'm having already 140,000 guaranteed, plus all the Grand Prix points and so on. Yeah, then the sun is shining, you get the extra energy. I'm rooting for both players. They both deserve it. Yeah, the way they are fighting. Fabi missed the chance in the classical portion. He will be kicking himself. Then it would have ended right there after 2 games. Now already they played 4 games. The 4th game is coming up now. They already played 3 games. It's unbelievable. It's just unimaginable with a new position again. New challenges coming.
Well, I think we are just about to have in a few minutes the next position drawing of lots for that, but we go for a very short break, so take your time. Take your time for it, and we are back just in a few minutes.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
The revolution of professional chess starts now. 10 world-class players, 5 unique destinations, 1 gripping and innovative format. Changing chess forever. Welcome to the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. Bringing a unique chess experience to iconic places around the world, only the world's best players will take on the Freestyle Challenge. During the 2025 season, players are awarded points based on their placement in each Grand Slam tournament. Over the course of the season, each player's points from all the tournaments are added together. And after the last Grand Slam, the player with the most points will be crowned Freestyle Chess Champion.
It really is combat from move 1. This is so much better than classical tournaments.
All events in the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour will be played in the format of Chess 960. Each Grand Slam starts with a round-robin phase. All participants face off against one another in rapid chess. The 2 last-place players in the round-robin stage are eliminated, but will play for 9th place in a playoff match. The remaining 8 advance to the quarterfinals. From here on, the games will be played with classical time controls. Each matchup will be a best-of-2 game over 2 days, and in the case of a draw, 2 rapid games will be played. If there's still a draw, 2 Blitz games will follow. And if the winner is still undecided, a final Armageddon match will be played. From the 7th to the 14th of February, the first Grand Slam of 2025 will take place in the luxurious Weissenhaus Resort on the Baltic coast in Germany. As it is the first Grand Slam of the year, all Grandmasters are eager to make their mark, with the top spot there for the taking. After 8 intense days of play, only one competitor will become the 2025 Weissenhaus Grand Slam champion, taking home 25 points and $200,000 in prize money. Let the revolution begin.
We are right back on the stage. It's happening. The drawing of lots for the next game, where, of course, the nerves are escalating to the highest. Let's see what will be the next position, because we are going to have, just in a minute, the next position, so the players have to be ready, and they will have only a few minutes to get familiar with the position. We see on stage the wife of Hikaru Nakamura choosing for the players. Let's see what position they are going to be playing this time. And what is the number?
Good luck, and for the spectators, please enjoy.
And we're going to be seeing shortly the setup of the next position. And the number is, maybe I'm going to see, 958.
Wow, we are running out of positions. This is almost the last position, the penultimate position.
Yeah, exactly. And let's see, I'm very curious what we are getting, what the players have to get familiar with. Because, of course, the players have to switch their brain in a fraction of seconds just to forget everything what has happened until today, because they have to focus only what is coming up. They will be, okay, we see already Fabiano at the board, concentrating, focusing. He knows exactly. Again, he has to be ready for 2 more games. Whatever happens in game 1, in the second playoff, in the semifinals, let's see what we have. Look at that.
Wow,
King on B1.
Exactly. Now the opposite side, yeah, we already had Rook H1, King G1, Rook F1 in one of the playoff games. Knights Rook A1, King B1, Rook C1. The knights in the center, at least the knights D1 and E1, I feel they are harmonious. Yeah, they can go to C3, to F3, G3, D3, familiar territory, and the queen bishop combination. Yeah, so it feels like some G4, F4 moves are very tempting.
Well, it looks like a beautiful setup, I must say. I have the feeling. Don't you think so? King on B1, 2 rooks around it, the 2 knights are in the center, D1 and D1, the 2 bishops are there next to each other, F1 and G1. Well, the queen on H1 is kind of, I'm wondering, when is it going to get into the game? And also I'm wondering what will be the first move here, because there are not much of unprotected pieces. The D7 is the only unprotected, so knight D7 would be a good checkmate to start with. But it's far away, so I'm wondering what...
Okay, G4 would be kind of natural. I think people have played a move like G4 already. Black cannot really answer it with G5 because of H4. Yeah, that's one funny little detail, a pin along the H file. And how do they act to G4?
And this time Sindarov is playing with the... What's going on? How come Fabiano is...
Fabiano is with white.
They drew the colors again for the Blitz.
And look at this,
yes.
Sindarov run to familiar territory. He wants to sit there. That's where he has prepared for all his games so far. But if I remember correctly, and I think it was stated that only 5 minutes is available for the players. Or will that be for the Armageddon? Yeah, that's a big question. And look at this, Sindarov is moving the pieces very nervously. What happens if my opponent does this or that?
I think it's also a question whether at which point or will Sindarov get to that point where he starts to get nervous, because I don't feel his nervousness, extra nervousness because it's a playoff. Of course, because it's a game going on and there is a tension and how things are escalating, but I don't feel it on him that he's going to be, or he is, extra nervous just because we are getting
finally
closer,
G4
closer.
appeared. Yeah, he looked at F4 G3 setup. Now he is looking at what I'm going to do after G5, and that's a big question. I think that especially in a rapid time control, or now it's a Blitz playoff, Blitz a move that you don't know how to react to. it's very unpleasant. After f4, it's obvious that you're going to keep the symmetry with f5. But what do you do after g4? g4, g5, h4 is a blocker.
Do you think there is any influence on the players that they repeat the color? Now that the last game where Fabiano was playing with the white color and Sindarov with the black, and now because there is a new drawing for colors, it is better or worse, or it's just completely neutral?
I think psychologically it's tricky, yeah, because you are again faced with some problems. You have to neutralize the opponent. One could argue that because the opening went so well for Sindarov, that maybe he has even forgotten already with which color he played that game, because he had no opening problems.
Well, the players are on their own already at this stage, because the other match has finished and Nakamura won his match against Gukesh, and no other pair of players are still playing in the playing hall or will play. This is the first time that we see the second playoff.
And no answer yet from Sindarov against g4. This scares me. If Fabi looks what's going on, yeah, with some binocle, yeah, just to...
But maybe g6.
Okay, but maybe I heard in your voice, maybe g6. This is not good enough for Sindarov. Yeah, he wants to have a confident answer.
I like g6. If f4, then you can go f5.
Yeah.
It's like a typical way to respond. What I want to point out is that for Caruana, this is not a new situation. Actually, last year in the semifinals against Aronian, it was exactly the same. It went all the way down to the wire. It went all the way down to Armageddon. So just as last year in the semifinals, Caruana has to do some overtime. And as his second Miguel told me, they were talking about it, and Caruana, I guess, jokingly said, you know, I'd rather just lose my match than have another match like I had against Aronian, because it was just so stressful, which I can imagine. You not only go through different time controls and all the tension, but also every time a new position to think about. It's just so difficult. So here we have them both seated, and I think they will start the games soon.
Yeah, I'm wondering what would happen if in the playoff they would play both games with the same setup. So the players have the opportunity to play with the white pieces and the black pieces.
Yeah,
it's not good either way, right?
Yeah, no matter what, there is the handshake.
And the start of the game, e4.
e4, best by test.
Yes. I don't know, I don't have the starting position yet, so we have to zoom in on the players. e4, e5, g3 on the board.
Maybe we can go zooming the players only, and then we can catch up on the screen with the moves as well.
Anyway, we won't be able to make big analysis. It's a blitz game. e4, e5.
5
g3.
minutes and 2 seconds per move for the players, so
not a lot of time.
Nerves and focus.
And e4 was not one of the moves that Sindarov was looking at, right? He only looked at g4 and f4, I believe.
He did, I think he did touch e4, e5 for a second, and then the next was f4, f5, g3, g6, and then g4 appeared. But yeah, he did so fast that we actually missed it.
How difficult it must be for the players to switch again to a faster time control. And also to keep it in mind that in classical today, just a few hours ago, after every game they received 30 seconds. Next time for 2 games they received only 10 seconds. And now they receive only 2 seconds after every move. F4.
F4, very ambitious.
Only pawn moves by Fabiano so far. F6, stabilizing the center.
But what about the black queen on h8? It feels a bit locked in at the moment.
This is a big issue.
You're bothered with such a small details that the queen is in the corner, when we are going to see that one coming out.
It can be decisive.
Probably g6 and queen g7 will be.
But okay, then you weaken your structure and lose some time. Fabi is making progress. He has occupied the center. Knight d6 played.
Yeah, knights are out for black. Let's see how Fabiano will develop his pieces.
At least the king is already castled again. This is nice. Of course, we have to take care of the rooks on a1 and a8 at some point, but you don't have to worry about king safety in the first few moves. And
we have update. We have the games.
The only unprotected pawn on d7, so it's attacked.
It's attacked. And black
we
has
can
to
add
react.
the analysis board now to the... Yeah, I think we can keep the players maybe.
Exactly. This is
We
very
can keep it
important.
as it is, just bring the board in. I think that would be ideal.
Rook d8, yeah, the rook sidestep protected the d7 pawn, but it means that black cannot castle all the way to the king side. So he will only have long castle option, and because that rook on d8 is protecting the d7 pawn, he can't castle yet. It's a very unfortunate scenario.
Exactly, it can be kind of very tricky
Yes.
and losing a lot of time for black. And
Fabiano has a wonderful opportunity to grab the advantage and the initiative. Knight f3 followed by d4 is also very tempting, and he will be able to castle much faster, yeah?
I wonder if white wants to go centralize his knight soon on d5, but no, knight
No,
f3.
I think knight f3, rook e1, play long castles, and then d4.
That
and all of a
sounds-
sudden it's plus minus.
Sounds
Wow.
very promising.
G5 is a good move now, apparently, but I'm not quite understanding it yet.
Well, you have to do
Plays
radical
G6.
things. Yeah, he plays g6.
That's very slow. Now after d4, white is clearly better.
Yeah, occupying the center. And what Nicholas highlighted immediately, what about that queen on h8? And look at that queen on h1. The queen on h1 is already included in the game, because if d4, ed4, knight takes d4, then already the queen is on the diagonal, and also supporting the e4 pawn.
Well, that's a big question for me, whether white is really going to be able to go in the next two moves, castling properly, rook e1, and then bringing the rook to d1, castling and d4, because that seems to be kind of a decisive
Yes.
opening up the whole position. So black has to be very careful. But how is it possible to make a prophylactic
And rook e1 on the board, yeah, preparing long castle and going d4.
becoming very dangerous for black?
Bishop h6, hitting the f4 pawn, a clever move. I see the computer doesn't like it, but humanly speaking...
I'm not sure white cannot just sacrifice that.
No, yeah, of course.
Yes, and play like King's
That's the
Gambit.
spirit.
Winning King's Gambit.
That's the spirit. Castle, ef, d4, fg, king b1.
Yeah,
Just
let's
give
go.
everything away. That's the way I did it against Gelfand, actually. I just gave away my f and g pawn. The only thing is I had my king on the king side.
So even better here, even better. But yeah, let's maybe zoom in on the players and just have the players on the
Bishop
board.
c5.
Would
Okay,
be
it's
great.
a positional move.
Yeah, if you see the players from close up, we will be able to analyze that also. Their body language, how they are actually expressing themselves.
Fabi down to 2 minutes 16, and it's only 2 seconds increment. Yeah, this is a super tough change. Yeah, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, and then only 2 in the most decisive game, and after 6-7 hours of fighting.
Bishop c5.
It's also a pawn sacrifice.
But what's the point? The white really wants to capture on d6?
I suppose so, yes.
Unexpected decision.
Yeah, unexpected, yes.
I understand that the queen is on h8 and it's completely out of place, so maybe, I don't know, after ef4, does white want to go g4?
But that's a little slow, yeah? Then maybe you can even move the knight to a2. He goes knight c4. What is this? Where is this knight heading? Because
So
the
probably
knight,
after d3, d6
yeah,
wants to
d3,
be played.
d6, but still. Then you can never castle, yeah? The king is stuck on
Forget
d8.
about that. a5 will come and make
Yeah.
use of the a8 rook there.
A5, A4. Always probably. D3, knight B6, and now A4 would be quite strong, in fact.
Yeah, because if you
A4 is
play
very
a5, then
powerful.
bishop takes b6,
And he
c
sees it.
b6
He
is
sees it.
horrible.
It will be fleshed
Yes.
out.
There we go.
Of course.
Very strong, very unpleasant.
What do we say in classical chess? You don't make many moves with your pieces in the opening phase of the game, right? I think probably Sindarov will be paying his price for that.
Yeah, it looks very tough and so easy to play with white. And we are talking about the blitz game. Fabi can blitz out all his moves. All the moves are smiling at him at the same time for Sindarov. No matter where he looks, everywhere horror awaits him.
Well, he's going down 125. And it seems like Fabiano is not shaking. It's maybe the first time for a long time already.
It's too good
that
of a
we've
position,
seen.
yes. He's just fully focused. Knight c8.
Oh,
Yeah.
what a journey with the knight from e8 all the go around to c8. Oof.
Yeah, a5, b6. At least it challenges a little bit white's construction.
I think simply bishop e3. I mean,
And
I
give
don't-
up the pawn on
You
a5?
give up the pawn or you sacrifice the exchange?
Well, I don't want to open up.
You want to keep the tension, I understand.
Yeah, the computer wants to see an exchange sacrifice, but he takes on b6.
Yeah, takes, and he will go bishop a3. Or bishop e3, of course. Yeah, bishop
But it's a relief for black a little
sure.
bit.
At least, yeah. The rook is traded, yeah, from a8.
But still,
The
d4
queen is
coming.
out.
D4 is coming. There we go.
There we go.
Still. And now also on the long
Diagonal. Exactly. Let me highlight this queen.
on h1 is ready.
Oh, that's the thing that you're aiming for.
Yes.
Tricky.
And that's the big difference in the position for white and black. Yeah, that black is trying to activate that queen, while white already has the queen activated.
Sindarov is 46 minutes down to 46
Seconds.
seconds. Yes.
We are losing our minds also already, of course. Knight a5. Now white can win a pawn, but probably don't touch it. Don't play fe because black gets a lot of activity.
Queen f1.
Queen f1 is very
yes,
nice.
very powerful. Threatening queen a6.
The queen is out. Stopping knight c4. Going queen a6. Oh. Looks really dangerous for black. Sometimes even b4 might be a plan.
Yeah,
To
bishop
push back the
a2.
knight. Queen e7.
Yeah, trying to go queen b4 and then
Well,
threaten some knight
Maybe
c4.
fe5 winning the pawn is not a bad idea here.
Now already, yes, because you cover the c4 square.
But maybe I'm wrong because f takes e5.
Takes
bishop
queen
e3.
b4.
Oh, yeah,
Or
queen
queen
b4,
c5,
queen
yeah.
c5.
Yes, queen c5 also.
No, you have to take back on e3 here.
Oh.
Or you can take, but
d6 might be an interesting idea.
d6 is also interesting.
Yeah,
but
d6
best
is
is to
interesting.
take and then play queen a6. There's no checkmate with the knight on c8, unfortunately for white.
Queen e7 was a powerful defensive move.
Yeah, very good resource.
d6, yes.
On the board.
Weakening the black king, but not best, and black is back in the game.
Yeah, at least now so the bishop from g8 is fighting back.
Looks awful,
Yeah, but suddenly...
but knight c4 will show up in the
Exactly.
defense.
And that helps a lot.
Now Sindarov can survive this, but the player's down to 20 seconds.
He can trade queens now with knight e5. That would surely be helpful.
Sindarov 15, 14, 13. Whew, made a
Oh
move.
my
14
goodness.
seconds left for the game.
Well, it will
2
stay like
seconds.
this.
Yes, exactly.
Oh my god, this is just going to be a complete scramble now.
Queen g1, sidestepping, is that a move?
Yes, queen g1 is powerful,
That
played.
seems to be very strong, threatening b3 also, I believe.
Yes, b3 is a powerful threat.
Yeah, this
Sindarov
knight
down
is,
to 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
Protects the
2,
pawn.
and makes his move with 4
B3.
seconds left for the game.
Oh my goodness.
Knight e5 takes.
This helped black for sure.
Knight
trading the
a4
knights.
was not possible.
Maybe it was.
Bishop e6, wow, stabilizing.
What a defensive
And
move.
the position is equal now.
And rook
Maybe
a8,
black can
suddenly
take
black
over.
is threatening queen a5 and counterplay.
King b2 loses, b5 is
And
winning.
Fabi is less on time. They
Oh
are,
my goodness.
Also queen c5.
they are in
This
seconds.
is
Fabi, 2
impossible to play
seconds.
now.
3.
No,
Oh.
Sindarov is going to win.
Sindarov is winning.
3, 2.
Fabi in a state of shock.
Knight b4, knight e5.
And Queen a3 check wins the game. Fabi cannot believe it.
First game won by Sindarov. In the last, when it was already seconds left for both players, somehow he was faster, sharper.
Yeah, you cannot get into this crazy time scramble with Sindarov with 2 seconds on the clock. He's just super fast.
Wow, and now again, few minutes of a break. They will have another game to play with another position. How difficult and challenging is for the players.
Incredible. What a turnaround. And of course, this is what we spoke about. The format is brutal. Yeah, the players are used to the 30 seconds, then the 10 seconds, and all of a sudden just 2. There is no comeback.
But now, after this game, we can see Sindarov is getting confused, right? I mean, things are simply happening too fast to be able to understand and to get what really happened, who won.
Where am I going? Yes.
Where was my king? I really won. I made Queen a3 check at the end. I mean, they were really on seconds already, right?
Yes.
And it's very different than if you play online where you have the mouse and you can pre-move. No, this is where you're right there, and if you're just fraction of a second, you lose concentration, you lose the game. And what a disaster it was, the last few moves for Fabiano. How difficult it is for him will be to come back, because he's in a must-win situation. And his position was just there. Everything was just on the right track. He had more time. Position was unbelievable. But of course, when you play on seconds,
then anything can happen.
Anything can happen, and we can't blame him really, because...
And he also got very unlucky because he was dominating the first part of the game when he had time, and things got out of control with 5 seconds on the clock, and then you cannot adjust. At the same time, for Sindarov, he was in a horrible situation. He was hoping that he gets out, and with few seconds on the clock, he could go rook a8, queen c5, his pieces were jumping, and suddenly Fabi's king got under terrific attack.
Well, actually, that moment when I said d6 and when he played it, interestingly enough, that was the moment which was the first move on the downhill, because suddenly there was the g8 bishop, which got extra power suddenly, and also the a5 knight, which was completely out of play. It could enter into the play with giving unexpected ideas and threats for white. So it is a heartbreaker for Fabiano, and how much energy he will have for the next game, which we're going to see just in a few minutes, the drawing of lots, I believe, for the next game. It is game number 6 in their match, and it's game number 4 today.
Game number 5 today.
Yes.
Because yesterday they played 1 game, and today is the 5th. That's why it's 6th game. It's crazy.
It's the number
and it's 5. The 5th new position. Can you imagine? This is crazy. And how do you recover from this? That we have also seen him, understandably, he was just completely broken.
Well, of course, your tiredness, it becomes much more when you lose. And of course, it is very hard to digest this game, what just has happened. And they don't have enough time to recover it. But, of course, Fabiano has an incredible experience, and he knows he wants to win. He knows he's going to be playing with the black color. He knows exactly he's going to get, again, a complete shuffle between his pieces, because it's freestyle chess. And another 15 minutes, he just has to pull himself together and go there and fight and punch back.
Yeah, but what I can imagine that, for example, in Uzbekistan, all these youngsters, like Sindarov, Abdusattorov, Yakuboyev, Vahidov, they for sure blitzing non-stop. Yeah, they play non-stop this 3+2, and we could see also the incredible speed and confidence and how much he felt at home in all this crazy scramble. And we talk about Fabi's big experience, but can you really imagine Fabi having so much blitz experience like Sindarov there in Uzbekistan?
Yeah, now we see already the playing hall over there. Fabiano with his second. Of course, it's very difficult. What to say to a player at this point where he lost the first game and he has a must-win situation? And he sees that he made some bad decisions in critical moments. So the only thing it can happen that try to switch off and says, okay, double or nothing, go for it. But it's getting harder and harder by every game, I believe.
Of course, yeah. The good news is that maybe Sindarov is a player who is very dangerous, but he's not the player who can shut down the games. Yeah, that he will create chances for himself. He also might give Fabi the chance. So it's all about Fabi controlling his nerve and being able to capitalize if he gets a chance.
So we are just about to switch to the stage where the next drawing of lots will happen. And the players will get to know very shortly what is going to be the next game in their second playoff of the second game. So let's see again what number, what kind of position they are going to be receiving. Will they be happy about it? Or they are going to be confused. They will have only few minutes to get familiar with the new position.
Well, 9:59 is the last position. Yeah, we had 9:58 just before. We are running out.
Let's see what's next. What is going to be the next position on the board where Sindarov will be playing this time with the white pieces and Fabiano will be on the black pieces in a must-win situation, which will give a lot of entertainment and tension and fun for us here in the studio. 3-3-9 is the game which is going to be played. And if Fabiano will win this game, then we're going to see the last game of the day, Armageddon. But for that, he will have to be focused, concentrate, be a little bit luck also that it turns to his side, and he has to win the game. It's a must-win situation. How to get next to the board and do this? Did you have any special idea or ritual or something that you could make yourself hungry for blood?
Yeah, well, I do recall the Odessa rapid event where I had two crazy Blitz playoffs on the same day against Gelfand and against Ivanchuk as well. And it both worked in my favor. Basically, probably the reason why I'm remembering them, that those were the only positive memories I ever had, and it was very special that against two such legends on the same day I was victorious. And yeah, Fabi sitting there drinking from his water, trying to calm himself down, is in a very difficult must-win spot.
Well, this is the position what they have to be fighting out. The king is on d1. I think,
yes.
Generally speaking, I feel that it can be a difficult position. At the same time, the rook is on c1 next to it. So actually, the first move can be starting with a castle, right? Also, the knights are on their initial position. Look at that. If the bishops and the rooks would be changed, we would be there almost in a classical form of chess. But when will white castle? Also possible to play knight f3 and just moving away the king, queen, and then castle short. That's also possible. Having the fianchetto with g3 and bishop g2 there. So I'm very curious what will be the first move of Sindarov and what will be the strategy. Can he play for a solid position and play for a draw? And will he be tempting to do so? Or is he going to be all out? He says, okay, it doesn't matter. I'm just playing another game. Whatever happens, happens. I take my chances. It's all about luck.
Just look at this great shot where you see Caruana in the front and you see Sindarov in the back thinking about the position. What an amazing shot here that the great camera crew is capturing for us.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, and I have the feeling that maybe these are the moments where Sindarov already starting to get little extra pressure because he's really very, very, very close to be in the finals, right? I mean, if he's not losing this game, he's going to enter into the final playing against Vincent, and the youngsters are going to be playing the finals. What an unexpected situation, because obviously they were the underdogs in their matches. Sindarov against Fabiano, and of course Vincent against Magnus. Though looking at the games, we can't say that they had any luck. I mean, Vincent, for example, he was just playing out the matches. He took his chances. Actually, he was better in both games yesterday and today as well. And he won in the 2-game match in the classical portion of time control. He did not even have to go on the playoff. So
I think Sindarov is looking at G3 and then follow it up with C4. He loved this construction, playing the English opening, opening up the H1 bishop, the long diagonal, C4, then B3, staying very flexible. At the same time, whenever you play G3, you avoid black from going B6, so clearly black will be mirroring with G6, giving the same medicine to the opponent, that, you don't want to activate my bishop, then I will do the same to you.
But don't you think that we can have a very easygoing game for white to play, as you mentioned, to play C4, let's say, or to start with G3, G6, I go C4, let's say.
Yes, that's what Sindarov did.
And then very fast I go D3, like in English, I go bishop G2. Bishop G2, I'm not even
No,
rushing.
you don't need bishop.
I go knight F3, I move queen D2, and I castle. And after that, it's going to be a simple way of playing.
A symmetrical C4, C5 English. What more you can hope for?
The king on D8 will not stay there because a long castle, I don't think that could benefit so much for black. But of course, the time factor is a very big part of the game, especially now, because they start out with 5 minutes and they receive only 2 seconds per move, which can be decisive. They will go down in time, as we've seen in the previous game. So by move 30, they will be down to seconds. And of course, there, luck has to be on your side as well.
Yeah, basically, Blitz in freestyle chess, it's pure madness. Yeah, we already talked about, compared to the rapid portion, to the 10 minutes games that Magnus was saying that, okay, finally I get the time to think. And then imagine when this gets cut into half, plus the increment is reduced to 2 seconds. So difficult to adjust to this.
Let's see how much the players can adjust to that. And will Fabiano be able to bounce back and make the match going on towards the 7th game match for them? G3, G6, C4.
And that's a mistake. D5, D5. Oh, he plays D6. D5 was possible.
Wow, D5 and Queen A4 check. What a cold shower it could have been. Oh my God.
That's you see C4 with the king on D1. And the A2 is under attack in the second. Oof.
Unbelievable, yeah. So D5 and then Queen A4 check, hitting that the king on D1. It just shows that the players are extremely tired by this point. So D3 white creates luft. Now Queen A4 check is already met by B3, and then the bishop on H8 will be hanging. So he cannot go for Queen A4 check now.
Well, even that I'm not sure at all. If Queen A4, B3, Queen A2, bishop captures, Queen B3 check, King D2, F6.
Yeah, okay, but Knight C3, I'm gonna get this Queen on B3 is awkward.
Well, I wouldn't say it's a move to play for a draw, right?
Well, but Fabi is with black, but yeah, he goes F5. He plays the Dutch, the Leningrad Dutch he is trying to play, which is known to be a very fighting opening.
And white is preparing short side castle.
Yes, but okay, right. Black goes Knight F6, Knight A6, C6, Queen D7, short castle, and we will be heading... Okay, he goes Knight D7, slightly different route.
I'm not even sure I would go Knight F3. Maybe Knight H3 is also possible.
Yeah, there is no need.
The tension on the long diagonal.
Exactly.
Or E3, Knight E2, and
but
that's
also some Knight B5s are in the air. I'm not sure why Fabi played Knight B7. I'm very worried for him.
Yeah, for now it looks very promising for white.
It feels like black is not yet in time, but okay, just everything can change. Queen F7, short castle, and it's a completely different game. That's why Knight H3 is also very interesting, like you highlighted, that just to be able to eventually jump on G5. And
yeah, but after Knight H3, anyway, E5.
Yes.
I think also Knight F3 is met by E5.
Yeah, black wants to play E5. There's some argument also for f4 and b3, yeah, just fighting towards the center, just with some natural moves.
Yes, Sindarov is thinking. And he's spending his time quite a bit.
E3.
This is slow.
Very
now black
slow.
gets what he wants, yeah, e5.
He wants to bring his knight to e2 and castle that way. I mean, it will be quite difficult to crack white's position there.
Yeah, but this is now close Sicilian, yeah? This is a very fighting kind of structure if both sides...
White can
castle
go
short.
maybe knight d5, or how is that? Knight d5 takes bishop d5, so no castle, knight f6 coming back.
Yeah,
and
d4.
he's played b4.
Yeah, they are heading towards the classical close Sicilian. We are expecting also white to castle on the king side. Black will also castle on the king side. The big question is that do you play c6? Do you try to stop this knight d5 jump, or you just keep everything
Well,
intact?
I mean, you have an a8 bishop, so
Yes.
c6 is not so tempting to be playing at this stage.
I understand, but also playing b6, trading the light square bishop would weaken too many light squares. But he goes
Nicholas,
for
would
it.
you be able to play c6 in such a
I like
position?
b6 better because, yes, the light squares will be weakened, but at the same time also in the black camp, but also in the white camp. So if you go castle now to the right side, short castle, then you also have to worry a bit more about your king's safety. So I like b6 by Fabi.
But maybe knight d5 will be possible for white. The c6, c7 pawn I'm worried about.
Yeah, knight d5, okay. But I feel like Fabi couldn't have dreamed of a better position. And he castles short. He castles into king side. It will be inviting some... attacks.
Something.
Yes.
F4 at some point.
Yeah, but do we play c6? Yeah, just to cover
Or
that
queen e6,
d5.
queen e6 to cover the e5.
Queen e6, but queen e6, can I play e4? Can I do that? Okay, anyway, of
Takes,
course,
queen
black
h3.
castles. Yeah, f3, and we take it from there. I feel like usually when the light square bishops are traded, then white is trying to set up some f3, e4 kind of construction in this.
Isn't it kind of the
type of-
first time that we see completely classical YF chess position?
Kind of.
I mean,
Yes.
it's
Yes.
practically that. So he played knight d5, takes, knight f6, I believe.
Yeah, isolating the d5 pawn. So white is not able to play e4 because black is already controlling that square.
And then I think after knight c3, at some point, f4 will happen from black.
Exactly.
And I think Fabi will really make sure that this time around he's not going to get too low on time.
Yes.
Because this is when it all went out of control, and he had a healthy time advantage, and then he spent too much time, maybe also on d6 in the previous game, and then it all was a big mess. Now again, he has a decent position, more time, so he has all the chances, but he needs to control the time well.
Also, rook f7 is a typical way of protecting the c7 pawn. Then the rook from a8 can double on the f file. In the worst case scenario, when with knight e8, one can protect and go for g5, f4. All kinds of ideas are possible.
Yeah, I think we can also zoom in on the players once again.
Absolutely. Let's see from a close-up the players. And still, of course, we follow with the chessboard on the side.
A6, stopping any knight b5 ideas or anything
Yeah, it's
like
a prophylactic, but the question is, does it give white the time to play some e4, f3, some, or it's not
Black will
dangerous?
go f4
Yeah,
anyway.
black will go f4. Yeah, e4 played, f4 will be blitzed out.
Yeah, and if it takes knight h5.
Knight h5, the typical.
But after f4, probably f3 might be the right move.
Exactly.
Though takes on g3, knight h5.
Okay, king g2, knight back to e2. You will double with the rook f7, rook af8. Very sharp, very double-edged construction.
So f4 is on the board.
Yeah, we are expecting f3 is the professional move. You have to cover all the squares on the king side. On the board, Sindarov showing high class. He knows how to handle these structures.
Takes knight h5. Bishop will come.
2 minutes more on the clock for Sindarov. Sorry,
Doubling the rooks on the f file after
For
that.
Caruana.
For Caruana,
For
yes.
Caruana, yes, of
The
course.
bishop on a1 looks not good.
But on the other hand, yeah, white made sure that he gets f3. Okay, bishop g7, bishop h6. Yeah, he's trying to activate the bishop like
Are you
this.
sure that it's good that white can play g4?
No, I don't like this. I don't like this. G4 would have been good, yes.
Okay, knight e2 played.
Also good.
White is taking over.
Sindarov, 139. He is nervous. He is nervous. He feels the tension that he's so close.
But still so far.
Yeah.
Yes. We have seen it in the previous Blitz game. Yeah, it looked like it's all about Caruana, and then at the end of the day, Sindarov takes the lead.
Absolutely. And Caruana needs to make sure he keeps the lead on the clock at least. Rook f7, doubling on the f-file, looks sensible.
Yeah, but at this point, even g takes f4 might be something to consider.
But okay, knight h5. Always we close the eyes, knight h5.
But then I
F3,
take
bishop
on
e5.
and then f4. I have f4 idea with white.
Well,
yeah, you have. But okay, I'm relying on some tactic.
Caruana needs to move. He needs to move. He cannot get as low on clock as Sindarov here.
He goes g5. But now g4 will be played. No, he takes gf. Even gf and king h1. And then rook g1 and then knight takes f4 ideas will hang in the air in long terms when he doubles on the g file. This is horrible for Fabi.
King h8.
White is stronger. White is pressing on the c file against the c4 pawn, c7 pawn, pardon me, and also the g file is in white's hand.
Yeah, the black bishop is just terrible now.
Queen f7, trying to get to h5 and
only chance.
Give some problem
but rook
for
g5.
white.
Can we get the rook to f5? Rook g5, rook f5, and the other one to g1, and all these knight f4 ideas.
d4, the
D4
best move in a position.
Breaking.
Ooh, that's unpleasant.
So against queen h5, he always has queen d3. Simply nicely protecting the pawn. And breaking black's construction.
Things don't look so good for black. And he's in a must-win. Rook e8.
Yeah, in fact, it's strategically lost. Yeah, takes, hopeless. Weakness on e5, on c7, everywhere problems.
There are big problems for black. Where is the attack?
Where white is attacking, there is no attack. Yeah, only white is attacking.
Fabi needs to move quickly and somehow pose problems. It's so difficult.
Eventually, maybe even d6 will be shown up. Bishop c3, coming out from the corner.
So difficult to play for Fabi. 20 seconds.
Yeah,
and
white
bad position.
Yeah, white can make any move. Yeah, white can make any move, and black has no moves.
By the way, maybe knight d4 will be a threat. Don't you think so?
B5, yeah. Okay,
knight d4 is possible, actually.
Bishop b2, yeah. Sindarov is just waiting.
Oh, this is brutal.
He doesn't need to play for a win. Rook g8. Queen c3 targeting the e5 pawn. Trade on g2.
Well, e5 is...
What do you do about the pawn?
Under big threat.
Knight d4 again would be very powerful.
Yeah, queen c5.
Knight
takes f4. Ooh, but queen takes f3? No, he goes back.
Queen f2.
He's solid. He doesn't want to provoke things. Oh, he has 5 seconds. 5 seconds both.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, what's going on? h6. He has to just make any move.
Knight leaves Fabi is in the game.
Take on e4.
Knight takes e4, f3.
He needs to take on e4.
Knight h5,
no,
knight
too
takes
late.
e4.
Queen d3, that's it. Queen d3. Queen d3 for the win. No!
Wow, f3. What's going on? Few seconds on the clock.
Black is winning. Black is winning.
Wow.
e4 is hanging.
Checkmate. Rook f1. Queen takes e4. Checkmate.
Wow.
What a save.
Oh my goodness.
What a save.
The same situation happened vice versa. Yeah, now Fabi bounces back from a losing position.
Oh my goodness.
Well.
My heart.
Yeah.
Can you imagine the players?
No, unimaginable.
Wow. But you know what? Sindarov started to play bishop b2, bishop c3, bishop b2. That was not a good decision by him. but we can't blame him.
No, I think when he went for the pawn chase on the other side of the board.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he already stick to bishop c3, he should have just kept everything under control.
What a save by Fabiano. He's back. He's there in the top lead of the world. Number 2, number 3, sometimes switching places, but he's there.
Oh my God.
Trying to calm down. I can imagine that his heartbeat is still 150.
So we have number 6, game number 6 of today for them. So it means that they are going to be playing the 6th different kind of position of today. In their match, it's the 7th game. After this game, we will know who is qualifying to the finals and be the opponent of Vincent Keymer. And, well, it is a crazy game what we witnessed, and we are going to have another game with special Armageddon game. I think they have 5 minutes and 2 seconds still. No,
there is some. No, I think they have some new rules that they are betting or something. Yeah,
bidding.
They are bidding. Yeah, exactly.
They are going to be bidding, and who gets the lower?
Yes, we'll get the black pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
and
very
we'll take
tense
that time that he bids.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there is no increment. Only after move 61. There is 1 second increment. Yeah, this was agreed by the players at the players' meeting.
So the match situation between the players, Fabiano and Sindarov, is 3-3. And just in few minutes, we're going to have the next drawing of lots, the 7th different kind of position, what they are going to be playing out just very shortly. How difficult it could be, it is for them to play again. I don't even know how I would handle to have again a different position. Of course, now we can say that the psychological advantage on Fabiano's side, don't you think so?
Yeah, he's back from the dead. Basically, yeah, it was hopelessly lost. No time, no counterplay, and he had to win. Yeah, it was an absolutely hopeless situation. I think the big question, the format is amazing, it's dramatic, but do doctors actually allow this? It's a big question. This we will be probably finding out later on if somebody joins in this discussion, that is this allowed at all? Can the human body and the mental state, the brain, take all this and the heart, because the players are pushed to the absolutely maximum, to the limit?
Well, for sure they are going up and down on the emotional roller coaster during today, and the players are playing already for nearly 7.5 hours of chess with all kind of challenges, with different time controls, with alternating colors, with different positions. So how is it possible to make it even more difficult for the players?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Yeah, like, okay, you are running a marathon and then the marathon is over, then you tie, then people tell you, okay, now you run a 200 meters, then it's a tie, then it's 100 meters, then, okay, you just die. It's unbelievable. Incredible sympathy for both players. They are putting on a fantastic show.
Well, this is the moment when we say that both are winners, but actually in reality only one can stay there, who proceeds into the final. And we'll see whether in the generation clash, who will conquer and who will be stronger in this marathon run, what the players has to go through. I saw it just after the game that, like, Fabiano, like, he just got so much energy after this, because of course until the very last moment he thought, I believe, that it's gone. He is only going to be fighting for the 3rd and the 4th place. The finals is gone for him. And just in the final seconds, basically, he was able, because it didn't matter whether he's winning or not. The only thing and the only way he could win is giving checkmate. And this is what he noticed, and he played Rook F1, where, of course, there was no way back for Sindarov. Amazing game, amazing turnaround in this match. And I'm really curious. First of all, the first question is, who is going to be playing with the white pieces? Who will be the one who is in a must-win situation. Which would you take?
I would
White or black?
I would take white. I would take white. Simply that the tension is enormous. I don't really believe that the Armageddon game in Fischer Random in freestyle chess can really get to the move 60. Yeah, because, okay, how do you survive all these adventures that happen all the way till there? So this 1 extra second, you need a miracle to really be able to use it from move 61. On the other hand, one can argue that if you pick black, then there is less pressure on you that draw is enough. So it's a matter of style, matter of belief.
Actually, I believe they are not picking the color. It depends on the bid.
Yeah, that how low are you ready to go?
Yeah, exactly. So I think shortly we are going to have the drawing of lots where we are going to be connected to the stage.
Fabiano Caruana has hit back, which means we have our first Armageddon game. There is the camera. I also have been told that we have seen a tweet from our investor, Derek Rose, the NBA legend. He tweeted, "I never thought I would be watching chess for 4 or 5 hours. That's how I know this is something special." And now, for the Armageddon, the way it's going to work, the players are going to bid for the time. The player who bids the lower time will get that amount of time and the black pieces. The player with white will have 5 minutes and will be in a must-win situation. So I would like to call the two players to the stage, please. They will each stand... where is Javokhir? Javokhir? Oh, there he is. Thank you. So Fabi, if you want to stand on my left, and you can stand on my right side, and you can both write down your numbers. And on the count of 3, I will ask you to show it to the camera. So 1, 2, 3. So we have here 4-15 and 4-4-5. That means that Fabiano gets the black pieces and 4 minutes. 15, Javokhir will have 5 minutes, and you are in a must-win situation. And now I'd like to go to the stage. Leah, please give her a round of applause to draw the next position. Players, thank you so much for the incredible show and best of luck. Position 500, the players have 10 minutes. This will be the final game. Best of luck, players. Enjoy.
So, what is the number for this game? I don't see.
500, exactly.
500. What a beautiful number. Number 500. So are we going to remember the same way or similarly as we remember for position 360? Let's see. But for sure the players will remember for a long time, because this game will decide quite a lot of money, I must say. And they will be happy to finish the day, I think, because there's so much tension and pressure on them that it will be the most costly 10 minutes what they are going to play in their life, I believe.
Absolutely. And the king on f1, as a thank you very much. Yeah, king on f1. Luckily, white can castle short. So knight gfc, short castle will bring harmony. Clearly, first you have to decide that how do I fight also for the center. But this is at least good news that white can get a harmonious setup. We don't know the clock situation. Judith, did you manage to get information?
I got the information that it will be 4 minutes and 15 seconds for Fabiano. And he's playing with the black pieces this way. And Sindarov will have 5 minutes with white, but he's a must-win situation, which actually I'm surprised at, because I would expect Sindarov to say 3 or something, because for him it's enough, no? He plays so fast.
You think so? Okay, but probably he wants to get the white piece. What did he bid?
I don't know exactly that.
Yeah,
maybe we can get this information. What was the bid of Sindarov? I thought it will be less than 4 minutes, to be honest, but it wasn't, it seems.
Oh.
It was 4:45.
Yes,
of
I like it.
Sindarov.
Yes, 4:40. Even this 4:15 is dangerous.
Yeah, it's not a lot of time, and also the players didn't have much time to think about the position.
Yeah, not
yet.
at all,
I guess
almost.
they still have some time, maybe, but it's unusual that they're already sitting down. So I'm supposing the game will start very soon already.
And Fabiano took off his jacket because, of course, for this format of the game where you get no bonus time until move 60, there is a great chance that it will be finished by that time. And you have to be able to work very well with your brain, and your hand has to go together and work properly. Otherwise, you're in big trouble. So now, no bonus time for the players. So full concentration, as it is a lot at stake.
Yeah, as brutal as it gets. Yeah, the Armageddon. 5 minutes versus 4:15. Fabi will have to rush his first moves. But how do you rush with black in freestyle chess? You have to make sure that you get safety. And in order to get safety, you have to burn some time. If you burn some time, you run out of time. I think I'm already giving enough questions that we understand that is a super challenge.
Crazy challenging for the players. I wonder if Sindarov will be ready to play one crazy move like A4, H4, or does he want to go classical, C4, B3, Bishop B2, as much as classical it can be here, right? But the queens are actually standing on D1, which can be actually well placed over there. I don't know if White will want to go for the castle very fast, playing knight G1 to F3 and then castle very fast. I'm not sure. I think I would stick to my king on F1, and I don't want to get very classical kind of game.
Yeah, well, I feel like also it's very important to control the center, because the bishop B8, bishop C8, queen D8 construction allows white or black to play like D4, C4, occupy the center and then bring all the pieces behind. Yeah, I think that this is now a position where you really have to pay attention to the center, because you can just get the upper hand immediately.
Nicholas, what your thoughts and impressions at first? What would you play in the first move?
I would probably go D4 or E4, because you can support the center quite well. And let's see what they face.
C4, D5.
D5,
wow.
Immediately.
Scandinavian in a special form.
All right, let's enjoy the show, guys. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we sympathize with both players. They both deserve to get to the final, but only one of them will be really happy.
Look at that, castle, castle, and we're in a position where we could be. Though I think black has a nice position. I like the pawn on c5.
But okay, b3, bishop b2, yeah, white is also very flexible. There is no knight on c6, which is huge.
But black can go e5, e4 very fast, pushing away the f3 knight.
Okay, but it also comes at the cost of weakening.
Time is almost equalized, and the position is also equal. I think Sindarov rushed a bit with the first few moves. I mean, both players obviously going very fast.
Castles.
This was a good start for Fabi into this game.
I would bet on Fabi at this point.
Well, he shows a lot of experience now, suddenly, for the Armageddon, how to handle the situation.
What a relief to have such a position at the end of the day in game 6.
Yeah, it feels very harmonious, very natural, very close to normal chess.
b3, bishop b2, yeah, okay, he is also setting up bishop b7.
Interesting, he did not want to go to e5, no,
it's
being
too risky.
more solid.
Yeah, it's too risky, yeah, he wants to keep his structure intact. Bishop b2, bishop b7, d4, white breaks, but where is this break?
Trades.
Yeah, where does this break lead us?
Will he take on d4?
Yes, he didn't knight takes d4 or queen takes. That's also...
Fabi has more time for the moment.
Queen takes. In a massive situation, trading queens.
Wow.
But yeah, white is going for the initiative.
Unexpected strategy.
But I think it's a good one.
Knight d6. I wonder how Sindarov wants to play for a win. Against Fabiano, I'm not sure it's the best strategy. E5 next, possibly.
No, then
Maybe
knight
that-
f5. Then f5 square is lovely. Bishop d3.
Good move.
Okay.
Bring the rooks. The bishop on b8 is kind of
Awkward.
awkward. Yeah, it's blocked by the knight on d6. And white just can play rook c1, knight c6 idea and try to get the pair of bishops.
Now Sindarov has more time, a bit.
Knight d4, but
You're
still rook a
regrouping it?
c1, and then combining knight c6, knight f5 ideas, it might get very unpleasant.
So rook ac1 you're expecting?
Then bishop e5 is the resource. Is that okay? First he starts with knight ef5.
E6 needs to be played.
Then knight e7 check, and then the knight
Knight
gets to
c6.
c6.
But if rook e8, bishop b5.
He has to go for it.
It's getting stressful for black also to give away the c6 square. At the same time, the bishop will be able to bring it out to d6.
Yes.
Which knight to go to c6?
Probably Fabi is now happy, yeah, that because white is now in a fourth sequence of moves, he stepped into it.
And
rook
he has
c1.
half a minute of advantage by now.
Wow, and knight c5 played.
And
He gets
also,
control.
you have to be careful with that knight on e7.
Yeah.
Bishop e5 can come next.
Or bishop d6 and e5. It's in the air.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Sindarov very unhappy because he also has to burn a lot of time. Bishop c2, bishop d6.
Wow, just on the edge. So e5, knight f5. Wow.
b4 only move.
Yeah, all the moves are coming naturally. How he trapped his own knight on c6. Very unfortunate.
Knight takes b3, winning a pawn.
b3.
Oops.
And he takes it.
Of course.
Oops. And this, Fabiano will not let it go.
Wow.
All he needs is a draw.
And it's an easy position. He will not blunder. He will not think so much.
And he's up on the clock almost a minute.
Exactly.
Bishop e5, a tricky move.
He's in
Bishop
the
takes
driver's
f2 check. Is that a tactic that was there?
Yeah, that was there.
That was there.
But he goes the safe way.
Yeah, controlling everything.
Impossible to break.
Also, king g8, just bring the king closer, protecting the f7 weakness.
Going down on time, more than 1 minute behind for Sindarov, and the pawn down as well. Knight g4 and some knight e3 kind of stuff also, but of course Fabiano.
Where is he
plays
going with the
solid.
knight?
Again, another knight gets trapped.
Isn't knight g4 winning some more material?
Yeah, could easily be. And then knight takes e3 also. Yeah, it looks very bad.
Fabiano has to watch out not to spend too much time
But he was knight d7.
and not to make too big mistake. b5 is possible, bishop b6.
But okay, then at least the knight on c7 will be protected by the rook as well.
b5 is on the board, pushing back the bishop from c4. Very slim chance
Knight
for
takes e6.
Sindarov, but the surprise element.
Yeah, he's trying to...
But it's only a surprise, but I don't think it's good.
No, it's
Is
not.
it?
Yeah, it shouldn't
But
be.
Is
what's
it?
the best chance? But this should not work.
But f takes, and then black goes back with the bishop.
2e7, for example. But okay, rook takes c8, bishop c8, rook d1, bishop c7 threat. At least he needs to calculate something. And knight b6 is there. Okay.
Knight b6 looks like a good choice, but at least there's some imbalance. It's not over yet.
Well, it was a fantastic idea by Sindarov, knight e6. There was nothing better that's clear, I think. At least it's unbalancing the position, trying to get something.
Rook cd1 he needs to try. Go after this knight.
He will
No.
take, play rook d1. How do you untangle?
Rook
because
e8.
rook e8, bishop d7.
Rook d8.
Bishop g4, and the
Bishop
bishop
takes,
protects
yes.
the rook. Oh wow, but
Well,
he
if
needs
he
to
finds
find it.
that, then game over.
Yes, rook e8 is game over. Otherwise, it's not clear.
Yes, and he finds it.
So strong.
Incredible. Power
And he knows
performance.
it. He knows it.
He's ahead in time.
Still posing questions
Yeah,
here
rook
is
d6.
Sindarov. And 1 minute, 30th move.
Knight f6.
Knight
Knight
f8.
f8.
Wow. Everything is hanging.
Okay, take on c8, play king f1 or h3 and just keep on going.
H4 or king f1 played. Not as easy
Wow.
as it should have been.
And time is really becoming critical now as well.
Yeah, it will be
Just-
all about flagging.
It might be.
But the players can get to move 60. This is a position where actually they can get to move 60.
Well, this is fantastic what Sindarov was able to reach in this position because he has 2 pawns for the piece. It is not that simple. At the same time, I believe that after knight c5,
Oh, he resigns.
He resigns.
Wow.
Big sportsmanship. Big sportsmanship from Sindarov, not trying to play for flagging.
congratulations to Fabiano. 163. He was quite stressful.
My goodness.
Incredible victory. And Fabiano is still sitting there.
I think we should be
understands.
uploading both players, yeah? What a show.
Absolutely.
What a performance. Fantastic play.
Absolutely. I think Fabiano does not believe it himself. But I think actually in this game he had a good feeling about it because
Right from the beginning.
from the beginning, and actually it was also, I believe that it was a fortunate shuffle of pieces because it got very quickly to kind of a classical game. And this was something he worked very hard.
And this is chess, yeah? Everything is about the winner. Poor Sindarov, yeah, all the respect and all the sympathy for him.
Absolutely, but he's young and he will have his opportunities and he will grab his opportunities, no question about it. I don't know if we can go on stage and we can hear Fabiano saying some words. Probably we are not the lucky one this time, but we see Fabiano being relieved, being in the finals. And of course, Sindarov, I believe, will have some difficult moments right now after the match. And maybe it will haunt him for some time what has happened in these last games. At the same time, when you're so young, many times you just say, okay, let it be. Next time I win and I go on. What do you think how Sindarov will take it?
Yeah, but the reason why suddenly I worry for him very much that the regulation says that the top 3 qualifies. And if he loses to Magnus, then will he get another wild card? He deserves it. With the performance that he has shown here, he just deserves everything. Fantastic player, incredible fighting spirit.
Well, maybe we can see what can we say about the most interesting move, or what was the move which cost Sindarov the pain, the loss, and the game. Basically.
I think this knight f5, knight e7 sequence, we can go back, and if he would have just played rook ac1 instead, black would be in a very difficult spot. But take it away, Nicholas.
Yes, absolutely. As always, Peter, spot on. In this position, Sindarov went for knight ef5 and he wanted to get to a c6 square, but really that didn't amount to so much and he lost time. Instead, if he went rook ac1, he still would be a bit better. Let's say if now bishop d6, you can still play knight f5, and if bishop e5, you can also maybe now play this idea, knight e7, king h8, and now play knight ec6. So he just lost some time, and here he would be better. He could be pressing, and it would definitely not be easy for Fabiano to hold in the game. However, it was quite tricky now because the knights are not that stable. Slowly, Sindarov lost his way, and then one critical moment was here where Caruana immediately spotted he can win a pawn and just take on b3, take this loose knight on b4. And I just want to highlight one more moment later on in the game, and which was quite critical. So here, black is winning. Sindarov went for this, let's say, desperation sacrifice, but still posing some questions. And after bishop b6, what he should have tried actually is to go rook cd1, pin the knight along this way. If black goes bishop c6, you can go bishop h4, and you will end up in a position where black, for example, after knight c5, where black has the two minor pieces against the rook, but white still definitely has chances here to to win. And instead we saw rook takes c8, bishop takes c8, rook d1, trying to set up bishop h4. And this was the last really critical moment in the game where Caruana was up to the task, realizing he can play rook e8. And it gives a double exclamation mark here. And the point is that after bishop takes c7, the rook comes back to d8, and bishop g4 does not help because the bishop can be taken, and this bishop is defending the rook. Caruana was up to the task tactically, and in critical moments he calculated correctly and found the right moves, won the Armageddon, and enters the final where he will face Vincent Keymer. Judith.
Absolutely, and what an amazing day we had. So let's bring back the brackets for the last time today and see what was going on, what are the final results. So today Vincent drew against Magnus, so he won 1.5. He was the first one to qualify to the finals. He's going to be meeting up with Fabiano. So the generation of clashes is continuing still, and they are going to see them playing the final. And we are going to see players playing for the third and the fourth place. Magnus Carlsen versus Abdusattorov.
Sindarov.
Sindarov, yes. Yes, and the other match will be
Abdusattorov against Nakamura.
Exactly.
For the 5th place, and for the 7th place, Alireza Firouzja against
Gukesh. And that's the matches what we're going to have tomorrow. I'm pretty sure everybody has to go to take some rest. And if our audience were following us, just whatever, pick any hour or two. There were a lot of actions. We were here for 7.5 hours. What a day, what a drama, what a ups and downs. And today I'm pretty sure that whoever cares about chess and follows, they will remember this day for a long time. As a closing, Nicholas, what was your thoughts of today, and how do you feel after so many hours commentating these matches?
This was just an insane day. First, we saw Vincent Keymer fighting off against Magnus Carlsen and getting the draw that he needed to advance to the finals. And then this match just left me speechless. Just when it looked like it was all over and Caruana was going to lose, then somehow he found some sacrifices, and with seconds on the clock, he managed to checkmate Sindarov, took the game to the Armageddon. We just saw it. He won it there, and we will have the final Caruana against Keymer. Just absolutely incredible, and I think we can all look forward to the next 2 days where the winner of the first Grand Slam here in Weissenhaus, Germany will be decided. It was fantastic, Peter.
Peter, what do you think? What was the highlight of today for you? Just to ask an easy final question.
Okay, the highlight is clear. I'm very happy for Vincent, but I already forgot about it. Yeah, it was all about Sindarov and Caruana. I have no words to express how I feel. I just feel like I want to hug both players because they played such a fantastic match and they both deserved to reach the final. Finally, it was Fabiano, and he will be facing off against Vincent.
Well, thank you very much for you, Peter, Nicholas, for joining. And of course, we had Fedoseyev with us for quite a long time during the day, which gave also a lot of spice to our commentary. Thank you very much for our audience following us and joining. And we say goodbye today from Weissenhaus, from Grand Slam, the first part of this series, with full of drama, action to be continued tomorrow, because I think we're going to see some special action, and tomorrow we'll see the finals playing, starting with the first game between Fabiano, who fought extremely hard today to be able to be in the final, and meet the German home player, Vincent. So have a good rest. We're going to rest, and we'll be back tomorrow with you.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.